Chapter 13 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Reading by Holly Rushik. Chapter 13. Was it for this we sent out liberty's cry from our shore? Was it for this that her shout thrilled to the world's very core? Moore's National Airs. The third day after the interviews just related, the whole party left Rattletrap for Timbully, where their arrival was expected by the bride and bridegroom, if such terms can be applied to a woman of 45 and a man of 60. The Duke's County Circuit and Oyer and Terminer were about to be held, and it was believed that Mary Monson was to be tried. By this time, so lively an interest prevailed among the ladies of the McBrain and Dunscombe connections in behalf of the accused, that they had all come to a determination to be present in court. Curiosity was not so much at the bottom of this movement as womanly kindness and sympathy. There seemed a bitterness of misery in the condition of Mary Monson that appealed directly to the heart, and that silent but eloquent appeal was answered, as has just been stated, generously and with warmth, by the whole party from town. With Anna Updike the feeling went materially farther than with any of her friends. Strange as it may seem, her interest in John increased that which she felt for his mysterious client, and her feelings became enlisted in the stranger's behalf, so much the more in consequence of this triangular sort of passion. The morning of the day on which the party crossed the country from Rattletrap to Timbully, Timms arrived at the latter place. He was expected, and was soon after closeted with the senior counsel in the pending and most important case. "Does the district attorney intend to move for the trial?" demanded Dunscombe, the instant the two were alone. "He tells me he does, sir, and that early in this week, too. It is my opinion we should go for postponement. We are hardly ready, while the state is too much so." "I do not comprehend this, Timms. The law officers of the public would hardly undertake to run down a victim, and she a solitary and unprotected woman." "That's not it. The law officers of the state don't care a straw whether Mary Monson is found guilty or is acquitted. That is, they care nothing about it at present. The case may be different when they are warmed up by a trial and opposition. Our danger comes from Jesse Davis, who is a nephew of Peter Goodwin, his next of kin and heir, who thinks a great deal of money was hoarded by the old people, much more than the stocking ever held or could hold, and who has taken it into his wise head that the prisoner has laid hands on this treasure and is carrying on her defense with the cash. This has roused him completely, and he has retained two of the sharpest counsel on our circuit, who are beginning to work as if the bargain had been clenched in the hard metal. Williams has given me a great deal of trouble already. I know him. He will not work without pay, but pay him liberally, and he is up to anything. Aye, you are diamond-cut diamond, Timms, outsiders in the profession. You understand that I work only in the open court, and will know nothing of this outdoor management." "We do not mean to let you know anything about it, Squire," returned Timms dryly. "Each man to his own manner of getting along. I ought to tell you, however, it has got out that you are working without fee, while I am paid in the most liberal manner." "I am sorry for that. There is no great harm in the thing itself, but I dislike the parade of seeming to be unusually generous. I do not remember to have spoken of this circumstance where it would be likely to be repeated, and I beg you will be equally discreet." "The fact has not come from me, I can assure you, sir. It puts me in too awkward a position to delight me, and I make it a point to say as little as possible of what is disagreeable. I do not relish the idea of being thought selfish by my future constituents. Generosity's my cue before them. But they say you work for love, sir." "Love?" answered Dunscombe quickly. "Love of what, or of whom?" "Of your client. That's the story now. It is said that you admire Miss Monson, and she is young and handsome and rich, and she is to marry you if acquitted." If found guilty and hanged, the bargain is off, of course. You may look displeased, squire, but I give you my word, such is the rumor." Dunscombe was extremely vexed, but he was too proud to make any answer. He knew that he had done that which, among the mass of this nation, is a very capital mistake, in not placing before its observation an intelligible motive, one on the level of the popular mind, to prevent these freaks of the fancy dealing with his affairs. It is true that the natural supposition would be that he worked for his fee, as did Timms, had not the contrary got out. When he became subject to all the crude conjectures of those who ever look for the worst motives for everything. He had been what is termed a favorite public servant. The very reverse would have to be the case, and there was little that he might not have done with impunity. But, having no such claims on the minds of the mass, he came under the common law, which somewhat distinguishes their control. Too much disgusted, however, to continue this branch of the subject, the worthy counsellor at once averted to another. "Have you looked over the list of the jurors, Timms?" he demanded, continuing to sort his papers. "That I never fail to do, sir, the first thing. It's my brief, you know, Squire Dunscombe. All safe York law, nowadays, is to be found in that learned body, especially in criminal cases. There is but one sort of suit in which the jury counts for nothing, and might as well be dispensed with, which is an ejectment clause. It's not 1 time in 10 that they understand anything about the matter or care anything about it, and the court usually leads in those actions. But our Dukes County juries are beginning to understand their powers in all others. What do you make of the list?" "It's what I call reasonable, squire. There are 2 men on it who would not hang Cain were he indicted for the murder of Abel." "Quakers, of course." "Not they. The time was when we were reduced to the thees and the thous for this sort of support. But philanthropy is abroad, sir, covering the land. Talk of the schoolmaster. Why, squire, a new philanthropical idea will go 2 feet to the schoolmaster's 1. Pro-nigger, anti-gallows, eternal peace, women's rights, the people's power, and anything of that sort sweeps like a tornado through the land. Get a juror who has come into the anti-gallows notion, and I would defy the state to hang a body-snatcher who lived by murdering his subjects. And you can count on 2 of these partisans for our case?" "Lord, no, sir. The district attorney himself knows them both, and Davis's counsels have been studying that list for the last week, as if it were Blackstone in the hands of a new beginner. I can tell you, Squire Dunscombe, that the jury list is a most important part of a case out here in the country." "I am much afraid it is, Timms, though I never examined one in my life." "I can believe you, sir, from what I have seen of your practice. But principles and facts won't answer in an age of the world when men are ruled by talk and prejudice. There is not a case of any magnitude tried nowadays without paying proper attention to the jury. We are pretty well off on the whole, and I am tolerably sanguine of a disagreement, though I fear an acquittal is quite out of the question." "You rely on 1 or 2 particularly intelligent and disinterested men?" "Ha! Timms!" "I rely on 5 or 6 particularly ignorant and heated partisans, on the contrary. Men who have been reading about the abolishing of capital punishments, and who, in general, because they got hold of some notions that have been worn out as far back as the times of the Caesars, fancy themselves philosophers and the children of progress. The country is getting to be full of what I call donkeys and racers. The donkey is obstinate and backs going uphill, while the racers will not only break their own necks, but those of their riders too, unless they hold up long before they reach their goal." "I did not know, Timms, that you think so much on such subjects. To me, you have always appeared to be a purely working man, no theorist." "It is precisely because I am a man of action, and live in the world, and see things as they were meant to be seen, that I laugh at your theorists. Why, sir, this country, in my judgment, for the time being, could much better get along without preaching than without hanging." "I don't always say, for there is no telling yet what is to be the upshot of preaching. It may turn out as many think, in which case human nature will undergo a change that will pretty much destroy our business. Such a state of things would be worse for the bar, Squire, than the code or the last fee bill. I'm not so sure of that, Timms. There are a few things worse than this infernal code. Well, to my taste, the fee bill is the most disagreeable of the two. A man can stand any sort of law and any sort of practice, but he can't stand any sort of pay. I hear the circuit is to be held by one of the new judges, a people's man altogether. You mean by that, I suppose, Timms, one of those who did not hold office under the old system? It is said that the new broom sweeps clean. It is fortunate ours has not brushed away all the old incumbents. No, that is to come, and will as sure as the sun rises. We must have rotation on the bench, as well as in all other matters. You see, Squire, rotation is a sort of claim with many men who have no other. They fancy the earth to have been created on a sort of Jim Crow principle, because it turns round. That is it, and it explains the clamor that is made about it. But to return to this jury, Timms, on the whole, you like it, I should infer? Not too well by any means. There are 6 or 8 names on the list that I'm always glad to see, for they belong to men who are friendly to me. Good God, man, it cannot be possible that you count on such assistance in a trial for a human life. Not count on it, Squire Dunscombe. I count on it from an action of trespass on the case to this indictment. Count on it quite as much, and a good deal more rationally, than you count on your law and evidence. Didn't I carry that heavy case for the railroad company on that principle altogether? The law was led against us, they say, and the facts were against us, but the verdict was in our favor. That's what I call practicing law. Yes, I remember to have heard of that case, and it was always a wonder with the bar how you got along with it. Had it been a verdict against a corporation, no one would have thought anything of it. But to carry a bad case for a company nowadays is almost an unheard of thing. You are quite right, sir. I can beat any railroad in the state with a jury of a neighborhood. Let the question or the facts be what they may. But in this instance, I beat the neighborhood and all through the faith the jury had in me. It's a blessed institution, this of the jury, Squire Dunscombe. No doubt it makes us great, glorious, and free people that we are. If the bench continues to lose influence as it has done, the next 20 years will see it a curse of the worst character. It is now little more than a popular cabal in all cases in the least calculated to awaken popular feeling or prejudice. There's the rub in this capital case of ours. Mary Monson has neglected popularity altogether, and she's likely to suffer for it. Popularity! Exclaimed Dunscombe in a tone of horror. And this in a matter of life and death? What are we coming to in the law as well as in politics? No public man is to be found of sufficient moral courage or intellectual force to stem this torrent, which is sweeping away everything before it. But in what has our client failed, Timms? In almost everything connected with this one great point, that what vexes me is her wonderful power of pleasing, which is completely thrown away. Squire Dunscombe, I would carry this county for free sile or a guinea, with that lady to back me as a wife. What if she should refuse to resort to popular airs and graces? I mean, of course, she's aiding and abetting. I would give the world now, could we get the judge into her company for half an hour. It would make a friend of him, and it is still something to have a friend in the judge in a criminal case. You may well say still, Timms. How much longer it will be so is another matter. Under the old system, it would be hopeless to expect so much complaisance in a judge. But I will not take it on myself to say what a people's judge will not do. If I thought the thing could be managed, by George, I would attempt it. The grand jurors visit the jails, and why not the judges? What do you think, sir, of an anonymous letter hinting to this honor that a visit to Mrs. Gott, who is an excellent creature in her way, might serve the ends of justice? As I think of all underhanded movements and trickery, no, Timms, you had better let our client remain unpopular than to undertake anything of this nature. Perhaps you are right, sir. Unpopular she is and will be, as long as she pursues her present course, whereas she might carry all classes of men with her. For my part, Squire Dunscombe, I have found this young lady—" Here Timms paused, hemmed, and concluded by looking a little foolish, a character of countenance by no means common with one of his shrewdness and sagacity. So, Master Timms," said the senior counsel, regarding the junior with a sort of sneer, "you are as great a fool as my nephew Jack Wilmeter, and have fallen in love with a pretty face, in spite of the grand jury and the gallows." Timms gave a gulp, seemed to catch his breath, and regained enough of his self-command to be able to answer. "I'm in hopes that Mr. Wilmeter will think better of this, sir," he said, "and turn his views to a quarter where they will be particularly acceptable. It would hardly do for a young gentleman of his expectations to take a wife out of jail." "Enough of this foolery, Timms, and come to the point. Your remarks about popularity may have some sense in them, if matters have been pushed too far in contrary direction. Of what do you complain? In the first place, she will not show herself at the windows, and that offends a great many persons, who think it proud and aristocratic in her not to act as other criminals act. Then, she has made a capital mistake with a leading reporter who sent his name and desired an interview, which she declined granting. She will hear from that man, depend on it, sir." "I shall look to him, then, for, though this class of men is fast putting the law under foot, it may be made to turn on them, by one who understands it, and has the courage to use it. I shall not allow the rights of Mary Monson to be invaded by such a fungus of letters." "Fungus of letters, ahem! If it was anybody but yourself, Squire, that I was talking to, I might remind you that these funguses flourish on the dunghill of the common mind. No matter, the law can be made to touch them, when in good hands, and mine have now some experience. Has this reporter resented the refusal of the prisoner to see him?" "He is squinting that way, and has got himself sent to Bybury by 2 or 3 journals to report the progress of the trial. I know the man. He is vindictive, impudent, and always uses his craft to indulge his resentments." "Aye, many of those gentry are up to that. It is not surprising, Timms, that in a country for ever boasting of its freedom, men do not see how much abuse there is of a very important interest in suffering these irresponsible tyrants to ride roughshod over the community." "Lord, Squire, it is not with the reporters only that abuses are to be found. I was present the other day at a conversation between a judge and a great town lawyer, when the last deplored the state of juries. 'What would you have?' says his honor. 'Angels sent down from heaven to fill the jury boxes?' Wall!" Timms could never get over the defects of his early associations. "Wall, Squire," he continued, with a shrewd leer of the eyes, "I thought a few saints might be squeezed in between the lowest angel in heaven and the average of our Duke's County panels. This is a great fashion of talking that is growing up among us, to meet an objection by crying out, 'Men are not angels,' as if some men are not better than others. The institutions clearly maintain that some men are better than others, Timms." "That's news to me, I will own. I thought the institutions declared all men alike, that is, all white men. I know that the niggers are non-suited." "They are unsuited, at least, according to the spirit of the institutions. If all men are supposed to be alike, what use is there to the elections? Why not draw lots for office, as we draw lots for juries? Choice infers inequalities, or the practice is an absurdity. But here comes McBrain, with a face so full of meaning he must have something to tell us." Sure enough, the bridegroom physician came into the room at that instant, and without circumlocution he entered at once on the topic that was then uppermost in his mind. It was the custom of the neighborhood to profit by the visits of this able practitioner to his country place, by calling on him for advice in such difficult cases as existed anywhere in the vicinity of Timboley. Even his recent marriage did not entirely protect him from these appeals, which brought so little pecuniary advantage as to be gratuitous, and he had passed much of the last 2 days in making professional visits in a circle around his residence that included Bybury. Such were the means by which he had obtained the information that now escaped from him, as it might be, involuntarily. "I have never known so excited a state of the public mind," he cried, "as now exists all around Bybury on the subject of your client, Tom, and this approaching trial. Go where I may, see whom I will, let the disease be as serious as possible. All patients, parents, friends, and nurses commence business with asking me what I think of Mary Monson and of her guilt or innocence." "That's because you are married, Ned," Dunscombe coolly answered. "Now, no one thinks of putting such a question to me. I see lots of people as well as yourself, but not a soul has asked me whether I thought Mary Monson was guilty or innocent." "Pah! You are her counsel, and no one could take the liberty. I dare say that even Mr. Timms here, your associate, has never compared notes with you on that particular point." Timms was clearly not quite himself, and he did not look as shrewd as he once would have done at such a remark. He kept in the background and was content to listen. "I do suppose association with a brother-in-law, and in a case of life and death, is something like matrimony, Mr. McBrain. A good deal must be taken for granted, and not a little on credit. As a man is bound to believe his wife the most excellent, virtuous, most amiable, and best creature on earth, so is a counsel bound to consider his client innocent. The relation in each case is confidential, however, and I shall not pry into your secrets any more than I shall betray one of my own. I asked for none, and wish none, but one may express surprise at the intense degree of excitement that prevails all through Dukes, and even in the adjacent counties. The murder of a man and his wife in cold blood, accompanied by robbery and arson, are enough to arouse the community. In this particular case the feeling of interest is increased, I make no doubt, by the extraordinary character, as well as by the singular mystery, of the party accused. I have had many clients, Ned, but never one like this before, as you have had many wives, but no one so remarkable as the present Mrs. McBrain. Your time will come yet, Master Dunscombe. Recollect, I have always prognosticated that." "You forget that I am approaching 60. A man's heart is as hard and dry as a bill in chancery at that age. But I beg your pardon, Ned. You are the exception." "I certainly believe that a man can have affections, even at 80. And what is more, I believe that when the reason and judgment come in aid of the passions—" Dunscombe laughed outright. Nay, he even gave a little shout, his bachelor habits having rendered him more exuberant in manner than might otherwise have been the case. "Passions!" he cried, rubbing his hands, and looking around for Timms, that he might have someone to share in what he regarded as a capital joke. "The passions of a fellow of 80. Ned, you do not flatter yourself that you have been marrying the widow Updike in consequence of any passion you feel for her?" "I do indeed," returned the doctor, with spirit, mustering resolution to carry the war into the enemy's country. "Let me tell you, Tom Dunscombe, that a warm-hearted fellow can love a woman dearly, long after the age you have mentioned. That is, provided he has not let all feeling die within him, for want of watering a plant that is the most precious boon of a most gracious Providence. Aye, if he begin at 20, and keep even pace with his beloved down the descent of time." "That may all be true, but if it has been his misfortune to lose one partner, a second—" "And a third, Ned, a third. Why not foot the bill at once, as they say at the market?" "Well, a third, too, if circumstances make that demand on him. Anything is better than leaving the affections to stagnate for want of cultivation." "Adam in paradise, by Jove! But I'll not reproach you again, since you have got so gentle and kind a creature, and one who is 20 years your junior. Only 18, if you please, Mr. Dunscombe. Now I should be glad to know whether you have added these 2 years to the bride's age, or subtracted them from that of the bridegroom. I suppose the last, however, as a matter of course. I do not well see how you can suppose any such thing, knowing my age as well as you do. Mrs. McBrain is 42, an age when a woman can be as lovable as at 19, more so if her admirer happens to be a man of sense. And 62. Well, Ned, you are incorrigible, and for the sake of the excellent woman who has consented to have you, I only hope this will be the last exhibition of your weakness. So they talk a good deal of Mary Monson up and down the country, do they? Of little else, I can assure you. I am sorry to say, the tide seems to be setting strongly against her. That is bad news, as few jurors nowadays are superior to such an influence. What is said in particular, Mr. McBrain? In the way of facts, I mean. One report is that the accused is full of money, and that a good deal of that which she is scattering broadcast has been seen by different persons at different times in the possession of the deceased Mrs. Goodwin. Let them retail that lie far and near, Squire, and we'll turn it into good account, said Timms, taking out his notebook and writing down what he had just heard. I have reason to think that every dollar Miss Monson has uttered since her confinement— Imprisonment would be a better word, Mr. Timms, interrupted the doctor. I see no great difference, replied the literal attorney, but imprisonment if you prefer it. I have reason to think that every dollar Mary Monson has put in circulation since she entered the jail at Bybury has come from either young Mr. Wilmeter or myself in exchange for $100 notes, and in one instance for a note of $500. She is well off, I can tell you, gentlemen, and if she is to be executed, her executor will have something to do when all is over. You do not intend to allow her to be hanged, Timms? Demanded McBrain, aghast. Not if I can help it, doctor, and this lie about the money, when clearly disproved, will be of capital service to her. Let them circulate it as much as they please. The rebound will be in proportion to the blow. The more they circulate that foolish rumor, the better it will be for our client when we come to trial. I suppose you are right, Timms, though I could prefer plainer dealings. A cause in which you are employed, however, must have more or less of management. Which is better, Squire, than your law and evidence. But what else has Mr. McBrain to tell us? I hear that Peter Goodwin's nephew, who it seems have some expectations from the old people, is particularly savage, and leaves no stone unturned to get up a popular feeling against the accused. He had best beware, said Dunscombe, his usually colorless but handsome face flushing as he spoke. I shall not trifle in a matter of this sort. Ha, Timms! Lord bless you, Squire, Dukes County folks wouldn't understand a denial of the privilege to say what they please in a case of the sort. They fancy this is liberty, and, touch my honor, take your poker, is not more sensitive than the feelin' of liberty in these parts. I'm afraid that not only this Joe Davis, but the reporters will say just what they please, and Mary Monson's rights will whistle for it. You will remember that our judge is not only a brand new one, but he drew the 2 years' term into the bargain. No, I think it will be wisest to let the law, the old principles, and the right and true liberty quite alone, and to bow the knee to things as they are. A good deal is said about our fathers and their wisdom, and patriotism, and sacrifices, but nobody dreams of doing as they did, or of reasoning as they reasoned. Life is made up in reality of these little matters in a corner, while the great principles strut about in buckram, for men to admire them and talk about them. I do take considerable delight, Squire Dunscombe, in hearing you enlarge on a principle, whether it be in law, morals, or politics. But I should no more think of practicing on 'em than I should think of refusing a $1,000 fee. Is that your price? Demanded McBrain with curiosity. Do you work for as large a sum as that in this case, Timms? I'm paid, doctor, just as you was. The attorney never stuck at grammar. Just as you was for that great operation on the Wall Street Millenarian." "Millionaire, you mean, Timms," said Dunscombe coolly. "It means one worth a million." "I never attempt a foreign tongue but I stumble," said the attorney simply, for he knew that both his friends were familiar with his origin, education, and advancement in life, and that it was wisest to deny nothing to them. "But since I have been so much with Mary Monson and her woman, I do own a desire to speak the language they use." Again Dunscombe regarded his associate intently, something comical gleaming in his eye. "Timms, you have fallen in love with our handsome client," he quietly remarked. "No, sir, not quite as bad as that, yet, though I will acknowledge that the lady is very interesting. Should she be acquitted, and could we only get some knowledge of her early history, why, that might put a new face on matters. I must drive over to Byberry in the morning, and have another interview with the lady myself. And now, Ned, I will join your wife, and read an epithalamium prepared for this great occasion. You need not trouble yourself to follow, the song being no novelty, for I have read it twice before on your account." A hearty laugh at his own wit concluded the discourse on the part of the great York counsellor, though Timms remained some time longer with the doctor, questioning the latter touching opinions and facts gleaned by the physician in the course of his circuit. End of chapter 13.
Section 14 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 14. From his brimstone bed at break of day, a-walking the devil is gone, to visit his little snug farm of the earth, and see how his stock went on. Coleridge. Dunscombe was as good as his word. Next morning he was on his way to Bibury. He was thoughtful, had laid a bundle of papers on the front seat of the carriage, and went his way musing and silent. Singularly enough, his only companion was Anna Updike, who had asked a seat in the carriage timidly, but with an earnestness that prevailed. Had Jack Wilmeder been at Bibury, this request would not have been made. But she knew he was in town, and that she might make the little excursion without the imputation of indelicacy, so far as he was concerned. Her object will appear in the course of the narrative. The best tavern in Bibury was kept by Daniel Horton. The wife of this good man had a native propensity to talk that had been essentially cultivated in the course of 25 years' practice in the inn where she had commenced her career as maid, and was now finishing it as mistress. As is common with persons of her class, she knew hundreds of those who frequented her house, calling each readily by name, and treating everyone with a certain degree of professional familiarity that is far from uncommon in country inns. "Mr. Dunscombe, I declare," cried this woman, as she entered the room, and found the counsellor and his companion in possession of her best parlour. "This is a pleasure I did not expect until the circuit. It's quite 20 years, squire, since I had the pleasure of first waiting on you in this house, and a pleasure it has always been, for I've not forgotten the ejectment suit that you carried for Horton when we was only new beginners. I am glad to see you, sir. Welcome to Bibury, as is this young lady who is your daughter, I presume, Mr. Dunscombe?" "You forget that I am a bachelor, Mrs. Horton, no marrying man in any sense of the word." "I might have known that had I reflected a moment, for they say Mary Monson employs none but bachelors and widowers in her case, and you are her counsel, I know." "This is a peculiarity of which I was not aware. Timms is a bachelor, certainly, as well as myself, but to whom else can you allude? Jack Wilmeder, my nephew, can hardly be said to be employed at all, nor, for that matter, Michael Millington, though neither is married." "Yes, sir, we both know of the last well, they having lodged with us. If young Mr. Wilmeder is single, I fancy it is not his own fault." Here Mrs. Horton looked very wise, but continued talking. Young gentlemen of a good appearance and handsome fortunes commonly have not much difficulty in getting wives, not as much as young ladies. For you men make the law, and you give your own sex the best chance, almost as a matter of course. "Pardon me, Mrs. Horton," interrupted Dunscombe a little formally, like one who felt great interest in the subject. "You were remarking that we have the best chance of getting married, and here have I been a bachelor all my life, trying in vain to enter into the happy state of matrimony, if indeed it deserved to be so termed." "It could not be very difficult for you to find a companion," said the landlady, shaking her head, "and for the reason I have just given." "Which was?" "That you men have made the laws and profit by them. You can ask whom you please, but a woman is obliged to wait to be asked." "You never were in a greater mistake in your life, I do assure you, my good Mrs. Horton. There is no such law on the subject. Any woman may put the question, as well as any man. This was the law, and I don't think the code has changed it." "Yes, I know that well enough, and get laughed at, and pointed at for her pains. I know that a good deal is said about leap year, but who ever heard of a woman's putting the question? I fancy that even Mary Monson would think twice before she took so bold a step once." "Mary Monson!" exclaimed Dunscombe, suddenly turning towards his hostess. "Has she a reputation for being attentive to gentlemen?" "Not that I know of, but—" "Then allow me to say, my good Mrs. Horton," interrupted the celebrated counselor, with a manner that was almost austere, "that you have been greatly to blame in hazarding the sort of remark you did. If you know nothing of the character you certainly insinuated, you should have said nothing. It is very extraordinary that women, alive as they must be to the consequences to one of their own sex, are ever more ready than men to throw out careless and frequently malicious hints that take away a reputation and do a melancholy amount of harm in the world. Slander is the least respectable, the most unchristianlike, and the most unladylike vice of all the secondary sins of your sex. One would think the danger you are all exposed to in common would teach you greater caution." "Yes, sir, that is true, but this Mary Monson is in such a pickle already that it is not easy to make her case much worse," answered Mrs. Horton, a good deal frightened at the austerity of Dunscombe's rebuke, for his reputation was too high to render his good or bad opinions a matter of indifference to her. "If you only knew the half that is said of her in Dukes, you wouldn't mind a careless word or so about her. Everybody thinks her guilty, and a crime more or less can be of no great matter to the likes of her." "Ah, Mrs. Horton, these careless words do a vast deal of harm. They insinuate away a reputation in a breath, and my experience has taught me that they who are the most apt to use them are persons whose own conduct will least bear the light. Women with a whole log heap of beams in their own eyes are remarkable for discovering motes. Give me the female who floats along quietly in her sphere, unoffending and charitable, wishing for the best, and as difficult to be brought to think as to do evil. But they talk a good deal against my client, do they?" "More than I have ever known folks talk against any indicted person, man or woman. The prize fighters who were in for murder had a pretty hard time of it, but nothing to Mary Monson's. In short, until Squire Timms came out in her favor, she had no chance at all." "This is not very encouraging, certainly, but what is said, Mrs. Horton, if you will suffer me to put the question?" "Why, Squire Dunscombe," answered the woman, pursing up a very pretty American mouth of her own, "a body is never sure that you won't call what she says slander." "Poh, poh! You know me better than that. I never meddle with that vile class of suits. I am employed to defend Mary Monson, you know." "Yes," And are well paid for it too, Squire Dunscombe, if all that a body hears is true, interrupted Mrs. Horton a little spitefully. $5,000, they say, to a cent. Dunscombe, who was working literally without other reward than the consciousness of doing his duty, smiled, while he frowned at this fresh instance of the absurdities into which rumor can lead its votaries. Bowing a little apology, he coolly lighted a cigar and proceeded. Where is it supposed that Mary Monson can find such large sums to bestow, Mrs. Horton? He quietly asked, when his cigar was properly lighted. It is not usual for young and friendless women to have pockets so well lined. Nor is it usual for young women to rob and murder old ones, Squire. Was Mrs. Goodwin's stocking thought to be large enough to hold sums like that you have mentioned? Nobody knows. Gold takes but little room, as witness Californy. There was General Wilton. Everyone thought him rich as Caesar. Do you not mean Croesus, Mrs. Horton? Well, Caesar or Croesus both were rich, I do suppose, and General Wilton was thought the equal of either. But when he died, his estate wouldn't pay his debt. On the other hand, old Davy Davidson was set down by nobody at more than 20,000, and he left 10 times that much money. So I say nobody knows. Mrs. Goodwin was always a saving woman, though Peter would make the dollars fly if he could get at them. There was certainly a weak spot in Peter, though known to but a very few. Dunscombe now listened attentively. Every fact of this nature was of importance just then, and nothing could be said of the murdered couple that would not induce all engaged in the cause to prick up their ears. I have always understood that Peter Goodwin was a very respectable sort of a man, observed Dunscombe, with a profound knowledge of human nature, which was far more likely to induce the woman to be communicative in the way of opposition than by any other process. As respectable a man as any one about here. So he might be, but he had his weak points as well as other respectable men, though, as I have said already, his'n wasn't generally known. Everybody is respectable, I suppose, until they're found out. But Peter is dead and gone, and I have no wish to disturb his grave, which I believe to be a sinful act. This sounded still more ominously, and it greatly increased Dunscombe's desire to learn more. Still, he saw that great caution must be used, Mrs. Horton choosing to affect much tenderness for her deceased neighbor's character. The counselor knew human nature well enough to be aware that indifference was sometimes as good a stimulant as opposition, and he now thought it expedient to try the virtue of that quality. Without making any immediate answer, therefore, he desired the attentive and anxious Anna Updike to perform some little office for him, thus managing to get her out of the room, while the hostess stayed behind. Then his cigar did not quite suit him, and he tried another, making divers little delays that set the landlady on the tenterhooks of impatience. Yes, Peter is gone, dead and buried. And I hope the sod lies lightly on his remains, she said, sighing ostentatiously. Therein you are mistaken, Mrs. Horton, the counselor coolly remarked. The remains of neither of those found in the ruins of the house are underground yet, but are kept for the trial. What a time we shall have of it! So exciting and full of mystery! And you might add custom, Mrs. Horton. The reporters alone, who will certainly come from town like an inroad of Cossacks, will fill your house. Yes, and themselves too. To be honest with you, Squire Dunscombe, too many of those gentry wish to be kept for nothing to make them pleasant boarders. I dare say, however, we shall be full enough next week. I sometimes wish there was no such thing as justice after a hard-working Oyer and Terminer court. You should be under no concern, my good Mrs. Horton, on that subject. There is really so little of the thing you have mentioned that no respectable woman need make herself unhappy about it. So Peter Goodwin was a faultless man, was he? As far from it as possible, if the truth was said of him, and seeing the man is not absolutely underground, I do not know why it may not be told. I can respect the grave as well as another, but as he is not buried, one may tell the truth. Peter Goodwin was by no means the man he seemed to be. In what particular did he fail, my good Mrs. Horton? To be good, in Dunscombe's eyes, the landlady well knew, was a great honor, and she was flattered as much by the manner in which the words were uttered as by their import. Womanlike, Mrs. Horton was overcome by this little bit of homage, and she felt disposed to give up a secret which, to do her justice, had been religiously kept now for some 10 or 12 years between herself and her husband. As she and the counsel were alone, dropping her voice a little, more for the sake of appearances than for any sufficient reason, the landlady proceeded. Why, you must know, Squire Dunscombe, that Peter Goodwin was a member of Meeton, and a professing Christian, which I suppose was all the better for him, seeing that he was to be murdered. And do you consider his being a professing Christian, as you call it, a circumstance to be concealed? Not at all, sir, but I consider it a good reason why the facts I am about to tell you ought not to be generally known. Scoffers abound, and I take it that the feelings of a believer ought to be treated more tenderly than those of an unbeliever for the Church's sake. That is a fashion of the times, too, one of the ways of the hour, whether it is to last or not. But proceed as you please, my good Mrs. Horton. I am quite curious to know by what particular sin Satan managed to overcome this professing Christian. He drank, Squire Dunscombe. No, he guzzled, for that is the best word. You must know that Dolly was avarice itself. That's the reason she took this Mary Monson in to board, though her house was no ways suited for boarders, standing out of the way, with only one small spare bedroom, and that under the roof. Had she let this stranger woman come to one of the regular houses, as she might have done, and been far better accommodated than it was possible for her to be in a garret, it is not likely she would have been murdered. She lost her life, as I tell Horton, for meddling with other people's business. If such were the regular and inevitable punishment of that particular offence, my good landlady, there would be a great dearth of ladies, said Tom Dunscombe a little dryly. But you were remarking that Peter Goodwin, the member of Meeting, and Mary Monson's supposed victim, had a weakness in favor of strong liquor? Juleps were his choice. I've heard of a part of the country, somewhere about Virginia, I believe it is, where teetotalers make an exception in favor of juleps. It may do there, Squire Dunscombe, but it won't do here. No liquor undoes a body in this part of the country sooner than mint juleps. I will find you 10 constitutions that can hold out agin brandy, or plain grog, or even grog, beer, and cider, all 3 together, where you can find me one that will hold out agin juleps. I always set down a regular julep fancier as a case, that is, in this part of the country. Very true, my good landlady, and very sensible and just. I consider you a sensible and just woman, whose mind has been enlarged by an extensive acquaintance with human nature. A body does pick up a good deal in and around a bar, Squire Dunscombe. Pick up, indeed. I've known 'em picked up by the dozen myself. And Peter would take the juleps? Awfully fond of them. He no more dared to take one at home, however, than he dared to go and ask Minister Watch to make him one. No, he knowed better where the right sort of article was to be had, and always came down to our house when he was dry. Horton mixes stiff, or we should have been a good deal better off in the world than we are. Not that we're miserable as it is, but Horton takes it strong himself, and he mixes strong for others. Peter soon found this out, and he fancied his juleps more, as he has often told me himself, than the juleps of the great Bowery man, who has a name for 'em far and near. Horton can mix a julep if he can do nothing else. And Peter Goodwin was in the habit of frequenting your house privately to indulge this propensity? I'm almost ashamed to own that he did. Perhaps it was sinful in us to let him, but a body must carry out the idee of trade. Our trade is tavern keeping, and it's our business to mix liquors. Though Minister Watch says almost every Sabbath that professors should do nothing out of sight that they wouldn't do before the whole congregation. I don't hold to that, however, for it would soon break up tavern keeping altogether. Yes, Peter did drink awfully in a corner. To intoxication, do you mean, Mrs. Horton? To delirium tremens, sir. Yes, full up to that. His way was to come down to the village on the pretense of business, and to come right to our house, where I've known him to take 3 juleps in the first half hour. Sometimes he'd pretend to go to town to see his sister, when he would stay 2 or 3 days upstairs in a room that Horton keeps for what he calls his cases. He has given the room the name of his ward. Hospital ward, he means. Is the worthy Mr. Horton a member of the meeting also, my good landlady? Mrs. Horton had the grace to color, but she answered without stammering, habit fortifying us in moral discrepancies much more serious than even this. He was, and I don't know but I may say he is yet, though he hasn't attended now for more than 2 years. The question got to be between meetin' and the bar carried the day, so far as Horton is concerned. I've held out better, I hope, and expect to gain a victory. It's quite enough to have one backslider in a family, I tell my husband, squire. A sufficient supply, ma'am, quite a sufficiency. So Peter Goodwin lay in your house drunk days at a time? I'm sorry to say he did. He was here a week once, with delirium tremens on him, but Horton carried him through by the use of juleps, for that's the time to take 'em, everybody says. And we got him home without old Dolly's knowing that he hadn't been with his sister the whole time. That turn satisfied Peter for 3 good months. Did Peter pay as he went, or did you keep a score? Ready money, sir. Catch us keeping an account with a man when his wife ruled the roast. No, Peter paid like a king for every mouthful he swallowed. I am far from certain that the comparison is a good one, kings being in no degree remarkable for paying their debts. But is it not possible that Peter may have set his own house on fire, and thus have caused all this calamity, for which my client is held responsible? I've thought that over a good deal since the murder, squire, but don't well see how it can be made out. Setting the building on fire is simple enough, but who killed the old couple, and who robbed the house, unless this Mary Monson did both? The case has its difficulties, no doubt, but I have known the day to dawn after a darker night than this. I believe that Mrs. Goodwin and her husband were very nearly of the same height. Exactly. I've seen them measure back to back. He was a very short man, and she a very tall woman. Do you know anything of a German female who is said to have lived with the unfortunate couple? There has been some talk of such a person since the fire, but Dolly Goodwin kept no help. She was too stingy for that. Then she had no need of it, being very strong and stirring for her time of life. Might not a boarder like Miss Monson have induced her to take this foreigner into her family for a few weeks? The nearest neighbors, those who would be most likely to know all about it, say that no wages were given, the woman working for her food and lodging. Squire Dunscombe, you'll never make it out that any German killed Peter and his wife. Perhaps not, though even that is possible. Such, however, is not the object of my present inquiries. But here comes my associate counsel, and I will take another occasion to continue this conversation, my good Mrs. Horton." Timms entered with a hurried air. For the first time in his life he appeared to his associate and old master to be agitated. Cold, calculating, and cunning, this man seldom permitted himself to be so much thrown off his guard as to betray emotion. But now he actually did. There was a tremor in his form that extended to his voice, and he seemed afraid to trust the latter even in the customary salutations. Nodding his head, he drew a chair and took his seat. "You have been to the jail?" asked Dunscombe. A nod was the answer. "You were admitted and had an interview with our client?" Nod the third was the only reply. "Did you put the questions to her as I desired?" "I did, sir, but I would sooner cross-examine all dukes than undertake to get anything she does not wish to tell out of that one young lady." "I fancy most young ladies have a faculty for keeping such matters to themselves as they do not wish to reveal. Am I to understand that you got no answers?" "I really do not know, squire. She was polite and obliging and smiling, but somehow or other I do not recollect her replies." "You must be falling in love, Timms, to return with such an account," retorted Dunscombe, a cold but very sarcastic smile passing over his face. "Have a care, sir. 'Tis a passion that makes a fool of a man sooner than any other. I do not think there is much danger of the lady's returning your flame, unless indeed you can manage to make her acquittal a condition of the match." "I am afraid, dreadfully afraid, her acquittal will be a very desperate affair," answered Timms, passing his hands down his face as if to wipe away his weakness. "The deeper I get into the matter, the worse it appears." "Have you given our client any intimation to this effect?" "I hadn't the heart to do it. She is just as composed and calm and tranquil and judicious, yes, and ingenious, as if she were only the counsel in this affair of life and death. I couldn't distrust so much tranquillity. I wish I knew her history." My interrogatories pointed out the absolute necessity of her furnishing us with the means of enlightening the court and jury on that most material point, should the worst come to the worst. "I know they did, sir, but they no more got at the truth than my own pressing questions. I should like to see that lady on the stand above all things. I think she would bother Saucy Williams and fairly put him out of countenance. By the way, sir, I hear he is employed against us by the nephew, who is quite furious about the loss of the money, which he pretends was a much larger sum than the neighborhood has commonly supposed." "I have always thought the relations would employ someone to assist the public prosecutor in a case of this magnitude. The theory of our government is that the public virtue will see the laws executed. But in my experience, Timms, this public virtue is a very acquiescent and indifferent quality, seldom troubling itself even to abate a nuisance, until its own nose is offended or its own pocket damaged. Roguery is always more active than honesty. I found that out long since, squire. But it is natural for a public prosecutor not to press one on trial for life, and the accused a woman closer than circumstances seem to demand. It is true that popular feeling is strong agin Mary Monson, but it is well in the nephew to fee such a bulldog as Williams, if he wishes to make a clean sweep of it." "Does our client know this?" "Certainly. She seems to know all about her case, and has a strange pleasure in entering into the mode and manner of her defense. It would do your heart good, sir, to see the manner in which she listens and advises and consults. She's wonderful handsome at such times." "You are in love, Timms, and I shall have to engage some other assistant. First Jack, and then you. Humph! This is a strange world, of a verity." "I don't think it's quite as bad with me as that," said Timms, this time rubbing his shaggy eyebrows as if to ascertain whether or not he were dreaming. though I must own I do not feel precisely as I did a month since. I wish you would see our client yourself, sir, and make her understand how important it is to her interest that we should know something of her past history. Do you think her name is rightfully set forth in the indictment? By no means, but as she has called herself Mary Monson, she cannot avail herself of her own acts. Certainly not. I asked merely as a matter of information. She must be made to feel the necessity of fortifying us on that particular point, else it will go far towards convicting her. Jurors do not like aliases. She knows this already, for I have laid the matter before her again and again. Nothing seems to move her, however, and as to apprehension, she appears to be above all fear. This is most extraordinary. Have you interrogated the maid? How can I? She speaks no English, and I can't utter a syllable in any foreign tongue. Ha! Does she pretend to that much ignorance? Marie Moulin speaks very intelligible English, as I know from having conversed with her often. She is a clever, prudent Swiss from one of the French cantons, and is known for her fidelity and trustworthiness. With me she will hardly venture to practice this deception. If she has feigned ignorance of English, it was in order to keep her secrets. Timms admitted the probability of its being so. Then he entered into a longer and more minute detail of the state of the case. In the first place, he admitted that, in spite of all his own efforts to the contrary, the popular feeling was setting strong against their client. Frank Williams, as he called the saucy person who bore that name, had entered into the struggle might and main, and was making his customary impressions. His fees must be liberal, continued Timms, and I should think are in some way dependent on the result, for I never saw the fellow more engaged in my life. This precious code does allow such a bargain to be made between the counsel and his client, or any other bargain that is not downright conspiracy, returned Dunscombe. But I do not see what is to be shared, even should Mary Monson be hanged. Do not speak in that manner of so agreeable a person, cried Timms, actually manifesting emotion. It is unpleasant to think of. It is true, a conviction will not bring money to the prosecution, unless it should bring to light some of Mrs. Goodwin's hoards. Dunscombe shrugged his shoulders, and his associate proceeded with his narrative. Two of the reporters were offended, and their allusions to the cause, which were almost daily in their respective journals, were ill-natured, and calculated to do great harm, though so far covered as to wear an air of seeming candor. The natural effect of this constant dropping in a community accustomed to refer everything to the common mind had been to wear away the stone. Many of those who, at first, had been disposed to sustain the accused, unwilling to believe that one so young, so educated, so modest in deportment, so engaging in manners, and of the gentler sex, could possibly be guilty of the crimes imputed, were now changing their opinions, under the control of this potent and sinister mode of working on the public sentiment. The agents employed by Timms to counteract this malign influence had failed of their object, they working merely for money, while those of the other side were resenting what they regarded as an affront. The family of the Burtons, the nearest neighbors of the Goodwins, no longer received Timms with the frank cordiality that they had manifested in the earlier period of his intercourse with them. Then they had been communicative, eager to tell all that they knew, and, as the lawyer fancied, even a little more, while they were now reserved, uneasy, and indisposed to let one half of the real facts within their knowledge be known. Timms thought they had been worked upon, and that they might expect some hostile and important testimony from that quarter. The consultation ended by an exclamation from Dunscombe on the subject of the abuses that were so fast creeping into the administration of justice, rendering the boasted freemen of America though in a different mode, little more likely to receive its benefit from an unpolluted stream than they who live under the worn-out and confessedly corrupt systems of the old world. Such is the tendency of things, and such one of the ways of the hour. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 15. Are those her ribs through which the sun did peer, as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death, and are there two? Is death that woman's mate? The Phantom Ship. After a short preparatory interview with Anna Updike, Dunscombe repaired to the jail, whither he had already dispatched a note to announce his intended visit. Good Mrs. Gott received him with earnest attention, for as the day of trial approached, this kind-hearted woman manifested a warmer and warmer interest in the fate of her prisoner. "You are welcome, Mr. Dunscombe," said this well-disposed and gentle turnkey, as she led the way to the door that opened on the gallery of the jail, "and welcome again and again. I do wish this business may fall into good hands, and I'm afraid Timms is not getting on with it as well as he might. My associate has the reputation of being a skillful attorney and a good manager, Mrs. Gott." "So he has, Mr. Dunscombe, but somehow, I scarce know how myself, but somehow he doesn't get along with this cause as well as I have known him to get along with others. The excitement in the county is terrible, and Gott has had 7 anonymous letters to let him know that if Mary Monson escape, his hopes from the public are gone forever. I tell him not to mind such contemptible things, but he is frightened half out of his wits. It takes good courage, squire, to treat an anonymous letter with the contempt it merits." "It sometimes does, indeed. Then you think we shall have uphill work with the defense?" "Dreadful! I've never known a cause so generally tried out of doors as this. What makes the matter more provoking, Mary Monson might have had it all her own way if she had been so minded, for at first she was popularity itself with all the neighbors. Folks naturally like beauty and elegance and youth, and Mary has enough of each to make friends anywhere." "What, with the ladies?" said Dunscombe, smiling. "Surely not with your sex, Mrs. Gott." "Yes, with the women as well as with the men, if she would only use her means. But she stands in her own light. Crowds have been round the outer windows to hear her play on the harp. They tell me she uses the real Jew's harp, Squire Dunscombe, such as Royal David used to play on, and that she has great skill. There is a German in the village who knows all about music, and he says Mary Monson has been excellently taught by the very best masters. It is extraordinary, yet it would seem to be so. Will you have the goodness to open the door, Mrs. Gott?" "With all my heart," answered this, in one sense, very singular turnkey, though in another a very everyday character, jingling her keys, but not taking a forward step to comply. "Mary Monson expects you. I suppose, sir, you know that saucy Frank Williams is retained by the friends of the Goodwins?" "Mr. Timms has told me as much as that. I cannot say, however, that I have any particular apprehension of encountering Mr. Williams." "No, sir, not you, I'll engage, not in open court, but out of doors he's very formidable." "I trust this cause, one involving the life and reputation of a very interesting female, will not be tried out of doors, Mrs. Gott. The issue is too serious for such a tribunal." "So a body would think, but a great deal of law business is settled, they tell me, under the sheds, and in the streets, and in the taverns." most especially in the jurors' bedrooms, and settled in a way it ought not to be. I am afraid you are nearer right than every just-minded person could wish. But we will talk of this another time. The door, if you please, now. Yes, sir, in 1 minute. It would be so easy for Mary Monson to be just as popular with everybody in Bibury as she is with me. Let her come to one of the side windows of the gallery this evening, and show herself to the folks, and play on that harp of hers, and royal David himself could not have been better liked by the Jews of old than she would soon be by our people hereabouts. It is probably now too late. The court sits in a few days, and the mischief, if any there be, must be done. No such thing, begging your pardon, squire. There's that in Mary Monson that can carry anything she pleases. Folks now think her proud and consequential, because she will not just stand at one of the grates and let them look at her a little. I am afraid, Mrs. Gott, your husband has taught you a greater respect for those you call the people than they deserve to receive at your hands. Gott is dreadfully afraid of them, and he is set apart by the laws to see them executed on these very people, interrupted Dunscombe with a sneer, to levy on their possessions, keep the peace, enforce the laws. In short, to make them feel, whenever it is necessary, that they are governed. God says that the people will rule. That's his great saying. Will seem to rule is true enough, but the most that the mass of any nation can do is occasionally to check the proceedings of their governors. The everyday work is most effectually done by a favored few here, just as it is done by a favored few everywhere else. The door now, if you please, my good Mrs. Gott. Yes, sir, in 1 minute. Dear me, how odd that you should think so. Why, I thought that you were a Democrat, Mr. Dunscombe. So I am, as between forms of government, but I never was fool enough to think that the people can really rule, further than by occasional checks and rebukes. What would Gott say to this? Why, he is so much afraid of the people that he tells me he never does anything without fancying someone is looking over his shoulders. Aye, that is a very good rule for a man who wishes to be chosen sheriff. To be a bishop, it would be better to remember the omniscient eye. I do declare, oh, God never thinks of that, more's the pity, applying the key to the lock. When you wish to come out, squire, just call at this grate. Then dropping her voice to a whisper, try and persuade Mary Monson to show herself at one of the side grates. But Dunscombe entered the gallery with no such intention. As he was expected, his reception was natural and easy. The prisoner was carefully, though simply dressed, and she appeared all the better, most probably, for some of the practised arts of her woman. Marie Moulin herself kept modestly within the cell, where indeed she passed most of her time, leaving the now quite handsomely furnished gallery to the uses of her mistress. After the first few words of salutation, Dunscombe took the chair he was invited to occupy, a good deal at a loss how to address a woman of his companion's mien and general air as a culprit about to be tried for her life. He first attempted words of course. I see you have had a proper regard to your comforts in this miserable place, he remarked. Do not call it by so forbidding a name, Mr. Dunscombe, was the answer, given with a sorrowful but exceedingly winning smile. It is my place of refuge. Do you still persist in refusing to tell me against what, Miss Monson? I persist in nothing that ought not to be done, I hope. At another time I may be more communicative. But if what Mrs. Gott tells me is correct, I need these walls to prevent my being torn to pieces by those she calls the people outside. Dunscombe looked with amazement at the being who quietly made this remark on her own situation. Of beautiful form, with all the signs of a gentle origin and refined education, young, handsome, delicate, nay, dainty of speech and acts, there she sat, indicted for arson and murder, and about to be tried for her life, with the composure of a lady in her drawing-room. The illuminated expression that at times rendered her countenance so very remarkable had now given place to one of sobered sadness, though apprehension did not appear to be in the least predominant. The sheriff has instilled into his wife a very healthful respect for those she calls the people. Healthful for one who looks to their voices for his support. This is very American. I suppose it to be much the same everywhere. I have been a good deal abroad, Mr. Dunscombe, and cannot say I perceive any great difference in men. Nor is there any, though circumstances cause different modes of betraying their weaknesses, as well as what there is in them that is good. But the people in this country, Miss Monson, possess a power that, in your case, is not to be despised. As Mrs. Gott would intimate, it may be prudent for you to remember that. Surely you would not have me make an exhibition of myself, Mr. Dunscombe, at the window of a jail. As far from that as possible, I would have you do nothing that is unbecoming one of your habits and opinions, nothing, in short, that would be improper as a means of defense by one accused and tried by the state. Nevertheless, it is always wiser to make friends than to make enemies. Mary Monson lowered her eyes to the carpet, and Dunscombe perceived that her thoughts wandered. They were not on her critical situation. It was indispensably necessary, however, that he should be explicit, and he did not shrink from his duty. Gently but distinctly, and with a clearness that a far less gifted mind than that of the accused could comprehend, he now opened the subject of the approaching trial. A few words were first ventured on its grave character, and on the vast importance it was in all respects to his client, to which the latter listened attentively, but without the slightest visible alarm. Next, he alluded to the stories that were in circulation, the impression they were producing, and the danger there was that her rights might be affected by these sinister opinions. "But I am to be tried by a judge and a jury, they tell me," said Mary Monson, when Dunscombe ceased speaking. "They will come from a distance, and will not be prejudiced against me by all this idle gossip." Judges and jurors are only men, and nothing goes farther with less effort than your idle gossip. Nothing is repeated accurately, or it is very rare to find it so, and those who only half comprehend a subject are certain to relate with exaggerations and false colorings. How then can the electors discover the real characters of those for whom they are required to vote? Demanded Mary Monson, smiling, or get just ideas of the measures they are to support or to oppose? Half the time they do neither. It exceeds all our present means, at least, to diffuse sufficient information for that. The consequence is that appearances and assertions are made to take the place of facts. The mental food of the bulk of this nation is an opinion, simulated by the artful to answer their own purposes. But the power of the masses is getting to be very formidable, more formidable in a way never contemplated by those who formed the institutions than in any way that was foreseen. Among other things, they begin to hold the administration of justice in the hollow of their hands. I am not to be tried by the masses, I trust. If so, my fate would be very hard, I fear, judging from what I hear in my little excursions in the neighborhood. Excursions, Miss Monson, repeated the astonished Dunscombe. Excursions, sir. I make one for the benefit of air and exercise every favorable night at this fine season of the year. Surely you would not have me cooped up here in a jail without the relief of a little fresh air. With the knowledge and concurrence of the sheriff, or that of his wife? Perhaps not strictly with those of either, though I suspect good Mrs. Gott has an inkling of my movements. It would be too hard to deny myself air and exercise, both of which are very necessary to my health, because I am charged with these horrid crimes." Dunscombe passed a hand over his brow, as if he desired to clear his mental vision by friction of the physical, and for a moment sat absolutely lost in wonder. He scarce knew whether he was or was not dreaming. "And you have actually been outside of these walls, Miss Monson?" he exclaimed at length. "20 times at least. Why should I stay within them, when the means of quitting them are always in my power?" As Mary Monson said this, she showed her counsel a set of keys that corresponded closely with those which good Mrs. Gott was in the habit of using whenever she came to open the door of that particular gallery. A quiet smile betrayed how little the prisoner fancied there was anything remarkable in all this. "Are you aware, Miss Monson, it is felony to assist a prisoner to escape?" "So they tell me, Mr. Dunscombe, but as I have not escaped, or made any attempt to escape, and have returned regularly and in good season to my jail, no one can be harmed for what I have done. Such at least is the opinion of Mr. Timms." Dunscombe did not like the expression of face that accompanied this speech. It might be too much to say it was absolutely cunning, but there was so much of the maneuvering of one accustomed to manage in it that it awakened the unpleasant distrust that existed in the earlier days of his intercourse with this singular young woman, and which had now been dormant for several weeks. There was, however, so much of the cold polish of the upper classes in his client's manner that the offending expression was thrown off from the surface of her looks, as light is reflected from the ground and silvered mirror. At the very instant which succeeded this seeming gleam of cunning, all was calm, quiet, refined, gentle, and without apparent emotion in the countenance of the accused. "Timms," repeated Dunscombe slowly. "So he has known of this, and I dare say has had an agency in bringing it about? As you say it is felony to aid a prisoner to escape, I can say neither yes nor no to this, Mr. Dunscombe, lest I betray an accomplice. I should rather think, however, that Mr. Timms is not a person to be easily caught in the meshes of the law." Again the counselor disliked the expression, though Mary Monson looked unusually pretty at that particular moment. He did not pause to analyze his feelings notwithstanding, but rather sought to relieve his own curiosity, which had been a good deal aroused by the information just received. "As you have not hesitated to tell me of what you call your excursions, Miss Monson," he continued, "perhaps you will so far extend your confidence as to let me know where you go?" "I can have no objection to that. Mr. Timms tells me the law cannot compel a counsel to betray his client's secrets, and of course I am safe with you. Stop, I have a duty to perform that has been too long delayed. Gentlemen of your profession are entitled to their fees, and as yet I have been very remiss in this respect. Will you do me the favor, Mr. Dunscombe, to accept that which you will see has been some time in readiness to be offered?" Dunscombe was too much of a professional man to feel any embarrassment at this act of justice, but he took the letter, broke the seal even before his client's eyes, and held up for examination a note for $1,000. Prepared as he was by Tim's account for a liberal reward, this large sum took him a good deal by surprise. "This is an unusual fee, Miss Monson," he exclaimed, "one much more considerable than I should expect from you, were I working for remuneration, as in your case I certainly am not. Gentlemen of the law look for their reward, I believe, as much as others. We do not live in the times of chivalry, when gallant men assisted distressed damsels as a matter of honor, but in what has well been termed a bank-note world. I have no wish to set myself up above the fair practices of my profession, and am as ready to accept a fee as any man in Nassau Street. Nevertheless, I took your case in hand with a very different motive. It would pain me to be obliged to work for a fee on the present unhappy occasion." Mary Monson looked grateful, and for a minute she seemed to be reflecting on some scheme by which she could devise a substitute for the old-fashioned mode of proceeding in a case of this sort. "You have a niece, Mr. Dunscombe," she at length exclaimed, "as Marie Moulin informs me, a charming girl, and who is about to be married?" The lawyer assented by an inclination of the head, fastening his penetrating black eyes on the full, expressive, grayish blue ones of his companion. "You intend to return to town this evening?" said Mary Monson in continuation. "Such is my intention. I came here today to confer with you and Mr. Timms on the subject of the trial, to see how matters stand on the spot, by personal observation, and to introduce to you one who feels the deepest interest in your welfare, and desires most earnestly to seek your acquaintance." The prisoner was now silent, interrogating with her singularly expressive eyes. "It is Anna Updike, the stepdaughter of my nearest friend, Dr. McBrayne, and a very sincere, warm-hearted, and excellent girl." "I have heard of her, too," returned Mary Monson, with a smile so strange that her counsel wished she had not given this demonstration of a feeling that seemed out of place under all the circumstances. "They tell me she is a most charming girl, and that she is a very great favorite with your nephew, the young gentleman whom I have styled my legal vidette." "Vidette? That is a singular term to be used by you." "Oh, you will remember that I have been much in countries where such persons abound. I must have caught the word from some of the young soldiers of Europe. But Mr. John Wilmeder is an admirer of the young lady you have named?" "I hope he is. I know of no one with whom I think he would be more likely to be happy." Dunscombe spoke earnestly, and at such times his manner was singularly sincere and impressive. It was this appearance of feeling and nature that gave him the power he possessed over juries, and it may be said to have made no small part of his fortune. Mary Monson seemed to be surprised, and she fastened her remarkable eyes on the uncle in a way that might have admitted of different interpretations. Her lips moved as if she spoke to herself, and the smile that succeeded was both mild and sad. "To be sure," added the prisoner slowly, "my information is not on the very best authority, coming as it does from a servant, but Marie Moulin is both discreet and observant." "She is tolerably well qualified to speak of Anna Updike, having seen her almost daily for the last 2 years. But we are all surprised that you should know anything of this young woman." "I know her precisely as she is known to your niece and Miss Updike. In other words, as a maid, who is much esteemed by those she serves. But," apparently wishing to change the discourse, "we are forgetting the purpose of your visit all this time, Mr. Dunscombe. Do me the favor to write your address in town, and that of Dr. McBrayne, on this card, and we will proceed to business." Dunscombe did as desired, when he opened on the details that were the object of his little journey. As had been the case in all his previous interviews with her, Mary Monson surprised him with the coolness with which she spoke of an issue that involved her own fate, for life or for death. While she carefully abstained from making any allusion to circumstances that might betray her previous history, she shrunk from no inquiry that bore on the acts of which she had been accused. Every question put by Dunscombe that related to the murders and the arson was answered frankly and freely, there being no wish apparent to conceal the minutest circumstance. She made several exceedingly shrewd and useful suggestions on the subject of the approaching trial, pointing out defects in the testimony against her, and reasoning with singular acuteness on particular facts that were known to be much relied on by the prosecution. We shall not reveal these details any further in this stage of our narrative, for they will necessarily appear at length in our subsequent pages, but shall confine ourselves to a few of those remarks that may be better given at present. "I do not know, Mr. Dunscombe," Mary Monson suddenly said, while the subject of her trial was yet under discussion, "that I have ever mentioned to you the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin were not happy together. One would think, from what was said at the time of the inquest, that they were a very affectionate and contented couple. But my own observation, during the short time I was under their roof, taught me better. The husband drank, and the wife was avaricious and very quarrelsome. I am afraid, sir, there are few really happy couples to be found on earth." "If you knew McBrain better, you would not say that, my dear Miss Monson," answered the counselor with a sort of glee. "There's a husband for you! A fellow who is not only happy with one wife, but who is happy with three, as he will tell you himself. Not all at the same time, I hope, sir." Dunscombe did justice to his friend's character by relating how the matter really stood, after which he asked permission to introduce Anna Updike. Mary Monson seemed startled at this request, and asked several questions, which induced her counsel to surmise that she was fearful of being recognized. Nor was Dunscombe pleased with all the expedients adopted by his client in order to extract information from him. He thought they slightly indicated cunning, a quality that he might be said to abhor. Accustomed as he was to all the efforts of ingenuity in illustrating a principle or maintaining a proposition, he had always avoided everything like sophistry and falsehood. This weakness on the part of Mary Monson, however, was soon forgotten in the graceful manner in which she acquiesced in the wish of the stranger to be admitted. The permission was finally accorded, as if an honor were received, with the tact of a female and the easy dignity of a gentlewoman. Anna Updike possessed a certain ardor of character that had more than once given her prudent and sagacious mother uneasiness, and which sometimes led her into the commission of acts, always innocent in themselves, and perfectly under the restraint of principles which the world would have been apt to regard as imprudent. Such, however, was far from being her reputation, her modesty, and the diffidence with which she regarded herself, being amply sufficient to protect her from the common observation, even while most beset by the weakness named. Her love for John Wilmeder was so disinterested, or to herself so seemed to be, that she fancied she could even assist in bringing about his union with another woman, were that necessary to his happiness. She believed that this mysterious stranger was, to say the least, an object of intense interest with John, which soon made her an object of intense interest with herself, and each hour increased her desire to become acquainted with one so situated, friendless, accused, and seemingly suspended by a thread over an abyss as she was. When she first made her proposal to Dunscombe to be permitted to visit his client, the wary and experienced counselor strongly objected to the step. It was imprudent, could lead to no good, and might leave an impression unfavorable to Anna's own character. But this advice was unheeded by a girl of Anna Updike's generous temperament. Quiet and gentle as she ordinarily appeared to be, there was a deep undercurrent of feeling and enthusiasm in her moral constitution that bore her onward in any course which she considered to be right, with a total abnegation of self. This was a quality to lead to good or evil, as it might receive a direction, and happily nothing had yet occurred in her brief existence to carry her away towards the latter goal. Surprised at the steadiness and warmth with which his young friend persevered in her request, Dunscombe, after obtaining the permission of her mother, and promising to take good care of his charge, was permitted to convey Anna to Bibury in the manner related. Now that her wish was about to be gratified, Anna Updike, like thousands of others who have been more impelled by impulses than governed by reason, shrank from the execution of her own purposes. But the generous ardor revived in her in time to save appearances. and she was admitted by well-meaning Mrs. Scott to the gallery of the prison, leaning on Dunscombe's arm, much as she might have entered a drawing-room in a regular morning call. The meeting between these two charming young women was frank and cordial, though slightly qualified by the forms of the world. A watchful and critical observer might have detected less of nature in Mary Monson's manner than in that of her guest, even while the welcome she gave her visitor was not without cordiality and feeling. It is true that her courtesy was more elaborate and European, if one may use the expression, than it is usual to see in an American female, and her air was less ardent than that of Anna. But the last was highly struck with her countenance and general appearance, and on the whole not dissatisfied with her own reception. The power of sympathy and the force of affinities soon made themselves felt, as between these two youthful females. Anna regarded Mary as a stranger most grievously wronged, and forgetting all that there was which was questionable or mysterious in her situation, or remembering it only to feel the influence of its interest, while she submitted to a species of community of feeling with John Wilmeder, as she fancied, and soon got to be as much entranced with the stranger as seemed to be the fate of all who approached the circle of her acquaintance. On the other hand, Mary Monson felt a consolation and gratification in this visit, to which she had long been a stranger. Good Mrs. Scott was kind-hearted and a woman, but she had no claim to the refinement and peculiar sensibilities of a lady, while Marie Moulin, discreet, respectful, even wise as she was in her own way, was, after all, nothing but an upper servant. The chasm between the cultivated and the uncultivated, the polished and the unpolished, is wide, and the accused fully appreciated the change when one of her own class in life, habits, associations, and, if the reader will, prejudices, so unexpectedly appeared to sympathize with and to console her. Under such circumstances, 3 or 4 hours made the two fast and deeply interested friends on their own accounts, to say nothing of the effect produced by the generous advances of one and the perilous condition of the other. Dunscombe returned to town that evening, leaving Anna Updike behind him, ostensibly under the care of Mrs. Scott. Democracy has been carried so far on the high road of ultraism in New York as in very many interests to become the victim of its own expedients. Perhaps the people are never so far from exercising a healthful, or indeed any authority at all, as when made to seem, by the expedients of demagogues, to possess an absolute control. It is necessary merely to bestow a power which it is impossible for the masses to wield with intelligence in order to effect this little piece of legerdemain in politics, the quasi-people in all such cases becoming the passive instruments in the hands of their leaders, who strengthen their own authority by this seeming support of the majority. In all cases, however, in which the agency of numbers can be felt, its force is made to prevail, the tendency necessarily being to bring down all representation to the level of the majority. The effect of the change has been pretty equally divided between good and evil. In many cases benefits have accrued to the community by the exercise of this direct popular control, while in probably quite as many the result has been exactly the reverse of that which was anticipated. In no one instance, we believe it will be generally admitted, has the departure from the old practice been less advantageous than in rendering the office of sheriff elective. Instead of being a leading and independent man, who has a pride in his position, and regards the character of his county as he does his own, this functionary has got to be, 9 times in 10, a mere political maneuverer, who seeks the place as a reward for party labors, and fills it very much for his personal benefit, conferring no dignity on it by his own position and character, lessening its authority by his want of the qualities calculated to increase it, and in a good many instances making it quite as difficult to wrest money from his hands as from those of the original debtor. It is a consequence of this state of things that the sheriff has quite lost all, or nearly all, of the personal consideration that was once connected with his office, and has sunk, in most of the strictly rural counties, into a jailer and the head of the active bailiffs. His object is altogether money, and the profit connected with the keeping of the prisoners, now reduced almost entirely to felons, the accused, and persons committed for misdemeanors, is one of the inducements for aspiring to an office once so honorable. In this state of things, it is not at all surprising that Dunscombe was enabled to make such an arrangement with Mrs. Gott as would place Anna Updike in a private room in the house attached to the jail, and which formed the sheriff's dwelling. The counselor preferred leaving her with Mrs. Horton, but to this Anna herself objected, both because she had taken a strong dislike to the garrulous but shrewd landlady, and because it would have separated her too much from the person she had come especially to console and sympathize with. The arrangement made, Dunscombe, as has already been mentioned, took his departure for town, with the understanding that he was to return the succeeding week, the circuit and oyer and terminer sitting on Monday, and the district attorney, Mr. Garth, having given notice to her counsel that the indictment against Mary Monson would be certainly traversed the second day of the sitting, which would be on Tuesday. End of Section 15. Section 16 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 16. Let her locks be the reddest that ever were seen, and her eyes may be e'en any colour but green. Be they light, grey, or black, their lustre and hue, I swear I've no choice, only let her have two. The Duenna. 2 days after this, Dunscombe was in his library late at night, holding a brief discourse with McBrain's coachman, who has been already introduced to the reader. Some orders had been given, to the last, in relation to another trip to Bibury, whether the master and our lawyer were to proceed next day. The man was an old and indulged servant, and often took great liberties in these conferences. In this respect, the Americans of his class differ very little from the rest of their fellow creatures, notwithstanding all that has been said and written to the contrary. They obey the impulses of their characters much as the rest of mankind, though not absolutely without some difference in manner. "I supposes, Squire Dunscombe, that this is like to be the last journey that I and the doctor will have to take soon again, in that quarter," coolly observed Stephen, when his master's friend had told him the hour to be at the door, with the other preparations that would be necessary. "Unless we should happen to be called in at the post-mortal." "Post-mortem, you must mean, Hoof," a slight smile flashing on the lawyer's countenance, and as quickly disappearing. "So you consider it a settled thing that my client is to be found guilty?" "That's what they say, sir, and things turn out in this country pretty much as they say aforehand. For my part, sir, I never quite liked the criminal's looks." "Her looks? I do not know where you would go to find a more lovely young woman, Stephen." This was said with a vivacity and suddenness that startled the coachman a little. Even Dunscombe seemed surprised at his own animation, and had the grace to change color. The fact was that he too was feeling the influence of woman, youthful, lovely, spirited, refined, and surrounded with difficulties. This was the third of Mary Monson's conquests since her arrest, if John Wilmeder's wavering admiration could be placed in this category. viz., Tim's, the nephew, and the counselor himself. Neither was absolutely in love, but each and all submitted to an interest of an unusual degree in the person, character, and fortunes of this unknown female. Tim's alone had got so far as to contemplate a marriage, the idea having crossed his mind that it might be almost as useful as popularity to become the husband of one possessed of so much money. "I'll not deny her good looks, squire," returned Stephen Hoof, or Stephen Huff as he called himself, "but it's her bad looks that isn't so much to my fancy. Why, sir, once the doctor had a horse that was agreeable enough to the eye, having a good colour in most of the pints, but who wasn't no traveller, not a bit on't. One that knowed the animal could see where the fault lay, the fetlock joint being uncommon longish, and that's what I call good looks and bad looks." "You mean, Stephen," said Dunscombe, who had regained all his sang-froid, "that Mary Monson has a bad-looking ankle, I suppose, wherein I think you miserably mistaken. No matter, she will not have to travel under your lash very far. But how is it with the reporters? Do you see any more of your friend that asks so many questions?" "They be an axin set, squire, if anybody can be so called," returned Stephen, grinning. "Would you think it, sir, one day when I was coming in from Timbolly Empty, one on 'em axed me for a ride, a chap as hadn't his foot in a regular private coach since he was born, a wanting to drive about in a vehicle as well known as Dr. McBrain's best carriage. Them's the sort of chaps that spreads all the reports that's going up and down the land, they tell me." "They do their share of it, Stephen, though there are enough to help them who do not openly belong to their corps. Well, what does your acquaintance want to know now?" "Uncommon curious, squire, about the bones. He axed me more than 40 questions, what we thought of 'em, and about their being male or female bones, and how we knowed, and a great many more such matters. I answered him according to my abilities, and so he made an article on the subject, and sent me the papers." "An article concerning Mary Monson, and on your information?" "Sartain, sir, and the bones. Why, they cut articles out of much narrower cloth, I can tell you, squire. There's the cooks and chambermaids and waiters about town, none of which can hold up their heads with a regular long-established physician's coachman, who goes far ahead of even an omnibus driver in public estimation, as you must know, squire. But such sort of folks furnish many an article for the papers nowadays. Yes, and articles that ladies and gentlemen read." "That is certainly a singular source of useful knowledge. One must hope they are well grounded, or they will soon cease to be ladies and gentlemen at all. Have you the paper about you, Stephen?" Hoof handed the lawyer a journal folded with a paragraph in view that was so much thumbed and dirtied it was not very easy to read it. "We understand that the trial of Mary Monson for the murder of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin," said the article, "will come off in the adjoining county of Dukes at a very early day. Strong attempts have been made to make it appear that the skeletons found in the ruins of Goodwin's dwelling, which our readers will remember was burned at the time of the murders, are not human bones. But we have been at great pains to investigate this very material point, and have no hesitation in giving it as our profound conviction that it will be made to appear that these melancholy memorials are all that remain of the excellent couple who were so suddenly taken out of existence. We do not speak lightly on this subject, having gone to the fountainhead for our facts as well as for our science." "Hoof on McBrain," muttered Dunscombe, arching his brows. "This is much of a piece, with quite one half of the knowledge that is poured into the popular mind nowadays. Thank you, Stephen. I will keep this paper, which may be of use at the trial." "I thought our opinions was worth something more than nothing, sir." answered the gratified coachman. "A body doesn't ride at all hours, day and night, year arter year, and come out where he started. I wishes you to keep that 'ere paper, squire, a little carefully, for it may be wanted in the college, where they reads all sorts o' things, one o' these days." "It shall be cared for, my friend. I hear someone at the street door bell. It is late for a call, and I fear Peter has gone to bed. See who is there, and good night." Stephen withdrew, the ringing being repeated a little impatiently, and was soon at the street door. The fellow admitted the visitors and went ruminating homeward, Dunscombe maintaining a very respectable reputation, in a bachelor point of view, for morals. As for the lawyer himself, he was in the act of reading a second time the precious opinion expressed in the journals, when the door of his library opened, a little hesitatingly it must be confessed, and two females stood on its threshold. Although his entirely unexpected visitors were so much muffled in shawls and veils, it was not possible to distinguish even the outlines of their persons. Dunscombe fancied each was youthful and handsome the instant he cast his eyes on them. The result showed how well he guessed. Throwing aside the garments that concealed their forms and faces, Mary Monson and Anna Updike advanced into the room. The first was perfectly self-possessed and brilliantly handsome, while her companion, flushed with excitement and exercise, was not much behind her in this important particular. Dunscombe started, and fancied there was felony even in his hospitality. "You know how difficult it is for me to travel by daylight," commenced Mary Monson, in the most natural manner in the world. "That, and the distance we had to drive, must explain the unseasonableness of this visit. You told me once yourself that you are both a late and an early man, which encouraged me to venture. Mr. Timms has written me a letter, which I have thought it might be well to show you. There it is, and when you have cast an eye over it, we will speak of its contents." "Why, this is very much like a conditional proposal of marriage!" cried Dunscombe, dropping the hand that held the letter as soon as he had read the first paragraph. "Conditional, so far as the result of your trial is concerned." I forgot the opening of the epistle, giving very little thought to its purport, though Mr. Timms has not written me a line lately that has not touched on this interesting subject. A marriage between him and me is so entirely out of the way of all the possibilities that I look upon his advances as mere embellishment. I have answered him directly in the negative once, and that ought to satisfy any prudent person. They tell me no woman should marry a man she has once refused, and I shall plead this as a reason for continued obduracy." This was said pleasantly, and without the least appearance of resentment, but in a way to show she regarded her attorney's proposal as very much out of the beaten track. As for Dunscombe, he passed his hand over his brows, and read the rest of a pretty long letter with grave attention. The purely business part of this communication was much to the point, important, clearly put, and every way creditable to the writer. The lawyer read it attentively a second time, ere he once opened his mouth in comments. "And why is this shown to me?" he asked, a little vexed, as was seen in his manner. "I have told you it is felony to assist a prisoner in an attempt to escape." "I have shown it to you because I have not the remotest intention, Mr. Dunscombe, to attempt anything of the sort. I shall not quit my asylum so easily." "Then why are you here at this hour, with the certainty that most of the night must be passed on the road, if you mean to return to your prison ere the sun reappears?" "For air, exercise, and to show you this letter. I am often in town, but am compelled, for more reasons than you are acquainted with, to travel by night. May I ask where you obtain a vehicle to make these journeys in?" "I use my own carriage, and trust to a very long-tried and most faithful domestic. I think Miss Updike will say he drove us not only carefully, but with great speed." On that score we have no grounds of complaint. But I am very much fatigued, and must ask permission to sleep for an hour. You have a drawing room, I take it for granted, Mr. Dunscombe? My niece fancies she has two. Shall I put lights in one of them? By no means. Anna knows the house as well as she does her mother's, and will do the honors. On no account let Miss Wilmeder be disturbed. I am a little afraid of meeting her, since we have practiced a bit of treachery touching Marie Moulin. But no matter, 1 hour on a sofa in a dark room is all I ask. That will bring us to midnight, when the carriage will again be at the door. You wish to see your mother, my dear, and here is a safe and very suitable attendant to accompany you to her house and back again. All this was said pleasantly, but with a singular air of authority, as if this mysterious being were accustomed to plan out and direct the movements of others. She had her way. In a minute or two she was stretched on a sofa, covered with a shawl. The door was closed on her, and Dunscombe was on his way to Mrs. McBrain's residence, which was at some distance from his own, with Anna leaning on his arm. "Of course, my dear," said the lawyer, as he and his beautiful companion left his own door at that late hour of the night, "we shall see no more of Mary Monson?" "Not see her again? I should be very, very sorry to think that, sir." "She is no simpleton, and means to take Tim's advice. That fellow has written a strong letter, in no expectation of its being seen, I fancy, in which he points out a new source of danger, and plainly advises his client to abscond. I can see the infatuation of love in this, for the letter, if produced, would bring him into great trouble." "And you suppose, sir, that Mary Monson intends to follow this advice?" "Beyond a question. She is not only a very clever, but she is a very cunning woman. This last quality is one that I admire in her the least. I should be half in love with her myself." This was exactly the state of the counselor's feelings towards his client, in spite of his bravado and affected discernment, a woman's charms often overshadowing a philosophy that is deeper even than his. "But for this very trait, which I find little to my taste, I take it for granted you are sent home to be put under your mother's care, where you properly belong, and I am got out of the way to save me from the pains and penalties of an indictment for felony." "I think you do not understand Mary Monson, Uncle Tom," so Anna had long called her friend's relative, as it might be in anticipation of the time when the appellation would be correct. "She is not the sort of person to do as you suggest, but would rather make it a point of honor to remain and face any accusation whatever. She must have nerves of steel to confront justice in a case like hers, and in the present state of public feeling in Dukes. Justice is a very pretty thing to talk about, my dear, but we old practitioners know that it is little more in human hands than the manipulations of human passions. Of late years the outsiders, outside barbarians they might very properly be termed, have almost as much to do with the result of any warmly contested suit as the law and evidence. Who is on the jury is the first question asked nowadays, not what are the facts. I have told all this very plainly to Mary Monson." "To induce her to fly?" asked Anna prettily, and a little smartly. "Not so much that, as to induce her to consent to an application for delay. The judges of this country are so much overworked, so little paid, and usually are so necessitous that almost any application for delay is granted. Business at chambers is sadly neglected, for that is done in a corner, and does not address itself to the public eye, or seek public eulogiums. But he is thought the cleverest fellow who will soonest sweep out a crowded calendar. Causes are tried by tallow candles until midnight, with half the jurors asleep, and hard-working men, accustomed to be asleep by 8 each night, are expected to keep their thoughts and minds active in the face of all these obstacles." Do you tell me this, Uncle Tom, in the expectation that I am to understand it? I beg your pardon, child, but my heart is full of the failing justice of the land. We shout hosannas in praise of the institutions, while we shut our eyes to the gravest consequences that are fast undermining us in the most important of all our interests. But here we are already. I had no notion we had walked so fast. Yes, there is Papa McBrain's one-horse vehicle, well emptied of its contents, I hope, by a hard day's work. A doctor's life must be so laborious, exclaimed the pretty Anna. I think nothing could tempt me to marry a physician. It is well a certain lady of our acquaintance was not of your way of thinking, returned Dunscombe, laughing, for his good humour always returned when he could give his friend a rub on his matrimonial propensities. Else would McBrain have been troubled to get his last and best. Never mind, my dear, he is a good-natured fellow, and will make a very kind papa. Anna made no reply, but rang the bell a little pettishly, for no child likes to have a mother married a second time, there being a much greater toleration for fathers, and asked her companion in. As the wife of a physician in full practice, the bride had already changed many of her long-cherished habits. In this respect, however, she did no more than follow the fortunes of woman, who so cheerfully makes any sacrifice in behalf of him she loves. If men were only one half as disinterested, as self-denying, and as true as the other sex, in all that relates to the affections, what a blessed state would that of matrimony be! Still there are erring and selfish, and domineering and capricious, vain, heartless and self-willed females, whom nature never intended for married life, and who are guilty of a species of profanation when they stand up and vow to love, honor, and obey their husbands. Many of these disregard their solemn pledges made at the altar, and under the immediate invocation of the deity, as they would disregard a promise made in jest, and think no more of the duties and offices that are so peculiarly the province of their sex, than of the passing and idle promises of vanity. But if such women exist, and that they do, our daily experience proves, they are as exceptions to the great law of female faith, which is tenderness and truth. They are not women in character, whatever they may be in appearance, but creatures in the guise of a sex that they discredit and caricature. Mrs. McBrain was not a person of the disposition just described. She was gentle and good, and bid fair to make the evening of her second husband's days very happy. Sooth to say, she was a good deal in love, notwithstanding her time of life, and the still more mature years of the bridegroom, and had been so much occupied with the duties and cares that belonged to her recent change of condition as to be a little forgetful of her daughter. At no other period of their joint lives would she have permitted this beloved child to be absent from her, under such circumstances, without greater care for her safety and comforts. But there is a honey week as well as a honeymoon, and the intenseness of its feelings might very well disturb the ordinary round of even maternal duties. Glad enough, however, was she now to see her daughter, when Anna, blooming and smiling and blushing, flew into her mother's arms. "There she is, Mrs. Updike, I beg pardon, married woman, and Mrs. McBrain," cried Dunscombe. "Ned is such an uneasy fellow. He keeps all his friends in a fever with his emotions and love and matrimony, and that just suits him, as he has only to administer a pill and set all right again. But there she is, safe and unmarried, thank heaven, which is always a sort of consolation to me. She's back again, and you will do well to keep her until my nephew Jack comes to ask permission to carry her off for good and all." Anna blushed more deeply than ever, while the mother smiled and embraced her child. Then succeeded questions and answers, until Mrs. McBrane had heard the whole story of her daughter's intercourse with Mary Monson, so far as it had been made known to the reader. Beyond that, Anna did not think herself authorized to go, or if she made any revelation, it would be premature for us to repeat it. "Here we are, all liable to be indicted for felony," cried Dunscombe, as soon as the young lady had told her tale. "Timms will be hanged in place of his client, and we three will have cells at Sing Sing as accessories before the act. Yes, my dear bride, you are what the law terms a particeps criminis, and may look out for the sheriff before you are a week older." "And why all this, Mr. Dunscombe?" demanded the half amused, half frightened Mrs. McBrane. "For aiding and abetting a prisoner in breaking jail. Mary Monson is off, beyond a question. She lay down in Sarah's drawing room, pretending to be wearied 10 minutes since, and has no doubt got through with her nap already, and is on her way to Canada or Texas or California or some other out-of-the-way country, Cuba for aught I know." "Is this so, think you, Anna?" "I do not, mamma. So far from believing Mary Monson to be flying to any out-of-the-way place, I have no doubt that we shall find her fast asleep on Mr. Dunscombe's sofa." "Uncle Dunscombe's sofa, if you please, young lady." "No, sir, I shall call you uncle no longer," answered Anna, blushing scarlet, until "You have a legal claim to the use of the word. Well, that will come in due time, I trust. If not, it shall be my care to see you have a title to a still dearer appellation. There, widow, Mrs. McBrane, I mean, I think that will do. But seriously, child, you cannot imagine that Mary Monson means ever to return to her prison, there to be tried for life." "If there is faith in woman, she does, sir. Else would I not have exposed myself to the risk of accompanying her." "In what manner did you come to town, Anna?" asked the anxious mother. "Are you not now at the mercy of some driver of a hackney coach, or of some public cabman?" "I understand that the carriage which was in waiting for us, half a mile from Bibury, is Mrs. Monson's." "Mrs.!" interrupted Dunscombe. "Is she then a married woman?" Anna looked down, trembled, and was conscious of having betrayed a secret. So very precious to herself had been the communication of Marie Moulin on this point, that it was ever uppermost in her thoughts, and it had now escaped her under an impulse she could not control. It was too late, however, to retreat, and a moment's reflection told her it would every way be better to tell all she knew, on this one point at least. This was soon done, for even Marie Moulin's means of information were somewhat limited. This Swiss had formerly known the prisoner by another name, though what name she would not reveal. This was in Europe, where Marie had actually passed 3 years in this mysterious person's employment. Marie had even come to America in consequence of this connection at the death of her own mother, but, unable to find her former mistress, had taken service with Sarah Wilmeder. Mary Monson was single and unbetrothed when she left Europe. Such was Marie Moulin's statement. But it was understood she was now married, though to whom she could not say. If Anna Updike knew more than this, she did not reveal it at that interview. "Ah, here is another case of a wife's elopement from her husband," interrupted Dunscombe, as soon as Anna reached this point in her narration, "and I dare say something or other will be found in this wretched code to uphold her in her disobedience. You have done well to marry Mrs. McBrane, for, according to the modern opinions in these matters, instead of providing yourself with a lord and master, you have only engaged an upper servant." "No true-hearted woman can ever look upon her husband in so degrading a light," answered the bride with spirit. "That will do for 3 days, but wait to the end of 3 years. There are runaway wives enough at this moment, roaming up and down the land, setting the laws of God and man at defiance, and jingling their purses, when they happen to have money, under their lawful husbands' noses, high enough to set up a three-tailed bashaw. But this damnable code will uphold them in some shape or other, my life for it. One can't endure her husband because he smokes. Another finds fault with his not going to church but once a day. Another quarrels with him for going 3 times. Another says he has too much dinner company. And another protests she can't get a male friend inside of her house. All these ladies, forgetful as they are of their highest earthly duties, forgetful as they are of woman's very nature, are the models of divine virtues, and lay claim to the sympathies of mankind. They get those of fools, but prudent and reflecting men shake their heads at such wandering deuces. "You are severe on us women, Mr. Dunscombe," said the bride. "Not on you, my dear Mrs. McBrain, never a syllable on you. But go on, child. I have had the case of one of these vagrant wives in my hands, and know how mistaken has been the disposition to pity her. Men lean to the woman's side, but the frequency of the abuse is beginning to open the eyes of the public. Go on, Anna dear, and let us hear it all, or all you have to tell us." Very little remained to be related. Marie Moulin herself knew very little of that which had occurred since her separation from her present mistress in France. She did make one statement, however, that Anna had deemed very important, but which she felt bound to keep as a secret, in consequence of the injunctions received from the Swiss. "I should have a good deal to say about this affair," observed Dunscombe, when his beautiful companion was done, "did I believe that we shall find Mary Monson on our return to my house. In that case I should say to you, my dear widow, Mrs. McBrain, I mean, the devil take that fellow Ned, he'll have half the women in town bearing his name before he is done. Well, heaven be praised, he can neither marry me, nor give me a stepfather, let him do his very best. There's comfort in that consideration, at any rate." "You were about to tell us what you would do," put in the bride, slightly vexed, yet too well assured of the counselor's attachment to her husband to feel angry. "You must know how much value we all give to your advice." "I was about to say that Anna should not return to this mysterious convict. No, she is not yet convicted, but she is indicted, and that is something. But return she should not, were there the least chance of our finding her on our return home. Let her go, then, and satisfy her curiosity, and pass the night with Sarah, who must be through with her first nap by this time." Anna urged her mother to consent to this arrangement, putting forward her engagement with Mary Monson not to desert her. McBrain driving to the door from paying his last visit that night, his wife gave her assent to the proposition, the tenderest mother occasionally permitting another and more powerful feeling to usurp the place of maternal care. Mrs. McBrain, it must be admitted, thought more of the bridegroom, 60 as he was, than of her charming daughter, nor was she yet quite free from the awkwardness that ever accompanies a new connection of this nature when there are grown-up children, more especially on the part of the female. Then Anna had communicated to her mother a most material circumstance, which it does not suit our present purpose to reveal. "Now for a dozen pair of gloves that we do not find Mary Monson," said the lawyer, as he walked smartly towards his own residence, with Anna Updike under his arm. "Done!" cried the young lady. "And you shall pay if you lose, as bound in honor. Peter," the gray-headed black who answered the summons to the door, "will be glad enough to see us, for the old fellow is not accustomed to let his young rogue of a master in at midnight with a charming young woman under his arm." Anna Updike was right. Mary Monson was in a deep sleep on the sofa. So profound was her rest, there was a hesitation about disturbing her, though 12, the hour set for the return of the carriage to Bibury, was near. For a few minutes Dunscombe conversed with his agreeable companion in his own library. "If Jack knew of your being in the house, he would never forgive my not having him called." "I shall have plenty of occasions for seeing Jack," returned the young lady, coloring. "You know how assiduous he is in this cause, and how devoted he is to the prisoner." "Do not run away with any such notion, child. Jack is yours, heart and soul." "Hist! There is the carriage. Mary must be called." Away went Anna, laughing, blushing, but with tears in her eyes. In a minute Mary Monson made her appearance, somewhat refreshed and calmed by her short nap. "Make no excuse for waking me, Anna," said this unaccountable woman. "We can both sleep on the road. The carriage is as easy as a cradle, and luckily the roads are quite good." "Still they lead to a prison, Mrs. Monson." The prisoner smiled, and seemed to be lost in thought. It was the first time any of her new acquaintances had ever addressed her as a married woman, though Marie Moulin, with the exception of her first exclamation at their recent meeting, had invariably used the appellation of Madame. All this, however, was soon forgotten in the leave-taking. Dunscombe thought he had seldom seen a female of higher tone of manners or greater personal charms than this singular and mysterious young woman appeared to be, as she curtsied her adieu. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 17. What then avail impeachments, or the law's severest condemnation, while the Queen may snatch him from the uplifted hand of justice? Earl of Essex. Perhaps the most certain proof that any people can give of a high moral condition is in the administration of justice. Absolute infallibility is unattainable to men, but there are wide chasms in right and wrong, between the legal justice of one state of society and that of another. As the descendants of Englishmen, we in this country are apt to ascribe a higher tone of purity to the courts of the mother country than to those of any other European nation. In this we may be right, without inferring the necessity of believing that even the ermine of England is spotless, for it can never be forgotten that Bacon and Jeffreys once filled her highest judicial seats, to say nothing of many others, whose abuses of their trusts have doubtless been lost in their comparative obscurity. Passing from the parent to its offspring, the condition of American justice, so far as it is dependent on the bench, is a profound moral anomaly. It would seem that every known expedient of man has been resorted to render it corrupt, feeble, and ignorant. Yet he would be a hardy, not to say an audacious commentator, who should presume to affirm that it is not entitled to stand in the very foremost ranks of human integrity. Ill paid, without retiring pensions, with nothing to expect in the way of family and hereditary honors and dignities, with little, in short, either in possession or in prospect, to give any particular inducement to be honest. It is certain that, as a whole, the judges of this great republic may lay claim to be classed among the most upright of which history furnishes any account. Unhappily, popular caprice and popular ignorance have been brought to bear on the selection of the magistrates of late, and it is easy to predict the result, which, like that on the militia, is soon to pull down even this all-important machinery of society to the level of the common mind. Not only have the obvious and well-earned inducements to keep men honest competence, honors, and security in office been recklessly thrown away by the open hand of popular delusion, but all the minor expedients by which those who cannot think might be made to feel have been laid aside, leaving the machinery of justice as naked as the hand. Although the colonial system was never elaborated in these last particulars, there were some of its useful and respectable remains down as late as the commencement of the present century. The sheriff appeared with his sword. The judge was escorted to and from the courthouse to his private dwelling with some show of attention and respect, leaving a salutary impression of authority on the ordinary observer. All this has disappeared. The judge slips into the county town almost unknown, lives at an inn amid a crowd of lawyers, witnesses, suitors, jurors, and horse shedders, as Timbs calls them, finds his way to the bench as best he may, and seems to think that the more work he can do in the shortest time is the one great purpose of his appointment. Nevertheless, these men, as yet, are surprisingly incorrupt and intelligent. How long it will remain so, no one can predict. If it be for a human life, however, the working of the problem will demonstrate the fallibility of every appreciation of human motives. One bad consequence of the depreciation of the office of a magistrate, however, has long been apparent, in the lessening of the influence of the judge on the juries, the power that alone renders the latter institution even tolerable. This is putting an irresponsible, usually an ignorant, and often a corrupt arbiter in the judgment seat, in lieu of the man of high qualities for which it was alone intended. The circuit and oyez and terminer for dukes presented nothing novel in its bench, its bar, its jurors, and we might add its witnesses. The first was a cool-headed, dispassionate man, with a very respectable amount of legal learning and experience, and a perfectly fair character. No one suspected him of acting wrong from evil motives, and when he did err, it was ordinarily from the pressure of business, though occasionally he was mistaken, because the books could not foresee every possible phase of a case. The bar was composed of plain, hard-working men, materially above the level of Timbs, except in connection with mother wit, better educated, better mannered, and as a whole of materially higher origin, though as a body neither profoundly learned nor of very refined deportment. Nevertheless, these persons had a very fair portion of all the better qualities of the northern professional men. They were shrewd, quick in the application of their acquired knowledge, ready in their natural resources, and had that general aptitude for affairs that probably is the fruit of a practice that includes all the different branches of the profession. Here and there was a usurer and extortioner among them, a fellow who disgraced his calling by running up unnecessary bills of cost, by evading the penal statutes passed to prevent abuses of this nature, and by cunning attempts to obtain more for the use of his money than the law sanctioned. But such was not the general character of the Duke's county bar, which was rather to be censured for winking at irregular proceedings out of doors, for brow-beating witnesses, and for regarding the end so intensely as not always to be particular in reference to the means, than for such gross and positively illegal and oppressive measures as those just mentioned. As for the jurors, they were just what that ancient institution might be supposed to be, in a country where so many of the body of the people are liable to be summoned. An unusually large proportion of these men, when all the circumstances are considered, were perhaps as fit to be thus employed as could be obtained from the body of the community of any country on earth, but a very serious number were altogether unsuited to perform the delicate duties of their station. Fortunately, the ignorant are very apt to be influenced by the more intelligent in cases of this nature, and by this exercise of a very natural power, less injustice is committed than might otherwise occur. Here, however, is the opening for the horse shedding and pillowing of which Timms has spoken, and of which so much use is made around every country courthouse in the state. This is the crying evil of the times, and taken in connection with the enormous abuse which is rendering a competition in news a regular money-getting occupation, one that threatens to set at defiance all laws, principles, and facts. A word remains to be said of the witnesses. Perhaps the rarest thing connected with the administration of justice all over the world is an intelligent, perfectly impartial, clear-headed, discriminating witness, one who distinctly knows all he says, fully appreciates the effect of his words on the jury, and who has the disposition to submit what he knows solely to the law and the evidence. Men of experience are of opinion that an oath usually extracts the truth. We think so too, but it is truth as the witness understands it, facts as he has seen them, and opinions that, unconsciously to himself, have been warped by reports, sneers, and malice. In a country of popular sway like this, there is not one man in 1,000 probably who has sufficient independence of mind, or sufficient moral courage, to fancy he has seen even a fact, if it be of importance, differently from what the body of the community has seen it. And nothing is more common than to find witnesses coloring their testimony, lessening its force by feeble statements, or altogether abandoning the truth under this pressure from without, in cases of a nature and magnitude to awake a strong popular feeling. It is by no means uncommon, indeed, to persuade one class of men, by means of this influence, that they did not see that which actually occurred before their eyes, or that they did see that which never had an existence. Under no circumstances do men congregate with less meritorious motives than in meeting in and around a court of justice. The object is victory, and the means of obtaining it will not always bear the light. The approaching circuit and oyez and terminer of dukes was no exception to the rule. A crowd of evil passions, of sinister practices, and of plausible pretenses, being arrayed against justice and the law in 2/3 of the causes on the calendar. Then it was that Timms and Saucy Williams, or Dick Williams, as he was familiarly termed by his associates, came out in their strength, playing off against each other the outdoor practices of the profession. The first indication that the former now got of the very serious character of the struggle that was about to take place between them was in the extraordinary civility of Saucy Williams when they met in the bar-room of the inn they each frequented, and which had long been the arena of their antagonistical wit and practices. "I never saw you look better, Timms," said Williams, in the most cordial manner imaginable. "On the whole, I do not remember to have ever seen you looking so well. You grow younger instead of older every day of your life. By the way, do you intend to move on Butterfield against town this circuit?" "I should be glad to do it if you are ready. Cross notices have been given, you know." Williams knew this very well, and he also knew that it had been done to entitle the respective parties to costs in the event of anything occurring to give either side an advantage. The cause being one of those nuts out of which practitioners are very apt to extract the whole of the kernel before they are done with it. "Yes, I am aware of that, and I believe we are quite ready. I see that Mr. Towne is here, and I observe several of his witnesses, but I have so much business, I have no wish to try a long slander cause." words spoken in heat, and never thought of again, but to make a profit of them. You are employed against us in the murder case, I hear? I rather think the friends of the deceased so regarded, but I have scarcely had time to look at the testimony before the coroner. This was a deliberate mystification, and Timms perfectly understood it as such, well knowing that the other had given the outdoor work of the case nearly all of his time for the last fortnight. And I don't like to move in one of these big matters without knowing what I am about. Your senior counsel has not yet arrived from town, I believe? He cannot be here until Wednesday, having to argue a great insurance case before the Superior Court today and tomorrow. This conversation occurred after the grand jury had been charged, the petty jurors sworn, and the judge had heard several motions for correcting the calendar, laying causes over, etc., etc. 2 hours later, the district attorney being absent in his room, engaged with the grand jury, Williams arose and addressed the court, which had just called the first civil cause on the calendar. May it please the court, he said coolly, but with the grave aspect of a man who felt he was dealing with a very serious matter. There is a capital indictment depending, a case of arson and murder, which it is the intention of the state to call on at once. The judge looked still more grave than the counsel, and it was easy to see that he deeply regretted it should fall to his lot to try such an issue. He leaned forward with an elbow on the very primitive sort of desk with which he was furnished by the public, indented it with the point of his knife, and appeared to be passing in review such of the circumstances of this important case as he had become acquainted with judicially. We say judicially, for it is not an easy thing for either judge, counsel, or jurors, in the state of society that now exists, to keep distinctly in their minds that which has been obtained under legal evidence from that which floats about the community on the thousand tongues of rumor, fact from fiction. Nevertheless, the respectable magistrate, whose misfortune it was to preside on this very serious occasion, was a man to perform all his duty to the point where public opinion or popular clamor is encountered. The last is a bugbear that few have moral courage to face, and the evil consequences are visible hourly, daily, almost incessantly in most of the interests of life. This popular feeling is the great moving lever of the republic, the wronged being placed beneath the fulcrum, while the outer arm of the engine is loaded with numbers. Thus it is that we see the oldest families among us quietly robbed of their estates after generations of possession, the honest man proscribed, the knave and demagogue deified, mediocrity advanced to high places, and talents and capacity held in abeyance, if not actually trampled underfoot. Let the truth be said, these are evils to which each year gives additional force, until the tyranny of the majority has taken a form and combination which, unchecked, must speedily place every personal right at the mercy of plausible but wrong-doing popular combinations. "Has the prisoner been arraigned?" asked the judge. "I remember nothing of the sort." "No, your honor," answered Timms, now rising for the first time in the discussion, and looking about him as if to scan the crowd for witnesses. "The prosecution does not yet know the plea we shall put in." "You are retained for the prisoner, Mr. Timms?" "Yes, sir. I appear in her behalf. But Mr. Dunscombe is also retained, and will be engaged in the New York Superior Court until Wednesday in an insurance case of great magnitude." "No insurance case can be of the magnitude of a trial for life," returned Williams. "The justice of the state must be vindicated, and the person of the citizen protected." This sounded well, and it caused many a head in the crowd, which contained both witnesses and jurors, to nod with approbation. It is true that every thoughtful and observant man must have had many occasions to observe how fallacious such a declaration is in truth, but it sounded well, and the ears of the multitude are always open to flattery. We have no wish to interfere with the justice of the state, or with the protection of the citizen, answered Timms, looking round to note the effect of his words. Our object is to defend the innocent, and the great and powerful community of New York will find more pleasure in seeing an accused acquitted than in seeing 50 criminals condemned. This sentiment sounded quite as well as that of Williams, and heads were again nodded in approbation. It told particularly well in a paragraph of a newspaper that Timms had engaged to publish what he considered his best remarks. "It seems to me, gentlemen," interposed the judge, who understood the meaning of these ad captandum remarks perfectly well, "that your conversation is premature at least, if not altogether improper. Nothing of this nature should be said until the prisoner has been arraigned." "I submit, your honor, and acknowledge the justice of the reproof," answered Williams. "I now move the court, on behalf of the district attorney, that Mary Monson, who stands indicted for murder and arson, be arraigned, and her pleas entered." "I could wish this step might be delayed until I can hear from the leading counsel for the defense," objected Timms, "which must now occur in the course of a very few hours." "I perceive that the prisoner is a female," said the judge, in a tone of regret. "Yes, your honor, she is, and young and handsome, they tell me," answered Williams, "for I have never been able to get a sight of her. She is too much of a great lady to be seen at a grate, by all I can learn of her and her proceedings. Plays on the harp, sir, has a French valet de chambre, or something of that sort." "This is all wrong, Mr. Williams, and must be checked," again interposed the judge, though very mildly, for while his experience taught him that the object of such remarks was to create prejudice, and his conscience prompted him to put an end to a proceeding so unrighteous, he stood in so much awe of this particular counsel, who had half a dozen presses at his command, that it required a strong inducement to bring him out as he ought to be, in opposition to any of his more decided movements. As for the community, with the best intentions as a whole, it stood passive under this gross wrong. What is everybody's business is literally nobody's business when the public virtue is the great moving power, the upright preferring their ease to everything else, and the ill-disposed manifesting the ceaseless activity of the wicked. All the ancient barriers to this species of injustice, which have been erected by the gathered wisdom of our fathers and the experience of ages, have been thrown down by the illusions of a seeming liberty, and the whole machinery of justice is left very much at the mercy of an outside public opinion, which in itself is wielded by a few of the worst men in the country. These are sober truths, as a close examination will show to anyone who may choose to enter into the investigation of the ungrateful subject. It is not what is said, we very well know, but it is what is done. Williams received the mild rebuke of the judge like one who felt his position, paying very little respect to its spirit or its letter. He knew his own power, and understood perfectly well that this particular magistrate was soon to run for a new term of office, and might be dealt with more freely on that account. "I know it is very wrong, your honor, very wrong," rejoined the wily counsel to what had been said, "so wrong that I regard it as an insult to the state. When a person is capitally indicted, man or woman, it is his or her bounden duty to put all overboard that there may be no secrets. The harp was once a sacred instrument, and it is highly improper to introduce it into our jails and criminals' cells." There is no criminal as yet, no crime can be established without proof, and the verdict of 12 good men and true, interrupted Tims. I object therefore to the learned counsel's remarks, and Gentlemen, gentlemen, put in the judge, a little more pointedly than in his former rebuke, this is all wrong, I repeat. You perceive, my brother Tims, rejoined the indomitable Williams, the court is altogether against you. This is not a country of lords and ladies, fiddles and harps, but of the people. And when the people find a bill for a capital offense, capital care should be taken not to give more offense. Williams had provided himself with a set of supporters that are common enough in the courts, whose business it was to grin and sneer and smile, and look knowing at particular hits of the counsel, and otherwise to back up his wit and humor and logic by the agency of sympathy. This expedient is getting to be quite common, and is constantly practiced in suits that relate, in any manner, to politics or political men. It is not so common, certainly, in trials for life, though it may be, and has been used with effect, even on such serious occasions. The influence of these wily demonstrations, which are made to have the appearance of public opinion, is very great on the credulous and ignorant. Men thus narrowly gifted invariably looking around them to find support in the common mind. The hits of William told, to Tim's great annoyance, nor did he know exactly how to parry them. Had he been the assailant himself, he could have wielded the weapons of his antagonist with equal skill, but his dexterity was very much confined to the offensive in cases of this nature, for he perfectly comprehended all the prejudices on which it was necessary to act, while he possessed but a very narrow knowledge of the means of correcting them. Nevertheless, it would not do to let the prosecution close the business of the day with so much of the air of triumph, and the indomitable attorney made another effort to place his client more favorably before the public eye. The harp is a most religious instrument, he coolly observed, and it has no relation to the violin, or any light and frivolous piece of music. David used it as the instrument of praise, and why should not a person who stands charged? I have told you, gentlemen, that all this is irregular, and cannot be permitted, cried the judge, with a little more of the appearance of firmness than he had yet exhibited. The truth was that he stood less in fear of Tims than of Williams, the connection of the last with the reporters being known to be much the most extensive. But Tims knew his man, and understood very well what the committal of counsel had got to be, under the loose notions of liberty that have grown up in the country within the last 20 years. Time was, and that at no remote period, when the lawyer who had been thus treated for indecorum at the bar would have been a disgraced man, and would have appealed in vain to the community for sympathy. Little or none would he have received. Men then understood that the law was their master, established by themselves, and was to be respected accordingly. But that feeling is in a great measure extinct. Liberty is every hour getting to be more and more personal, its concentration consisting in rendering every man his own legislator, his own judge, and his own juror. It is monarchical and aristocratic, and all that is vile and dangerous, to see power exercised by any but the people. Those whom the Constitution and the laws have set apart expressly to discharge a delegated authority being obliged, by clamors sustained by all the arts of cupidity and fraud, to defer to the passing opinions of the hour. No one knew this better than Tims, who had just as lively a recollection as his opponent that this very judge was to come before the people in the next autumn as a candidate for re-election. The great strain of American foresight was consequently applied to this man's conscience, who, overworked and underpaid, was expected to rise above the weaknesses of humanity, as a sort of sublimated political theory that is getting to be much in fashion, and which, if true, would supersede the necessity of any court, or any government at all. Timms knew this well, and was not to be restrained by one who was thus stretched, as it might be, on the tenterhooks of political uncertainty. "Yes, your honor," retorted this indomitable individual, "I am fully aware of its impropriety, and was just as much so when the counsel for the prosecution was carrying it on to the injury of my client, I might say almost unchecked, if not encouraged. The court did its best to stop Mr. Williams, sir, and must do the same to keep you within the proper limits of practice. Unless these improprieties are restrained, I shall confine the counsel for the state to the regular officer, and assign new counsel to the accused, as from the court." Both Williams and Timms looked amused at this menace, neither having the smallest notion the judge dare put such a threat in execution. What! Presume to curb licentiousness when it chose to assume the aspect of human rights? This was an act behind the age, more especially in a country in which liberty is so fast getting to be all means, with so very little regard to the end. A desultory conversation ensued, when it was finally settled that the trial must be postponed until the arrival of the counsel expected from town. From the beginning of the discussion, Williams knew such must be the termination of that day's work. But he had accomplished two great objects by his motion. In the first place, by conceding delay to the accused, it placed the prosecution on ground where a similar favor might be asked, should it be deemed expedient. This resisting of motions for delay is a common ruse of the bar, since it places the party, whose rights are seemingly postponed, in a situation to demand a similar concession. Williams knew that his case was ready, as related to his brief, the testimony, and all that could properly be produced in court, but he thought it might be strengthened out of doors, among the jurors and the witnesses. We say the witnesses, because even this class of men get their impressions, quite frequently, as much from what they subsequently hear as from what they have seen and know. A good reliable witness, who relates no more than he actually knows, conceals nothing, colors nothing, and leaves a perfectly fair impression of the truth, is perhaps the rarest of all the parties concerned in the administration of justice. No one understood this better than Williams, and his agents were at that very moment actively employed in endeavoring to persuade certain individuals that they knew a great deal more of the facts connected with the murders than the truth would justify. This was not done openly or directly, not in a way to alarm the consciences or pride of those who were to be duped, but by the agency of hints and suggestions and plausible reasonings, and all the other obvious devices by means of which the artful and unprincipled are enabled to act on the opinions of the credulous and inexperienced. While all these secret engines were at work in the streets of Bibury, the external machinery of justice was set in motion with the usual forms. Naked but businesslike, the blind goddess was invoked with what is termed republican simplicity, one of the great principles of which, in some men's estimation, is to get the maximum of work at the minimum of cost. We are no advocates for the senseless parade and ruthless expenditure, ruthless because extracted from the means of the poor with which the governments of the old world have invested their dignity, and we believe that the reason of men may be confided in managing these matters to a certain extent, though not to the extent that it would seem to be the fashion of the American theories to be desirable. Wigs of all kinds, even when there is a deficiency of hair, we hold in utter detestation, and we shall maintain that no more absurd scheme of clothing the human countenance with terror was ever devised than to clothe it with flax. Nevertheless, as comfort, decency, and taste unite in recommending clothing of some sort or other, we do not see why the judicial functionary should not have his appropriate attire, as well as the soldier, the sailor, or the priest. It does not necessarily follow that extravagances are to be imitated if we submit to this practice, though we incline to the opinion that a great deal of the nakedness of republican simplicity, which has got to be a sort of political idol in the land, has its origin in a spirit that denounces the past as a species of moral sacrifice to the present time. Let all this be as it may, it is quite certain that republican simplicity, the slang lever by means of which the artful move the government, has left the administration of justice among us, so far as externals are concerned, as naked as may be. Indeed, so much have the judges become exposed to sinister influences, by means of the intimacies with which they are invested by means of republican simplicity, that it has been found expedient to make a special provision against undue modes of approaching their ears, all of which would have been far more efficiently secured by doubling their salaries, making a respectable provision for old age in the way of pensions, and surrounding them with such forms as would keep the evil disposed at a reasonable distance. Neither Timms nor Saucy Williams, however, reasoned in this fashion. They were, in a high degree, practical men, and saw things as they are, not as they ought to be. Little was either troubled with theories, regrets, or principles. It was enough for each that he was familiar with the workings of the system under which he lived, and which he knew how to pervert in a way the most likely to effect his own purposes. The reader may be surprised at the active pertinacity with which Williams pursued one on trial for her life, a class of persons with whom the bar usually professes to deal tenderly and in mercy. But the fact was that he had been specially retained by the next of kin, who had large expectations from the abstracted hoards of his aunt, and that the fashion of the day had enabled him to achieve such a cent per cent bargain with his client as caused his own compensation altogether to depend on the measure of his success. Should Mary Monson be sentenced to the gallows, it was highly probable her revelations would put the wronged in the way of being righted, when this limb of the law would, in all probability, come in for a full share of the recovered gold. How different all this was from the motives and conduct of Dunscombe, the reader will readily perceive. For while the profession in this country abounds with Williamses and Timmses, men of the highest tone of feeling, the fairest practice, and the clearest perceptions of what is right, are by no means strangers to the bar. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 18. Thou hast already racked me with thy stay, therefore require me not to ask thee twice. Reply at once to all. What is concluded? Mourning Bride. During the interval between the occurrence of the scene in court that has just been related and the appearance of Dunscombe at Bibury, the community was rapidly taking sides on the subject of the guilt or innocence of Mary Monson. The windows of the jail were crowded all day. Throngs collected there to catch glimpses of the extraordinary female, who was rightly enough reported to be living in a species of luxury in so unusual a place, and who was known to play on an instrument that the popular mind was a good deal disposed to regard as sacred. As a matter of course, 100 stories were in circulation, touching the character, history, sayings, and doings of this remarkable person, that had no foundation whatever in truth, for it is an infirmity of human nature to circulate and place its beliefs in falsehoods of this sort, and more especially of human nature as it is exhibited in a country where care has been taken to stimulate the curiosity of the vulgar, without exactly placing them in a condition to appease its longings, either intelligently or in a very good taste. This interest would have been manifested in such a case had there been no particular moving cause, but the secret practices of Williams and Timms greatly increased its intensity, and was bringing the population of dukes to a state of excitement that was very little favorable to an impartial administration of justice. Discussions had taken place at every corner, and in all the bar rooms, and many were the alleged facts connected with the murders, which had their sole existence in rumor that was adduced in the heat of argument, or to make out a supposititious case. All this time Williams was either in court, attending closely to his different causes, or was seen passing between the courthouse and the tavern, with bundles of papers under his arms, like a man absorbed in business. Timms played a very similar part, though he found leisure to hold diverse conferences with several of his confidential agents. Testimony was his aim, and half a dozen times, when he fancied himself on the point of establishing something new and important, the whole of the ingenious fabric he had reared came tumbling about his ears, in consequence of some radical defect in the foundation. Such was the state of things on the evening of Wednesday, the day preceding that which had been set down for the trial, when the stage arrived bringing Squire Dunscombe, his carpet bags, his trunk, and his books. McBrane shortly after drove up in his own carriage, and Anna was soon in her mother's arms. The excitement, so general in the place, had naturally enough extended to these females, and Mrs. McBrane and her daughter were soon closeted, talking over the affair of Mary Monson. About 8 that evening Dunscombe and Timms were busy, looking over minutes of testimony, briefs, and other written documents that were connected with the approaching trial. Mrs. Horton had reserved the best room in her house for this distinguished counsel, an apartment in a wing that was a good deal removed from the noise and bustle of a leading inn during a circuit. Here Dunscombe had been duly installed, and here he early set up his traps, as he termed his flesh brushes, sponges, briefs, and calfskin covered volumes. 2 tallow candles threw a dim, lawyer-like light on the scene, while unrolled paper curtains shut out as much of night as such an imperfect screen would exclude. The odor of cigars, excellent Havanas by the way, was fragrant in the place, and one of the little fountains of smoke was stuck knowingly in a corner of the eminent counsel's mouth, while Timms had garnished his skinny lips with the short stump of a pipe. Neither said anything, one of the parties presenting documents that the other read in silence. Such was the state of matters when a slight tap at the door was succeeded by the unexpected appearance of Saucy Williams. Timms started, gathered together all his papers with the utmost care, and awaited the explanation of this unlooked-for visit with the most lively curiosity. Dunscombe, on the other hand, received his guest with urbanity, and like one who felt that the wrangling of the bar, in which, by the way, he had too much self-respect and good temper to indulge, had no necessary connection with the courtesies of private life. Williams had scarcely a claim superior to those of Timms to be considered a gentleman. though he had the advantage of having been what is termed liberally educated, a phrase of very doubtful import when put to the test of old-fashioned notions on such subjects. In manners he had the defects, and we may add the merits of the school in which he had been educated. All that has been said of Timms on this subject in the way of censure was equally applicable to Williams. But the last possessed a self-command, an admirable reliance on his own qualities, which would have fitted him, as regards this one quality, to be an emperor. Foreigners wonder at the self-possession of Americans in the presence of the great, and it is really one of the merits of the institutions that it causes every person to feel that he is a man, and entitled to receive the treatment due to a being so high in the scale of earthly creations. It is true that this feeling often degenerates into a vulgar and oversensitive jealousy, frequently rendering its possessor exacting and ridiculous, but on the whole the effect is manly, not to say ennobling. Now Williams was self-possessed by nature, as well as by association and education. Though keenly alive to the differences and chances of fortune, he never succumbed to mere rank and wealth. Intriguing by disposition, not to say by education, he could affect a deference he did not feel. But apart from the positive consequences of power, he was not to be daunted by the presence of the most magnificent sovereign who ever reigned. No wonder then that he felt quite at home in the company of his present host, though fully aware that he was one of the leading members of the New York bar. As a proof of this independence may be cited the fact that he had no sooner paid his salutations and been invited to be seated than he deliberately selected a cigar from the open box of Dunscombe, lighted it, took a chair, raised one leg coolly on the corner of a table, and began to smoke. "The calendar is a little crowded," observed this free and easy visitor, "and is likely to carry us over into the middle of next week. Are you retained in Daniels against Fireman's Insurance?" "I am not. A brief was offered by the plaintiff, but I declined taking it." "A little conscientious, I suppose. Well, I leave all the sin of my suits on the shoulders of my clients. It is bad enough to listen to their griefs without being called on to smart for them. I have heard you are in Cogswell against Davidson?" "In that cause I have been retained. I may as well say at once, we intend to move it on." "It's of no great moment. If you beat us at the circuit, our turn will come on execution." "I believe, Mr. Williams, your clients have a knack at gaining the day in that mode. It is of no great interest to me, however, as I rarely take the management of a cause after it quits the courts. How do you like the code, Brother Dunscombe?" "Damnable, sir. I am too old, in the first place, to like change." "Then change from bad to worse is adding folly to imbecility. The common law practice had its faults, I allow, but this new system has no merits." "I do not go as far as that, and I rather begin to like the new plan of remuneration. We are nothing out of pocket, and sometimes are a handsome sum in. You defend Mary Monson?" Timms felt assured that his old antagonist had now reached the case that had really brought him to the room. He fidgeted, looked eagerly round to see that no stray paper could fall beneath the hawk-like eye of the other party, and then sat in comparative composure, waiting the result. "I do," Dunscombe quietly replied, "and I shall do it con amore. I suppose you know what that means, Mr. Williams?" A sarcastic smile passed over the steeled countenance of the other, his appearance being literally sardonic for an instant. "I presume I do. We know enough Latin and dukes to get along with such a quotation, though our friend Timms here despises the classics. Con amore means, in this instance, a lover's zeal, I suppose, for they tell me that all who approach the criminal submits to her power to charm." "The accused, if you please," put in the opposing attorney, "but no criminal until the word guilty has been pronounced." I am convicted. They say you are to be the happy man, Timms, in the event of an acquittal. It is reported all over the county that you are to become Mr. Monson as a reward for your services, and if half that I hear be true, you will deserve her, with a good estate in the bargain." Here Williams laughed heartily at his own wit, but Dunscombe looked grave, while his associate counsel looked angry. In point of fact, the nail had been hit on the head, and consciousness lighted the spirit within with its calm, mild glow. The senior counsel was too proud and too dignified to make any reply, but Timms was troubled with no such feeling. "If there are any such rumors in old dukes," retorted the last, "it will not need mesmerism to discover their author. In my opinion, the people ought to carry on their suits in a spirit of liberality and justice, and not in a vindictive, malicious temper." "We are all of the same way of thinking," answered Williams with a sneer. "I consider it liberal to give you a handsome young woman with a full purse, though no one can say how, or by whom, it has been filled. By the way, Mr. Dunscombe, I am instructed to make a proposal to you, and as Timms is in the court, this may be as good a moment as another to present it for consideration. My offer is from the nephew, next of kin, and sole heir of the late Peter Goodwin, by whom, as you probably know, I am retained. This gentleman is well assured that his deceased relatives had a large sum in gold by them at the time of the murders." "No verdict has yet shown that there has been any murders at all," interrupted Timms. "We have the verdict of the inquest, begging your pardon, brother Timms. That is something, surely, though not enough quite likely to convince your mind. But to proceed with my proposition. My client is well assured that such a secret fund existed. He also knows that your client, gentlemen, is flush of money, and money in gold coins that correspond with many pieces that have been seen by different individuals in the possession of our aunt." "Aye, eagles and half eagles," interrupted Timms, "a resemblance that comes from the stamp of the mint?" "Go on with your proposition, Mr. Williams," said Dunscombe. "We offer to withdraw all our extra counsel, myself included, and to leave the case altogether with the state, which is very much the same thing as an acquittal, provided you will return to us $5,000 in this gold coin. Not pay, for that might be compounding a felony, but return." "There could be no compounding a felony if the indictment be not quashed but traversed," said the senior counsel for the defense. "Very true, but we prefer the word return. That leaves everything clear, and will enable us to face the county. Our object is to get our rights. Let the state take care of its justice for itself." "You can hardly expect that such a proposition should be accepted, Williams." "I am not so sure of that, Timms. Life is sweeter than money, even. I should like to hear the answer of your associate, however. You, I can see, have no intention of lessening the marriage portion, if it can be helped." Such side hits were so common in court, as between these worthies, that neither thought much of them out of court. But Williams gave a signal proof of the acuteness of his observation when he expressed a wish to know in what light his proposal was viewed by Dunscombe. That learned gentleman evidently paid more respect to the offer than had been manifested by his associate, and now sat silently ruminating on its nature. Thus directly appealed to, he felt the necessity of giving some sort of an answer. "You have come expressly to make this proposition to us, Mr. Williams?" Dunscombe demanded. "To be frank with you, sir, such is the main object of my visit." "Of course it is sanctioned by your client, and you speak by authority?" "It is fully sanctioned by my client, who would greatly prefer the plan, and I act directly by his written instructions. Nothing short of these would induce me to make the proposition." "Very well, sir. Will an answer by 10 o'clock this evening meet your views?" "Perfectly so. An answer at any time between this and the sitting of the court tomorrow morning will fully meet our views. The terms, however, cannot be diminished. Owing to the shortness of the time, it may be well to understand that. Then, Mr. Williams, I ask a little time for reflection and consultation. We may meet again tonight. The other assented, rose, coolly helped himself to another cigar, and had got as far as the door when an expressive gesture from Timms induced him to pause. "Let us understand each other," said the last with emphasis. "Is this a truce, with a complete cessation of hostilities, or is it only a negotiation to be carried on in the midst of war?" "I hardly comprehend your meaning, Mr. Timms. The question is simply one of taking certain forces, allied forces they may be called, from the field, and leaving you to contend only with the main enemy. There need be nothing said of a truce, since nothing further can be done until the court opens." "That may do very well, Williams, for those that haven't practiced in dukes as long as myself, but it will not do for me. There is an army of reporters here at this moment, and I am afraid that the allies of whom you speak have a whole corps of skirmishers." Williams maintained a countenance so unmoved that even the judicious Timms was a little shaken, while Dunscombe, who had all the reluctance of a gentleman to believe in an act of meanness, felt outraged by his associate's suspicions. "Come, come, Mr. Timms," the last exclaimed, "I beg we may have no more of this. Mr. Williams has come with a proposition worthy of our consideration. Let us meet it in the spirit in which it is offered." "Yes," repeated Williams, with a look that might well have explained his sobriquet of saucy. "Yes, in the spirit in which it is offered. What do you say to that, Timms?" "That I shall manage the defense precisely as if no such proposition had been made, or any negotiation accepted. You can do the same for the prosecution." "Agreed," Williams rejoined, making a sweeping gesture with his hand, and immediately quitting the room. Dunscombe was silent for a minute. A thread of smoke arose from the end of his cigar, but the volume no longer poured from between his lips. He was ruminating too intensely even to smoke. Rising suddenly, he took his hat and motioned towards the door. "Timms, we must go to the jail," he said. "Mary Monson must be spoken to at once." If Williams had made his proposition 10 days ago, there might be some use in listening to it, returned the junior, following the senior counsel from the room, carrying all the papers in the cause under an arm. But now that all the mischief is done, it would be throwing away $5,000 to listen to his proposition. We will see," answered the other, hurrying downstairs. "What means the rumpus in that room, Timms? Mrs. Horton has not treated me well, to place a troublesome neighbor so near me. I shall stop and tell her as much as we go through the hall." "You had better not, squire. We want all our friends just now, and a sharp word might cause us to lose this woman, who has a devil of a tongue. She tells me that a crazy man was brought here privately, and being well paid for it, she has consented to give him what she calls her drunkard's parlor until the court has settled his affair. His room, like your own, is so much out of the way that the poor fellow gives very little trouble to the great body of the boarders. Aye, very little trouble to you and the rest of you in the main building, but a great deal to me. I shall speak to Mrs. Horton on the subject as we pass out." "Better not, squire. The woman is our friend now, I know, but a warm word may turn her to the right about." It is probable Dunscombe was influenced by his companion, for he left the house without putting his threat in execution. In a few minutes he and Timms were at the jail. As counsel could not well be refused admission to their client on the eve of trial, the two lawyers were admitted to the gallery within the outer door that has been so often mentioned. Of course Mary Monson was notified of the visit, and she received them with Anna Updike, the good, gentle, considerate Anna, who was ever disposed to help the weak and to console the unhappy at her side. Dunscombe had no notion that the intimacy had grown to this head, but when he came to reflect that one of the parties was to be tried for her life next day, he was disposed to overlook the manifest indiscretion of his old favorite in being in such a place. Mrs. McBrain's presence released him from all responsibility, and he returned the warm pressure of Anna's hand in kindness, if not with positive approbation. As for the girl herself, the very sight of Uncle Tom, as she had so long been accustomed to call the counselor, cheered her heart, and raised new hopes in behalf of her friend. In a few clear, pointed words, Dunscombe let the motive of his visit be known. There was little time to throw away, and he went directly at his object, stating everything succinctly, but in the most intelligible manner. Nothing could have been more calm than the manner in which Mary Monson listened to his statement, her deportment being as steady as that of one sitting in judgment herself, rather than that of a person whose own fate was involved in the issue. "It is a large sum to raise in so short a time," continued the kind-hearted Dunscombe, "but I deem the proposition so important to your interest that rather than lose this advantage, I would not hesitate about advancing the money myself, should you be unprepared for so heavy a demand." "As respects the money, Mr. Dunscombe," returned the fair prisoner, in the most easy and natural manner, "that need give us no concern. By sending a confidential messenger to town, Mr. John Wilmeder, for instance," here Anna pressed less closely to her friend's side, "it would be very easy to have 500 eagles or 1,000 half-eagles here by breakfast time tomorrow. It is not on account of any such difficulty that I hesitate a moment. What I dislike is the injustice of the thing. I have never touched a cent of poor Mrs. Goodwin's hoard, and it would be false to admit that I am returning that which I never received." "We must not be particular, ma'am, on immaterial points when there is so much at stake." "It may be immaterial whether I pay money under one form or another, Mr. Dunscombe, but it cannot be immaterial to my future standing whether I am acquitted in the teeth of this Mr. Williams' opposition or under favor of his purchase." "Acquitted! Our case is not absolutely clear, Miss Monson. It is my duty to tell you as much." "I understand such to be the opinion of both Mr. Timms and yourself, sir. I like the candor of your conduct, but am not converted to your way of thinking. I shall be acquitted, gentlemen, yes, honorably, triumphantly acquitted, and I cannot consent to lessen the impression of such a termination to my affair by putting myself in the way of being even suspected of a collusion with a man like this saucy Williams. It is far better to meet him openly and to defy him to do his worst. Perhaps some such trial, followed by complete success, will be necessary to my future happiness." Anna now pressed nearer to the side of her friend, passing an arm, unconsciously to herself, around her waist. As for Dunscombe, he gazed at the handsome prisoner in a sort of stupefied wonder. The place, the hour, the business of the succeeding day, and all the accessories of the scene, had an effect to increase the confusion of his mind, and, for the moment, to call in question the fidelity of his senses. As he gazed at the prison-like aspect of the gallery, his eye fell on the countenance of Marie Moulin, and rested there in surprise for half a minute. The Swiss maid was looking earnestly at her mistress, with an expression of concern and of care so intense that it caused the counselor to search for their cause. For the first time it flashed on his mind that Mary Monson might be a lunatic, and that the defense, so often set up in capital cases as to weary the common mind, might be rendered justly available in this particular instance. The whole conduct of this serving woman had been so singular. The deportment of Mary Monson herself was so much out of the ordinary rules, and the adhesion of Anna Updike, a girl of singular prudence of conduct, notwithstanding her disposition to enthusiasm, so marked, that the inference was far from unnatural. Nevertheless, Mary Monson had never looked more calm, more intellectual, never manifested more of a mien of high intelligence than at that very instant. The singular illumination of the countenance, to which we have had occasion already to allude, was conspicuous, but it was benignant and quiet, and the flush of the cheeks added lustre to her eyes. Then the sentiments expressed were just and noble, free from the cunning and mendacity of a maniac, and such as any man might be proud to have the wife of his bosom entertain. All these considerations quickly chased the rising distrust from Dunscombe's mind, and his thoughts reverted to the business that had brought him there. "You are the best judge, ma'am, of what will most contribute to your happiness," rejoined the counsellor after a brief pause. "In the ignorance in which we are kept of the past, I might well add, the only judge, though it is possible that your female companions know more in this respect than your legal advisers. It is proper I should say once more, and probably for the last time, that your case will be greatly prejudiced unless you enable us to dwell on your past life freely and truly. I am accused of murdering an unoffending female and her husband, of setting fire to the dwelling, and of robbing them of their gold. These are accusations that can properly be answered only by a complete acquittal, after a solemn investigation. No half-way measures will do. I must be found not guilty, or a blot rests on my character for life. My position is singular, I had almost said cruel, in some respects owing to my own wilfulness." Here Anna Updike pressed closer to her friend's side, as if she would defend her against these self-accusations, while Marie Moulin dropped her needle and listened with the liveliest curiosity. "In many respects, perhaps," continued Mary, after a short pause, "and I must take the consequences. Wilfulness has ever been my greatest enemy. It has been fed by perfect independence and too much money. I doubt if it be good for woman to be thus tried. We were created for dependence, Mr. Dunscombe, dependence on our fathers, on our brothers, and perhaps on our husbands." Here there was another pause, and the cheeks of the fair speaker flushed, while her eyes became brilliant to light. "Perhaps," repeated the counsellor with solemn emphasis. "I know that men think differently from us on this subject." "From us? Do you desire me to believe that most women wish to be independent of their husbands? Ask the young woman at your side if that be her feeling of the duties of her sex." Anna dropped her head on her bosom and blushed scarlet. In all her daydreams of happiness with John Wilmeder, the very reverse of the feeling now alluded to had been uppermost in her mind, and to her nothing had ever seemed half as sweet as the picture of leaning on him for support, guidance, authority, and advice. The thought of independence would have been painful to her, for a principle of nature, the instinct of her sex, taught her that the part of woman was to love, honor, and obey. As for Mary Monson, she quailed a little before the severe eye of Dunscombe, but education, the accidents of life, and possibly a secret principle of her peculiar temperament, united to stimulate her to maintain her original ground. "I know not what may be the particular notions of Miss Updike," returned this singular being, "but I can feel my own longings. They are all for independence. Men have not dealt fairly by women. Possessing the power, they have made all the laws, fashioned all the opinions of the world in their own favor. Let a woman err, and she can never rise from her fall, while men live with impunity in the midst of their guilt. If a woman think differently from those around her, she is expected to conceal her opinions in order to receive those of her masters. Even in the worship of God, the highest and most precious of all our duties, she is expected to play a secondary part, and act as if the Christian faith favored the sentiment of another, which teaches that women have no souls. All this is as old as the repinings of a very treacherous nature, young lady, answered Dunscombe coolly, and I have often heard it before. It is not surprising, however, that a young, handsome, highly educated, and I presume rich person of your sex should be seduced by notions seemingly so attractive, and long for what she will be apt to term the emancipation of her sex. This is an age of emancipation. Prudent gray-headed men become deluded, and exhibit their folly by succumbing to a wild and exceedingly silly philanthropical hurrah. Even religion is emancipated. There are churches, it is true, but they exist as appendages of society, instead of being divine institutions, established for the secret purposes of unerring wisdom. And we hear men openly commending this or that ecclesiastical organization, because it has more or less of the savor of republicanism. But one new dogma remains to be advanced, that the government of the universe is democratical, in which the music of the spheres is a popular song, and the disappearance of a world a matter to be referred to the people in their primary capacity. Among other absurdities of the hour is a new law giving to married women the control of their property, and drawing a line of covetousness across the bolster of every marriage bed in the state. Surely, Mr. Dunscombe, a man of your integrity, character, manliness, and principles, would defend the weaker sex in the maintenance of its rights, against prodigality, tyranny, and neglect. These are so many words, my dear ma'am, and are totally without meaning when thoroughly sifted. God created woman to be a helpmeet to man, to comfort, solace, and aid him in his pursuit after worldly happiness, but always in a dependent relation. The marriage condition, viewed in its everyday aspect, has sufficient causes of disagreement without drawing in this of property. One of the dearest and nearest of its ties, indeed, that of a perfect identification of interests, is at once cut off by this foolish, not to say wicked, attempt to light the torch of contention in every household. It were better to teach our women not to throw themselves away on men who cannot be trusted, to inculcate the necessity of not marrying in haste, to repent at leisure, than to tinker the old, venerable, and long-tried usages of our fathers, by crotchets that come far more from the feverish audacity of ignorance than from philosophy or wisdom. Why, unless the courts interpose their prudence to rectify the blunders of the legislature, as they have already done 100 times, the laborer's wife may have her action against her husband for the earthen bowl he has broken, and the man may be sued by the wife for rent. The happiness of every home is hourly put in jeopardy, in order that now and then a wife may be saved from the courses of a speculator or a spendthrift. Might not this have been done before, Uncle Tom, by means of settlements? Asked Anna with interest. Certainly, and that it is which renders all this silly quackery so much the worse. In those cases in which the magnitude of the stake might seem to demand extraordinary care, the means already existed for providing all useful safeguards, and any new legislation was quite unnecessary. This very law will produce 20-fold more unhappiness in families than it will prevent of misery, by setting up distinct and often conflicting interests among those who ought to live as bone of their bone and flesh of their flesh. You do not give to woman her proper place in society, Mr. Dunscombe, returned Mary Monson haughtily. Your comments are those of a bachelor. I have heard of a certain Miss Millington, who once had an interest with you, and who, if living, would have taught you juster sentiments on this subject. Dunscombe turned as white as a sheet. His hand and lip quivered, and all desire to continue the discourse suddenly left him. The gentle Anna, ever attentive to his wishes and ailings, stole to his side, silently offering a glass of water. She had seen this agitation before, and knew there was a leaf in Uncle Tom's history that he did not wish every vulgar eye to read. As for Mary Monson, she went into her cell, like one who declined any further communication with her counsel. Timms was struck with her lofty and decided manner, but stood too much in awe of her to interpose a remonstrance. After a few minutes taken by Dunscombe to regain his self-command, and a brief consultation together, the two lawyers quitted the prison. All this time the accused remained in her cell in resentful silence, closely and anxiously watched by the searching eye of her senior attendant. End of Section 18. Section 19 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 19. Methinks if, as I guess, the fault's but small, it might be pardoned. The Orphan. Perhaps no surer test of high principles, as it is certain no more accurate test of high breeding can be found, than a distaste for injurious gossip, in woman, subject as she is unquestionably, by her education, habits, and active curiosity, to the influence of this vice. Its existence is deplorable, leading to 1,000 wrongs, among the chief of which is a false appreciation of ourselves. But when men submit to so vile a propensity, they become contemptible as well as wicked. As a result of long observation, we should say that those who are most obnoxious to the just condemnation of the world are the most addicted to finding faults in others, and it is only the comparatively good who are so because they are humble, that abstain from meddling and dealing in scandal. When one reflects on the great amount of injustice that is thus inflicted, without even the most remote hope of reparation, how far a loose, ill-considered, and ignorant remark will float on the tongues of the idle, how much unmerited misery is oftentimes entailed by such unweighed assertions and opinions, and how small is the return of benefit in any form whatever, it would almost appear a necessary moral consequence that the world, by general consent, would determine to eradicate so pernicious an evil, in the common interest of mankind. That it does not is probably owing to the power that is still left in the hands of the father of sin, by the infinite wisdom that has seen fit to place us in this condition of trial. The parent of all lies, gossip, is one of the most familiar of the means he employs to put his falsehoods in circulation. This vice is heartless and dangerous when confined to its natural limits, the circles of society. But when it invades the outer walks of life, and most of all, when it gets mixed up with the administration of justice, it becomes a tyrant, as ruthless and injurious in its way as he who fiddled while Rome was in flames. We have no desire to exaggerate the evils of the state of society in which we live, but an honest regard to truth will, we think, induce every observant man to lament the manner in which this power, under the guise of popular opinion, penetrates into all the avenues of the courts, corrupting, perverting, and often destroying the healthful action of their systems. Bibbery furnished a clear example of the truth of these remarks on the morning of the day on which Mary Monson was to be tried. The jail window had its crowd, of course, and though the disposition of curtains and other similar means of concealment completely baffled vulgar curiosity, they could not cloak the resentful feelings to which this reserve gave birth. Most of those who were drawn thither belonged to a class who fancied it was not affliction enough to be accused of two of the highest crimes known to the laws, but that to this grievous misfortune should be added a submission to the stare of the multitude. It was the people's laws the accused was supposed to have disregarded, and it was their privilege to anticipate punishment by insult. "Why don't she show herself, and let the public look on her?" demanded one curious old man, whose head had whitened under a steadily increasing misconception of what the rights of this public were. "I've seen murderers afore now, and ain't a bit afeard on 'em, if they be well ironed and looked after." This sally produced a heartless laugh, for, sooth to say, where one feels under such circumstances as reason and justice and revelation would tell them to feel, 10 feel as the demons prompt. You cannot expect that a lady of fashion, who plays on the harp and talks French, will show her pretty face to be gazed at by common folk, rejoined a shabby genteel sort of personage, out of whose waistcoat pocket obtruded the leaves of a small notebook and the end of a gold pen. This man was a reporter, rendered malignant by meeting with opposition to his views of imagining that the universe was created to furnish paragraphs for newspapers. He was a half-educated European, who pronounced all his words in a sort of boarding-school dialect, as if abbreviation offended a taste sickened over by learning. Another laugh succeeded this supercilious sneer, and 3 or 4 lads, half grown and clamorous, called aloud the name of Mary Monson, demanding that she should show herself. At that moment the accused was on her knees, with Anna Updike at her side, praying for that support which, as the crisis arrived, she found to be more and more necessary. Changing from the scene to the open street, we find a pettifogger, one secretly prompted by Williams, spreading a report that had its origin no one knew where, but which was gradually finding its way to the ears of half the population of Dukes, exciting prejudice and inflicting wrong. "It is the curious story I ever heard," said Sam Tongue, as the pettifogger was usually styled, though his real name was Hubbs, "and once a hard to believe that, though I tell it, I call on no man to believe it. You see, gentlemen." The little group around him was composed of suitors, witnesses, jurors, grand jurors, and others of a stamp that usually mark these several classes of men. That the account now is that this Mary Monson was sent abroad for her schooling when only 10 years old, and that she stayed in the old countries long enough to larn to play the harp, and other deviltries of the same nature. It's a misfortune, as I say, for any young woman to be sent out of Ameriky for an education. Education, as everybody knows, is the great glory of our country, and a body would think that what can't be larnt here isn't worth knowing." This sentiment was well received, as would be any opinion that asserted American superiority with that particular class of listeners. Eye turned to eye, nod answered nod, and a murmur expressive of approbation passed through the little crowd. "But there was no great harm in that," put in a person named Hicks, who was accustomed to connect consequences with their causes, and to trace causes down to their consequences. "Anybody might have been educated in France as well as Mary Monson. That will hardly tell agin her on the trial." "I didn't say it would," answered Sam Tongue, "though it's generally conceded that France is no country for religion or true freedom. Give me religion and freedom, say I. A body can get along with bad crops, or disappointments in general, so long as he has plenty of religion and plenty of freedom." Another murmur, another movement in the group, and other nods denoted the spirit in which this was received too. "All this don't make agin Mary Monson, 'specially as you say she was sent abroad so young. It wasn't her fault if her parents—" "She had no parents. there's the great mystery of her case. Never had, so far as can be discovered. A gal without parents, without friends of any sort, is educated in a foreign land, larns to speak foreign tongues, plays on foreign music, and comes home after she's grown up with her pockets as full as if she'd been to Californy and met a vein, and no one can tell where it all come from." "Well, that won't tell agin her, neither," rejoined Hicks, who had now defended the accused so much that he began to take an interest in her acquittal. "Evidence must be direct, and have a print to tell agin man or woman. As for Californy, it's made lawful by treaty, if Congress will only let it alone. I know that as well as the best lawyer in Dukes, but character can tell agin an accused, as is very likely to be shown in the Oyez Interminer of this day. Character counts, let me tell you, when the facts get a little confused, and this is just what I was about to say. Mary Monson has money. Where does it come from? Those that think her guilty say that it comes from poor Mrs. Goodwin's stocking," returned Hicks with a laugh. "But for my part I've seen that stocking, and I'm satisfied it didn't hold $500 if it did 4." Here the reporter out with his notes, scribbling away for some time. That evening a paragraph, a little altered to give it point and interest, appeared in an evening paper, in which the conflicting statements of Tongue and Hicks were so presented that neither of these worthies could have recognized his own child. That paper was in Bibury next morning, and had no inconsiderable influence ultimately on the fortunes of the accused. In the barroom of Mrs. Horton the discussion was also lively and wily on this same subject. As this was a place much frequented by the jurors, the agents of Timms and Williams were very numerous in and around that house. The reader is not to suppose that these men admitted directly to themselves even the true character of the rascally business in which they were engaged, for their employers were much too shrewd not to cover to a certain degree the deformity of their own acts. One said had been told that they were favoring justice, bringing down aristocratic pride to the level of the rights of the mass, demonstrating that this was a free country by one of the very vilest procedures that ever polluted the fountains of justice at their very source. On the other hand, the agents of Timms had been persuaded that they were working in behalf of a persecuted and injured woman, who was pressed upon by the well-known avarice of the nephew of the Goodwins, and who was in danger of becoming the victim of a chain of extraordinary occurrences that had thrown her into the meshes of the law. It is true this reasoning was backed by liberal gifts, which, however, were made to assume the aspect of compensation fairly earned. For the biggest villain going derives a certain degree of satisfaction in persuading himself that he is acting under the influence of motives to which he is in truth a stranger. The homage which vice pays to virtue is on a much more extended scale than is commonly supposed. William's men had much the best of it with the mass. They addressed themselves to prejudices as wide as the dominion of man, and a certain personal zeal was mingled with their cupidity. Then they had by far the easiest task. He who merely aids the evil principles of our nature, provided he conceal the cloven foot, is much more sure of finding willing listeners than he who looks for support in the good. A very unusual sort of story was circulated in this bar-room at the expense of the accused, and which carried with it more credit than common, in consequence of its being so much out of the beaten track of events as to seem to set invention at defiance. Mary Monson was said to be an heiress, well connected and well educated, or, as these three very material circumstances were stated by the Williams men, well-to-do herself, of friends well-to-do, and of excellent schooling. She had been married to a person of equal position in society, wealth, and character, but many years her senior. Too many, the story went, considering her own time of life. For a great difference, when one of the parties is youthful, is apt to tax the tastes too severely, and that connection had not proved happy. It had been formed abroad, and more on foreign than on American principles, the bridegroom being a Frenchman. It was what is called a mariage de raison, made through the agency of friends and executors, rather than through the sympathies and feelings that should alone bring man and woman together in this, the closest union known to human beings. After a year of married life abroad, the unmatched couple had come to America, where the wife possessed a very ample fortune. This estate, the recently enacted laws, gave solely and absolutely to herself, and it soon became a source of dissension between man and wife. The husband, quite naturally, considered himself entitled to advise and direct, and in some measure to control, while the affluent, youthful, and pretty wife was indisposed to yield any of the independence she so much prized, but which, in sooth, was asserted in the very teeth of one of the most salutary laws of nature. In consequence of this very different manner of viewing the marriage relation, a coolness ensued, which was shortly followed by the disappearance of the wife. This wife was Mary Monson, who had secreted herself in the retired dwelling of the Goodwins, while the hired agents of her husband were running up and down the land in search of the fugitive in places of resort. To this account, so strange and yet in many respects so natural, it was added that a vein of occult madness existed in the lady's family, and it was suggested that, as so much of her conduct as was out of the ordinary course might be traced to this malady, so was it also possible that the terrible incidents of the fire and the deaths were to be imputed to the same deep affliction. We are far from saying that any rumor expressed in the terms we have used was circulating in Mrs. Horton's barroom, but one that contained all their essentials was. It is one of the curious effects of the upward tendency of truth that almost every effort to conceal it altogether fails, and this at the very time when idle and heartless gossip is filling the world with lies. The tongue does 1,000 times more evil than the sword, destroys more happiness, inflicts more incurable wounds, leaves deeper and more indelible scars. Truth is rarely met with unalloyed by falsehood. This or that unmixed no mortal error shall find, was the judgment of Pope a century since, nor has all the boasted progress of these later times induced a change. It is remarkable that a country which seems honestly devoted to improvement of every sort, that has a feverish desire to take the lead in the warfare against all sorts and species of falsehood, gives not the slightest heed to the necessity of keeping the channels of intelligence pure as well as open. Such is the fact, and it is a melancholy but a just admission to acknowledge that with all the means of publicity preserved by America, there is no country in which it is more difficult to get unadulterated truth impressed on the common mind. The same wire that transmits a true account of the price of cotton from Halifax to New Orleans carries a spark that imparts one that is false. The two arrive together, and it is not until each has done its work that the real fact is ascertained. Notwithstanding these undoubted obstacles to the circulation of unalloyed truth, that upward tendency to which we have alluded occasionally brings out clear and strong rays of the divine quality that illumine the moral darkness on which they shine, as the sun touches the verge of the thunder cloud. It is in this way that an occasional report is heard, coming from no one knows where, originating with no one knows whom, circulating in a sort of undercurrent beneath the torrents of falsehood that is singularly, if it be not absolutely, correct. Of this character was the strange rumor that found its way into Bibury on the morning of Mary Monson's trial, touching the history of that mysterious young woman's past life. Wilmeder heard it first with a pang of disappointment, though Anna had nearly regained her power in his heart, and this pang was immediately succeeded by unbounded surprise. He told the tale to Millington, and together they endeavored to trace the report to something like its source. All efforts of this nature were in vain. One had heard the story from another, but no one could say whence it came originally. The young men gave the pursuit up as useless, and proceeded together towards the room of Timms, where they knew Dunscombe was to be found just at that time. It is remarkable that a story of this nature should be in such general circulation, said John, and no one be able to tell who brought it to Bibury. Parts of it seem extravagant. Do they not strike you so, sir? There is nothing too extravagant for some women to do, answered Millington thoughtfully. Now on such a person as Sarah, or even on Anna Updike, some calculations might be made. Certain calculations, I might say. But there are women, Jack, on whom one can no more depend than on the constancy of the winds. I admire your even on Anna Updike. Do you not agree with me? Returned the unobservant Millington. I have always considered Sarah's friend as a particularly reliable and safe sort of person. Even on Anna Updike, and a particularly reliable and safe sort of person. You have thought this, Mike, because she is Sarah's bosom friend. That may have prejudiced me in her favor, I will allow, for I like most things that Sarah likes. John looked at his friend and future brother-in-law with an amused surprise. The idea of liking Anna Updike on any account but her own striking him as particularly absurd. But they were soon at Tim's door, and the conversation dropped as a matter of course. No one who has ever traveled much in the interior of America can easily mistake the character of one of the small edifices with the gable to the street, ornamented with what are erroneously termed Venetian blinds, painted white, and with an air of tobacco smoke and the shabby genteel about it, notwithstanding its architectural pretensions. This is a lawyer's office, thus brought edgewise to the street, as if its owner felt the necessity of approaching the thoroughfare of the world a little less directly than the rest of mankind. It often happens that these buildings, small as they usually are, contain 2 or even 3 rooms, and that the occupants, if single men, sleep in them as well as transact their business. Such was the case with Timms, his office, as the structure was termed, containing his bedroom, in addition to an inner and an outer apartment devoted to the purposes of the law. Dunscombe was in the sanctum, while a single clerk and 3 or 4 clients, countrymen of decent exterior and very expecting countenances, occupied the outer room. John and Millington went into the presence with little or no hesitation. Wilmeder was not accustomed to much circumlocution, and he at once communicated the substance of the strange rumor that was in circulation touching their interesting client. The uncle listened with intense attention, turning pale as the nephew proceeded. Instead of answering or making any comment, he sank upon a chair, leaned his hands on a table, and his head on his hands for fully a minute. All were struck with these signs of agitation, but no one dared to interfere. At length this awkward pause came to a close, and Dunscombe raised his head, the face still pale and agitated. His eye immediately sought that of Millington. "You had heard this story, Michael?" demanded the counselor. "I had, sir. John and I went together to try to trace it to some authority." "With what success?" "None whatever. It is in everyone's mouth, but no one can say whence it came. Most rumors have a clue, but this seems to have none. Do you trace the connection which has oppressed me? I do, sir, and was so struck the moment I heard the rumor, for the facts are in singular conformity with what you communicated to me some months since. They are indeed, and create a strong probability that there is more truth in this rumor than is commonly to be found in such reports. What has become of Timms? On the ground, squire, answered that worthy from the outer room, just dispatching my clerk. This word he pronounced clerk instead of Clark, by way of showing he knew how to spell, with a message to one of my men. He will find him, and be with us in a minute. In the meantime, Timms had a word to say to each client in succession, getting rid of them all by merely telling each man in his turn there was not the shadow of doubt that he would get the better of his opponent in the trial that was so near at hand. It may be said here, as a proof how much a legal prophet may be mistaken, Timms was subsequently beaten in each of these 3 suits, to the great disappointment of as many anxious husbandmen, each of whom fondly counted on success from the oily promises he had received. In a very few minutes the agent expected by Timms appeared in the office. He was plain looking, rather rough and honest in appearance, with a most wily, villainous leer of the eye. His employer introduced him as Mr. Johnson. "Well, Johnson, what news?" commenced Timms. "These are friends to Mary Monson, and you can speak out, always avoiding particulars." Johnson leered, helped himself to a chew of tobacco with great deliberation, a trick he had when he needed a moment of thought before he made his revelations, bowed respectfully to the great York lawyer, took a good look at each of the young men, as if to measure their means of doing good or harm, and then condescended to reply. "Not very good," was the answer. "That foreign instrument, which they say is just such as one as David used when he played before Saul, has done a good deal of harm. It won't do, Squire Timms, to fiddle off an indictment for murder. Mankind gets engaged in such causes, and if they desire music on the trial, it's the music of law and evidence that they want. Have you heard any reports concerning Mary Monson's past life? If so, can you tell where they come from?" Johnson knew perfectly well whence a portion of the rumors came, those which told in favor of the accused, but these, he easily comprehended, were not the reports to which Timms alluded. "Bibury is full of all sorts of rumors," returned Johnson cautiously, "as it commonly is in court time. Parties like to make the most of their causes. You know my meaning. We have no time to lose. Answer at once." "I suppose I do know what you mean, Squire Timms, and I have heard the report. In my judgment, the person who set it afloat is no friend of Mary Monson's." "You think then it will do her damage?" "To the extent of her neck. Eve, before she touched the apple, could not have been acquitted in the face of such a rumor. I look upon your client as a lost woman, Squire Timms." "Does that seem to be the common sentiment? That is, so far as you can judge?" "Among the jurors it does." "The jurors!" exclaimed Dunscombe. "What can you possibly know of the opinions of the jurors, Mr. Johnson?" A cold smile passed over the man's face, and he looked steadily at Timms, as if to catch a clue that might conduct him safely through the difficulties of his case. A frown that was plain enough to the agent, though admirably concealed from all others in the room, told him to be cautious. "I only know what I see and hear. Jurors are men, and other men can sometimes get an insight into their feelings without running counter to law. I heard the rumor related myself in the presence of 7 of the panel. It's true nothing was said of the murder or the arson, but such a history of the previous life of the accused was given as Lady Washington couldn't have stood up again, had she been living and on trial for her life. Was anything said of insanity? Asked Dunscombe. Ha! That plea will do no good nowadays. It's worn out. They'd hang a murderer from Bedlam. Insanity has been overdone, and can't be depended on any longer. Was anything said on the subject? Repeated the counselor. Why, to own the truth, there was. But as that told for Mary Monson, and not agin her, it was not pressed. You think, then, that the story has been circulated by persons in favor of the prosecution? I know it. One of the other side said to me not 10 minutes ago, "Johnson," said he, "we are old friends." He always speaks to me in that familiar way. "Johnson," said he, "you'd 'a' done better to have given up. What's $5,000 to the likes of her? And them you know is the figures." "This is a pretty exhibition of the manner of administering justice!" exclaimed the indignant Dunscombe. "Long as I have been at the bar, I had no conception that such practices prevailed. At all events, this illegality will give a fair occasion to demand a new trial." "Aye, the sharpest lawyer that ever crossed Harlem Bridge can learn something in old Dukes," said Johnson, nodding. "Squire Timms will stand to that. As for new trials, I only wonder the lawyers don't get one each time they're beaten, for the law would bear them out." "I should like to know how, Master Johnson," put in Timms. "That would be a secret worth knowing." "A $5 note will buy it." "There's one of 10. Now tell me your secret." "Well, squire, you be a gentleman, whatever folks may say and think of you. I'd rather do business with you by one half than do business with Williams, notwithstanding he is such a name up and down the country. Stick to it, and you'll get the nomination to the Senate, and the nomination secured, you're sure of the seat. Nomination is the government of Ameriky, and that's secured by a wonderful few." "I believe you are more than half right, Johnson." Here Dunscombe, his nephew, and Millington left the office, quite unnoticed by the two worthies, who had entered on a subject as engrossing as that of Tim's elevation to the Senate. And, by the way, as this book is very likely to be introduced to the world, it may be well enough to explain that we have two sorts of senates in this country, wheels within wheels. There is the Senate of each state, without an exception now, we believe, and there is the Senate of the United States, the last being, in every sense, much the most dignified and important body. It being unfortunately true that nominations are the real people of America, unless in cases which arouse the nation, the state senates very often contain members altogether unsuited to their trusts, men who have obtained their seats by party legerdemain, and who had much better, on their own account, as well as on that of the public, be at home attending to their own private affairs. This much may be freely said by any citizen of a state senate, a collection of political partisans that commands no particular respect. But it is very different with that of the United States, and we shall confine ourselves to saying, in reference to that body, which it is the fashion of the times to reverence as the most illustrious political body on earth, that it is not quite as obnoxious to this judgment as the best of its sisterhood of the several states, though very far from being immaculate, or what with a little more honesty in political leaders it might be. "I believe you are half right, Johnson," answered Timms. "Nomination is the government in this country. Liberty, people, and all. Let a man get a nomination on the right side, and he's as good as elected. But now for this mode of getting new trials, Johnson." "Why, squire, I'm amazed a man of your experience should ask the question. The law is sharp enough in keeping jurors, and constables and doorkeepers in their places. But the jurors and constables and doorkeepers don't like to be kept in their places, and there isn't one cause in 10, if they be of any length, in which the jurors don't stray, or the constables don't get into the jury rooms. You can't pound free-born Americans like cattle." "I understand you, Johnson, and will take the hint. I knew there was a screw loose in this part of our jurisprudence, but did not think it as important as I now see it is. The fact is, Johnson, we have been telling the people so long that they are perfect, and every man that he, in his own person, is one of these people, that our citizens don't like to submit to restraints that are disagreeable. Still, we are a law-abiding people, as everyone says." "That may be so, squire, but we are not jury-room abiding, nor be the constables outside of the door abiding. Take my word for it. As you say, sir, every man is beginning to think he is a part of the people, and a great part, too. And he soon gets the notion that he can do as he has a mind to do." "Where is Mr. Dunscombe?" "He stepped out with the young gentleman a few minutes since. I dare say, Squire Timms, he's gone to engage men to talk down this rumor about Mary Monson. That job should have been mine by rights." "Not he, Johnson, not he. Your grand lawyers don't meddle with such matters, or when they do, they pretend not to. No, he has gone to the jail, and I must follow him." At the jail was Dunscombe, sure enough. Mary Monson, Anna, and Sarah, with Marie Moulin, all dressed for the court, the former with beautiful simplicity, but still more beautiful care. The three last plainly, but in attire well suited to their respective stations in life. There was a common air of concern and anxiety, though Mary Monson still maintained her self-command. Indeed, the quiet of her manner was truly wonderful for the circumstances. "Providence has placed me in a most trying situation," she said, "but I see my course. Were I to shrink from this trial, evaded in any manner, a blot would rest on my name as long as I am remembered. It is indispensable that I should be acquitted. This, by God's blessing on the innocent, must come to pass, and I may go forth and face my friends with a quiet mind." "These friends ought to be known," answered Dunscombe, "and should be here, to countenance you with their presence. Never, while I live, never." "You see this young man, Mary Monson. I believe he is known to you by name?" Mary Monson turned her face towards Millington, smiled coldly, and seemed undisturbed. "What is he to me? Here is the woman of his heart. Let him turn to her with all his care." "You understand me, Mary Monson. It is important that I should be assured of that." "Perhaps I do, Mr. Dunscombe, and perhaps I do not. You are enigmatical this morning. I cannot be certain." "In one short half hour the bell of yonder courthouse will ring, when you are to be tried for your life." The cheek of the accused blanched a little, but its color soon returned, while her eye assumed a look even prouder than common. "Let it come," was her quiet answer. "The innocent need not tremble. These two pure beings have promised to accompany me to the place of trial, and to give me their countenance. Why then should I hesitate?" "I shall go too," said Millington steadily, like one whose mind was made up. Well, for the sake of this dear one, you may go too." "For no other reason, Mary?" "For no other reason, sir. I am aware of the interest you and Mr. Wilmeder have taken in my case, and I thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Ah, kindness was never lost on me." A flood of tears, for the first time since her imprisonment, so far as anyone knew, burst from this extraordinary being, and for a few minutes she became woman in the fullest meaning of the term. During this interval Dunscombe retired, perceiving that it was useless to urge anything on his client while weeping almost convulsively, and aware that he had several things to do before the court met. Besides, he left the place quite satisfied on an all-important point, and he and Millington walked by themselves towards the courthouse, their heads close together, and their voices reduced nearly to whispers. End of section 19.
Chapter 20 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 20. I blush and am confounded to appear before thy presence, Cato. What's thy crime? I am a Numidian. Cato. Within the half hour mentioned by Dunscombe, the courthouse bell rang, and there was a rush towards that building in order to secure seats for the approaching trial. All that has been related in the preceding chapter occurred between the hours of 6 and 9 that morning, it being one of the ways of the hour in the march of improvement to drive the administration of justice with as near an approach to railroad speed as is practicable. Many of the modern judges go to work as early as 8 in the morning, perhaps most do in the country circuits, and continue to call causes until 9 and 10 at night, illustrating the justice of the land by means of agents who are half asleep and stupid from fatigue. We have said that everything like dignity, except as it is to be found in the high character of its duties and the manner in which they are performed, has been banished from the courts of New York. Even on this solemn occasion, when a human being was to be put on trial for her life, and she a woman, there was no departure from the naked simplicity that has been set up on the pedestal of reason, in open opposition to the ancient accessories by which the law asserted its power. It remains to be seen whether human nature has not been as much overestimated under the new arrangement as it was underrated by the old. There is a medium, in truth, that it is ever safe to respect, and there is reason to apprehend that in throwing away the useless vestments of idle parade, those necessary to decency were cast aside with them. Quite a fourth of the audience assembled in Duke's County Courthouse on this occasion were females. The curiosity which is said to be so natural to the sex was, on this occasion, quickened by the peculiar circumstances of the case, a woman having been murdered, and a woman accused of having committed the offense. It was said, however, that many were summoned as witnesses, it being generally understood that the state had subpoenaed the country far and near. At length a general and expecting silence succeeded the bustle of the crowds entering and obtaining seats, and the eyes of the spectators were very generally turned towards the door, in the wish to get a glimpse of the principal personage in the approaching scene. We know not why it is that the spectacle of others' woes has so great a charm for most persons. Nature has given us sympathy and compassion and a desire to alleviate misery, yet most of us like to look upon it as a mere spectacle, when we have neither the wish nor the power to be more than useless spectators. Thousands will assemble to see a man hanged, when all know that the law has a grasp too tight to be unloosed, and that the circle of the gallows is no place for feelings of commiseration. But so it is, and many a female, that day, who would have gladly alleviated in the distress that it was in her power to lessen, sat there, a curious and interested observer of all that passed, to note the workings of the countenance, the writhings of the inner soul, if any such there should be, or the gleams of hope that might at intervals lighten the gloom of despair. The court was occupied for half an hour with hearing motions and in granting orders, nothing seeming to impede its utilitarian progress. Then the movement within the bar ceased, and an expectation that was even solemn fell on the whole mass of human beings that were collected in that narrow space. "This is the day for which the trial of Mary Munson was, by arraignment, set down," observed the judge. "Mr. District Attorney, are you ready?" "We are, sir. Entirely so, I believe. If the court please, Mr. Williams and Mr. Wright will be associated with me in this case. It is one of importance, and I do not like the responsibility of trying it alone." "The court has so understood it. Who is for the accused?" "I am retained to defend Mary Monson," answered Dunscombe, rising with dignity and speaking with the self-possession of one long accustomed to the courts. "Mr. Timms will assist me." "Are you ready, gentlemen?" "I believe we are, Your Honor, though the prisoner has not yet been arraigned." "Mr. District Attorney, we will proceed." As the sheriff now left the room, in person, rather an unusual thing in bringing a prisoner into court, expectation was at its height. In the midst of a breathing silence, the door swung round. Courtroom doors are now made to swing like turnpikes in order to prevent noise, and Mr. Gott entered, followed by Mary Monson, Anna, Sarah, Marie Molin, and the two young men. The kind-hearted wife of the sheriff was already in the room, and by means of a constable had managed to keep seats reserved for those who might attend the prisoner. To these seats the party now retired, with the exception of Marie Molin, who attended her mistress within the bar. Every observer was struck with the unexpected air, manner, and attire of the prisoner. Dunscombe saw at a glance that her appearance had made a most favorable impression. This was something, and he hoped it might counteract much of the maneuvering of Davis and Williams. The judge, in particular, a kind-hearted and very well-meaning man, was taken altogether by surprise. There is nothing in which there is more Freemasonry than in the secret symptoms of social castes. Each individual is more or less of a judge of these matters, up to the level of his own associations, while all beyond is mystery. It happened that the judge now about to try Mary Monson belonged to an old, historical New York family, a thing of rather rare occurrence in the great movements of the times, and he possessed an hereditary tact in discerning persons of his own habits of life. Almost at a glance, he perceived that the prisoner had the air, manners, countenance, and finesse of one accustomed from infancy to good company. The reader may smile at this, but he must pardon us if we say the smile will betray ignorance rather than denote the philosophy that he may fancy controls his opinions. Dunscombe was much gratified when the judge rather earnestly interposed against the act of the sheriff, who was about to place the prisoner at the bar in a little barricaded space allotted to the use of ordinary criminals, directing him to give the prisoner a chair within the bar. Mr. Sheriff, gentlemen, be so good as make room that the accused may sit near her counsel. Mr. Attorney, let the prisoner be arraigned as soon as she has rested from the fatigue and agitation of appearing here. This ceremony, now little more than the blank form, was soon ended, and the plea of not guilty was entered. The next step was to impanel the jury, a task of infinite difficulty, and one that has got to be so much an outwork in the proceedings in criminal cases as almost to baffle the powers of the law. It is no unusual thing for the time of the court to be occupied a week or two in this preliminary proceeding, until the evil has got to be so crying as to induce the executive to recommend that the legislature may devise some mode of relief. One of the most besetting vices of all American legislation, in those cases in which abuses are not the offspring of party, is a false philanthropy in which the wicked and evildoer has been protected at the expense of the upright and obedient. The abuse just mentioned is one of those in which the bottom has been reached somewhat sooner than common, but it is hazarding little to predict that more than half which has been done within the last few years under the guise of liberty and philanthropy will have to be undone ere the citizens would be left to the quiet enjoyment of his rights, or can receive the just protection of the laws. One of the common sense and real improvements of the day is to swear the jurors, in all the causes that are to be tried, by one process. This is a saving of time, and though the ceremony might be, and ought to be made, much more solemn and impressive than it is, as by causing all other business to cease, and to make every one present rise and stand in reverential silence, while the name of the God of heaven and earth is invoked, still it is a great improvement on the ancient mode, and has reason to sustain it. It gives us pleasure to note such circumstances in the ways of the hour, whenever a sense of right can induce one who loathes the flattery of the people quite as much as he loathes that of princes and flattery of all sorts, to say aught in favor of what has been done or is yet doing around him. The clerk called the name of Jonas Waddles, the first juror drawn. This man was a respectable mechanic, of no great force in the way of mind, but meaning well and reputed honest. Timms gave the senior counsel a look, which the other understood to mean, "He may do." No objection being made on account of the state, Jonas Waddles took his seat in the jury box, which was thought great good luck for a capital case. "Ira Truman," cried the clerk. A meaning pause succeeded the announcement of this name. Truman was a person of considerable local influence, and would probably carry great weight in a body composed principally of men even less instructed than he was himself. What was more, both Timms and Williams knew that their respective agents had been hard at work to gain his ear, though neither knew exactly with what degree of success. It was consequently equally hazardous to accept or to oppose, and the two legal gladiators stood at bay, each waiting for the other to betray his opinion of the man. The judge soon became wearied, and inquired if the juror was accepted. It was a somewhat amusing sight, now, to observe the manner in which Timms proceeded with Williams, and Williams met Timms. "I should like to hear the gentleman's objections to this juror," observed Timms, "as I do not see that his challenge is peremptory." "I have not challenged the juror at all," answered Williams, "but have understood the challenge comes from the defense." "This is extraordinary. The gentleman looks defiance at the jurors, and now declares he does not challenge." "Looks? If looks meant a challenge, the state might at once suffer these foul murders to go unpunished, for I am sure the gentleman's countenance is a perfect thundercloud. I trust the counsel will recollect the gravity of this cause, and suffer it to be conducted with a decorum that ought never to be wanting in a court of justice," interposed the judge. "Unless there is a direct challenge from one side or the other, the juror must take his seat, of course." "I should like to ask the juror a question or two," Timms replied, speaking very cautiously, and like one who was afraid of hurting the feelings of the party under examination, and in truth wary lest on investigation he might discover that Truman was likely to be the sort of person he wanted. "You have been at Barbary, juror, since the opening of the court?" Truman nodded his head. "Of course you have been round among your friends and neighbors that you have met with here?" Another nod from Truman, with a sort of affirmative grunt. "You have probably heard more or less said concerning Mary Monson, I mean in a legal and proper way?" A third nod of assent. "Can you speak anything in particular that has been said in your presence?" Truman seemed to tax his memory. Then he raised his head and answered deliberately and with great clearness. "I was going from the tavern to the courthouse when I met David Johnson." "Never mind those particulars, Mr. Truman," interrupted Timms, who saw that the juror had been talking with one of his own most confidential agents. "What the court wishes to know is if anyone has been reporting circumstances unfavorable to Mary Monson in your presence?" "Or in her favor," put in Williams, with a sneer. "Juror," interposed the judge, "tell us if anyone has spoken to you on the merits of this case, for or against?" "Merits?" repeated Truman, seeming to reflect again. "No, your honor, I can't say that there has." Now this was as bold a falsehood as was ever uttered, but Truman reconciled the answer to his conscience by choosing to consider that the conversation he had heard had been on the demerits of the accused. "I do not see, gentlemen, that you can challenge for cause," observed his honor, "unless you have further facts." "Perhaps we have, sir," answered Williams. "You were saying, Mr. Truman, that you met David Johnson as you were going from the inn to the courthouse. Did I understand you correctly?" "Just so, squire. I had been having a long talk with Peter Titus," one of Williams's most active and confidential agents, "when Johnson came up. Johnson says he, 'Pleasant day, gentlemen. I'm glad to see you both out, for the faces of old friends is getting scarce.'" "I see no objection to the jurors being received," Williams carelessly remarked, satisfied that Titus had not neglected his duty in that long talk. "Yes, he is as good a juror as dukes can furnish," observed Timms, perfectly sure Johnson had turned to account the advantage of having the last word. Truman was accordingly admitted to the box as the second man of the 12. The two managers of this cause were both right. Titus had crammed his old acquaintance, Truman, with all that was circulating to the prejudice of the prisoner, expressing surprise, when he had said all he had to say, at hearing that his friend was on the panel. "Well," said Titus, as Johnson approached, "if questioned, you'll remember I said I didn't dream of your being a juryman, but, just as like as not, you'll not be drawn for the case at all." On the other hand, Johnson was quite eloquent and pathetic in giving his old acquaintance the history of Mary Monson's case, whom he pronounced a most injured and persecuted woman. Truman, a shrewd managing fellow in general, fancied himself just as impartial and fit to try the cause, after he had heard the stories of the two men, as he had ever been. But in this he was mistaken. It requires an unusually clear head, exceedingly high principles, and a great knowledge of men to maintain perfect impartiality in these cases, and certainly Truman was not the man to boast of all these rare qualities. In general, the last word tells, but as sometimes happens, that first impressions become difficult to eradicate. Such was the fact in the present instance, Truman taking his seat in the jury box with an exceedingly strong bias against the accused. We are aware that these are not the colors in which it is the fashion to delineate the venerable and much vaunted institution of the jury, certainly a most efficient agent in curtailing the power of a prince, but just as certainly a most irresponsible, vague, and quite often an unprincipled means of administering the law, when men are not urged to the desire of doing right by political pressure from without, and are left to the perverse and free workings of a very evil nature. We represent things as we believe them to exist, knowing that scarce a case of magnitude occurs in which the ministers of corruption are not at work among the jurors, or a verdict rendered in which the fingers of the father of lies might not be traced, were the veil removed and the facts exposed to the light of day. It is true that in trials for life, the persecution of the prisoner rarely takes so direct a form as has been represented in the case of Mary Monson, but the press and the tongue do an incalculable amount of evil, even in such cases, all the ancient safeguards of the law having been either directly removed by ill-considered legislation, or rendered dead letters by the ways of the hour. It was regarded as exceedingly good progress to get 2 jurors into the box in a capital case in the first half hour. His Honor had evidently resigned himself to a 24 hours job, and great was his satisfaction when he saw Wattles and Truman safely seated on their hard and uncomfortable seats, for it would almost seem that discomfort had been brought into the courthouses as a sort of auxiliary to the old practice of starving a jury into a verdict. Whether it was owing to a suspicion on the part of Timms of the truth in regard to his being overreached in the case of Truman, or to some other cause, he raised no objections to either of the 6 jurors next called. His moderation was imitated by Williams. Then followed 2 peremptory challenges, one in behalf of the prisoner and one in behalf of the people, as it is termed. This was getting on so much better than everyone expected that all were in good humor, and it is not exceeding the truth if we add, in a slight degree more disposed to view the prisoner and her case with favor. On such trifles do human decisions very often depend. All this time, fully an hour, did Mary Monson sit in resigned submission to her fate, composed, attentive, and singularly ladylike. The spectators were greatly divided in their private speculations on her guilt or innocence. Some saw in her quiet manner curious interest in the proceedings, and unchanging color proofs not only of a hardened conscience, but of an experience in scenes similar to that in which she was now engaged, overlooking all the probabilities to indulge in conjectures so severe against one so young. "Well, gentlemen," cried the judge, "time is precious. Let us proceed." The 9th juror was drawn, and it proved to be a country trader of the name of Hatfield. This person was known to be a man of considerable influence among persons of his own class, and to have a reputation for judgment, if not for principles. "They might as well send the other 11 home, and let Hatfield pronounce the verdict," whispered one lawyer to another. "There is no material in that box to withstand his logic." "Then he will hold this young woman's life in his hand," was the reply. "It will be pretty much so. The glorious institution of the jury is admirably devised to bring about such results." "You forget the judge. He has the last word, you will remember." "Thank God it is so. Else would our condition be terrible. Lynch laws preferable to laws administered by jurors who fancy themselves so many legislators." "It cannot be concealed that the spirit of the times has invaded the jury box, and the court has not one half its ancient influence. I should not like to have this Hatfield against me." It would seem that Williams was of the same way of thinking, for he muttered to himself, desired the juror not to enter the box, and seemed to be pondering on the course he ought to pursue. The truth was that he himself had recently sued Hatfield for debt, and the proceedings had been a little vindictive. One of the dangers that a really skillful lawyer has to guard against is the personal animosity that is engendered by his own professional practice. Many men have minds so constituted that their opinions are affected by prejudices thus created, and they do not scruple to transfer their hostility from the counsel to the cause he is employed to defend. It is consequently incumbent on the prudent lawyer to make his estimate of character with judgment, and to be as sure as the nature of the case will allow that his client is not to suffer for his own acts. As hostility to the counsel is not a legal objection to a juror, Williams was under the necessity of presenting such as would command the attention of the court. "I wish the juror may be sworn true answers to make," said Williams. Timms now pricked up his ears, for if it were of importance for Williams to oppose the reception of this particular individual, it was probably of importance to Mary Monson to have him received. On this principle, therefore, he was ready to resist the attack on the juror, who was at once sworn. "You reside in the adjoining town of Blackstone, I believe, Mr. Hatfield?" asked Williams. A simple assent was the reply. "In practice there, in one of the learned professions?" Hatfield was certain his interrogator knew better, for Williams had been in his store 50 times, but he answered in the same innocent manner as that with which the question was put. "I'm in trade." "In trade? Keep a store, I dare say, Mr. Hatfield?" "I do, and one in which I have sold you hundreds myself." A general smile succeeded this sally, and Timms looked round at the audience, with his nose pointing upwards, as if he scented his game. "I dare say I pay as I go," returned Williams, "and my memory is not loaded with such transactions." "Mr. Williams," interrupted the judge, a little impatiently, "the time of the court is very precious." "So is the dignity of the outraged laws to the state, your honor. We shall soon be through, sir." "Many people in the habit of frequenting your store, Mr. Hatfield?" "As much as is usual in the country." 10 or 15 at a time, on some occasions?" "I dare say there may be." "Has the murder of Peter Goodwin ever been discussed by your customers in your presence?" "I don't know, but it has. Such a thing is very likely, but one hears so much, I can't say." "Did you never join in such a discussion yourself?" "I may, or I may not." "I ask you now, distinctly, if you had no such discussion on the 26th of May last, between the hours of 11 and 12 in the forenoon?" The sharpness of the manner in which this question was put, the minuteness of the details, and the particularity of the interrogatories quite confounded the juror, who answered accordingly. "Such a thing might have taken place, and it might not. I do not remember." "Is Jonas White, a regular country loafer, in the habit of being in your store?" "He is. It is a considerable lounge for laboring men." "And Stephen Hook?" "Yes, he is there a good deal of his time." "Now, I beg you to remember, did not such a conversation take place, in which you bore a part, between the hours of 11 and 12 in the forenoon, White and Hook being present?" Hatfield seemed perplexed. He very conscientiously desired to tell the truth, having nothing to gain by an opposite course, but he really had no recollection of any such discussion, as well might be the case, no such conversation ever having taken place. Williams knew the habits of the loafers in question, had selected the time a little at random, and adopted the particularity merely as a means of confounding the juror, of whom he was seriously afraid. "Such a thing may have happened," answered Hatfield, after a pause. "I don't remember." "It may have happened. Now, sir, allow me to ask you, if, in that conversation, you did not express an opinion that you did not and could not believe that a lady educated and delicate, like the prisoner at the bar, did or would, under any circumstances, commit the offence with which Mary Monson is charged?" Hatfield grew more and more confounded, for Williams's manner was more and more confident and cool. In this state of feeling he suffered the reply to escape him. "I may have said as much. It seems quite natural." "I presume after this," observed Williams carelessly, "your honor will order the juror not to enter the box."
"Not so fast, not so fast, Brother Williams,"
put in Timms, who felt it was now his turn to say a word, and who was thumbing a small pocket almanac very diligently the while. "This discussion, I understand the learned gentleman, took place in the juror's store?" "He did, sir," was the answer. "A place where such discussions are very apt to occur. Hook and White loaf half their time away in that store." "All quite likely, very likely to happen. Mr. Hatfield, do you open your store on the Sabbath?" "Certainly not. I am very particular to do nothing of the sort." "A church member, I suppose, sir?" "An undeserving one, sir." "Never, on any account, in the practice of opening your store of a Sabbath, I understand you to say?" "Never, except in cases of sickness. We must all respect the wants of the sick." "Are Hook and White in the habit of loafing about on your premises of a Sunday?" "Never. I wouldn't tolerate it. The store is a public place of a weekday, and they can come in if they please, but I wouldn't tolerate such visits on the Sabbath." Yet, if the court please, the 26th of last May happened to fall on the Sabbath day. My brother Williams forgot to look into the almanac before he made up his brief. Here Tim sat down, cocking his nose still higher, quite certain of having made a capital hit towards his views on the Senate, though he actually gained nothing for the cause. There was a general simper in the audience, and Williams felt that he had lost quite as much as his opponent had gained. "Well, gentlemen, time is precious. Let us get on," interposed the judge. "Is the juror to enter the box or not? I trust a trifling mistake as to the day of the month is not about to defeat the ends of justice," answered Williams, raising himself higher on his stilts as he found himself sinking lower in his facts. "I put it on the 26th by a miscalculation. I can now see. It was probably on the 25th. Saturday is the loafer's holiday. Yes, it must have been on Saturday the 25th that the conversation took place. Do you remember this fact, juror?" "I remember. Now so much has been said on the subject," answered Hatfield firmly, "that I was not at home at all between the 20th and the 27th of May last. I could have held no such conversation on the 25th or 26th of May, nor do I know that I think Mary Monson either innocent or guilty." As all this was true, and was uttered with the confidence of truth, it made an impression on the audience. Williams doubted, for so fine was his skill in managing men, that he often succeeded in gaining jurors by letting them understand he suspected them of being prejudiced against his case. With the weak and vain, this mode of proceeding has frequently more success than a contrary course, the party suspected being doubly anxious to illustrate his impartiality in his verdict. This was what Williams, and indeed the bar, very generally calls standing so erect as to lean backward. "Mr. Williams," said the judge, "you must challenge peremptorily, or the juror will be received." "No, Your Honor, the state will accept the juror. I now see that my information has been wrong." "We challenge for the defense," said Timms, deciding on the instant, on the ground that if Williams was so ready to change his course of proceeding, there must be a good reason for it. "Stand aside, juror." "Peter Bailey," called the clerk. No objection being made, Peter Bailey took his seat. The next two jurors were also received unquestioned, and it only remained to draw the 12th man. This was so much better luck than commonly happens in capital cases, that everybody seemed more and more pleased, as if all were anxious to come to the testimony. The judge evidently felicitated himself, rubbing his hands with very great satisfaction. The bar generally entered into his feelings, for it helped along its business. "On the whole," observed one of the lawyers, who was in extensive practice, speaking to another at his side, "I would as soon try one of these murder cases as to go through with a good water cause. Oh, they are excruciating. Get into a good water cause, with about 30 witnesses on the side, and you are in for a week. I was 3 days at one, only last circuit. Are there many witnesses in this case?" "About 40, I hear," glancing toward the benches where most of the females sat. "They tell me there would be a very formidable array as to character. Ladies from York by the dozen. They will be wanted, if all they say is true." "If all you hear is true, we have reached a new epoch in the history of mankind. I have never seen a day when half of what I hear is more than half true. I set the rest down as leather and prunella." "Robert Robinson," cried the clerk. A respectable-looking man of 50 presented himself, and was about to enter the box without stopping to ascertain whether or not he would be welcome there. This person had much more the air of the world than either of the other jurors, and with those who are not very particular or very discriminating in such matters, might readily enough pass for a gentleman. He was neatly dressed, wore gloves, and had certain chains, an eyeglass, and other appliances of the sort that it is not unusual to see at a country circuit. Neither Williams nor Tim seemed to know the juror, but each looked surprised and undecided how he ought to act. The peremptory challenges were not exhausted, and there was a common impulse in the two lawyers, first to accept one so respectable in mind and attire and general air, and then, by a sudden revolution of feeling, to reject one of whom they knew nothing. "I suppose the summons is all right?" Williams carelessly remarked. "The juror resides in Dukes?" "I do," was the answer. "Is a freeholder and entitled to serve?" A somewhat supercilious smile came over the countenance of the juror, and he looked round at the person who could presume to make such a remark with something very like an air of contempt. "I am Dr. Robinson," he then observed, laying emphasis on his learned appellation. Williams seemed at a loss, for, To say the truth, he had never heard of any such physician in the county. Timms was quite as much mystified when a member of the bar leaned across the table and whispered to Dunscombe that the juror was a celebrated quack who made pills that would cure all diseases, and who, having made a fortune, had bought a place in the country, and was to all legal purposes entitled to serve. "The juror can stand aside," said Dunscombe, rising in his slow, dignified manner. "If it please the court, we challenge peremptorily." Timms looked still more surprised, and when told the reason for the course taken by his associate, he was even sorry. "The man is a quack," said Dunscombe, "and there is quackery enough in this system of a jury without calling in assistance from the more open practitioners. I'm afraid, Squire, he is just the sort of man we want. I can work on such spirits, when I fail altogether with more everyday kind of men. A little quackery does no harm to some causes." "Ira Kingsland," called out the clerk. Ira Kingsland appeared, a staid, solid, respectable husbandman, one of those it is mistaken usage of the country to term yeomen, and of a class that contains more useful information, practical good sense, and judgment than might be imagined under all the circumstances. As no objection was raised, this juror was received, and the panel was complete. After cautioning the jurors about listening and talking in the usual way, the judge adjourned the court for dinner. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lindsay Frone. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 21. I know it is dreadful. I feel the anguish of thy generous soul. But I was born to murder all who love me. George Barnwell. Dunscombe was followed to his room by Millington, between whom and himself John Wilmeter had occasion to remark a sudden intimacy had sprung up. The counsellor had always liked his student, or he would never have consented to give him his niece. But it was not usual for him to hold as long, or seemingly as confidential conversations with the young man, as now proved to be the case. When the interview was over, Millington mounted a horse and galloped off in the direction of town in that almost exploded manner of moving. Time was, and that within the memory of man, when the gentlemen of New York were in their saddles hours each day, but all this is changing with the times. We live in an age of buggies, the gig, phaeton, and curricle having disappeared, and the utilitarian vehicle just named having taken their places. Were it not for the women, who still have occasion for closer carriages, the whole nation would soon be riding about in buggies. Beresford is made, by one of his annotators, to complain that everything like individuality is becoming lost in England, and that the progress of great improvements must be checked, or independent thinkers will shortly be out of the question. If this be true of England, what might not be said on the same subject of America? Here, where there is so much community as to have completely engulfed everything like individual thought and action, we take it the most imitative people on earth are to be found. This truth is manifested in 1,000 things. Every town is getting its Broadway, thus defeating the very object of names. Today the country is dotted with Grecian temples, tomorrow with Gothic villages. All the purposes of domestic architecture are sadly forgotten in each. And, as one of the Spencers is said to have introduced the article of dress which bears his name, by betting he could set the fashion of cutting off the skirts of the coat, so might one who is looked up to in this country almost set the fashion of cutting off the nose. Dunscombe, however, was a perfectly original thinker. This he manifested in his private life, as well as in his public profession. His opinions were formed in his own way, and his acts were as much those of the individual as circumstances would at all allow. His motives in dispatching Millington so suddenly to town were known to himself, and will probably be shown to the reader as the narrative proceeds. "Well, sir, how are we getting on?" asked John Wilmeter, throwing himself into a chair in his uncle's room with a heated and excited air. "I hope things are going to your mind?" "We have got a jury, Jack, and that is all that can be said in the matter," returned the uncle, looking over some papers as the conversation proceeded. "It is good progress, in a capital case, to get a jury impaneled in the first forenoon." "You'll have the verdict in by this time tomorrow, sir, I'm afraid." "Why afraid, boy? The sooner the poor woman is acquitted, the better will it be for her." "Aye, if she be acquitted, but I fear everything is looking dark in the case." "And this from you, who fancied the accused an angel of light only a week since." "She is certainly a most fascinating creature, when she chooses to be," said John, with emphasis. "But she does not always choose to appear in that character." "She is most certainly a fascinating creature, when she chooses to be," returned the uncle, with very much the same sort of emphasis. But Dunscombe's manner was very different from that of his nephew. John was excited, petulant, irritable, and in a state to feel and say disagreeable things, dissatisfied with himself, and consequently not very well pleased with others. A great change had come over his feelings, truly, within the last week, and the image of the gentle Anna Updike was fast taking the place of that of Mary Monson. As the latter seldom saw the young man, and then only at the grate, the former had got to be the means of communication between the youthful advocate and his client, throwing them constantly in each other's way. On such occasions, Anna was always so truthful, so gentle, so earnest, so natural, and so sweetly feminine, that John must have been made of stone to remain insensible of her excellent qualities. If women did but know how much their power, not to say charms, are increased by gentleness, by tenderness in lieu of coldness of manner, by keeping within the natural circle of their sex's feelings, instead of aping an independence and spirit more suited to men than their own condition, we should see less of discord in domestic life, happier wives, better mothers, and more reasonable mistresses. No one knew this better than Dunscombe, who had not been an indifferent spectator of his nephew's course, and who fancied this a favourable moment to say a word to him on a subject that he felt to be important. "This choosing to be is a very material item in the female character," continued the counsellor, after a moment of silent and profound thought. "Whatever else you may do, my boy, in way of matrimony, marry a gentle and feminine woman. Take my word for it, there is no true happiness with any other. Women have their tastes and caprices, and like to indulge them, sir, as well as ourselves. All that may be true, but avoid what is termed a woman of independent spirit. They are usually so many devils incarnate. If they happen to unite moneyed independence with moral independence, I am not quite certain that their tyranny is not worse than that of a Nero. A tyrannical woman is worse than a tyrannical man, because she is apt to be capricious. At one moment she will blow hot, at the next cold. At one time she will give, at the next clutch back her gifts. Today she is the devoted and obedient wife, tomorrow the domineering partner. No, Jack, marry a woman, which means a kind, gentle, affectionate, thoughtful creature, whose heart is so full of you, there is no room in it for herself. Marry just such a girl as Anna Updike, if you can get her." "I thank you, sir," answered John, colouring. "I dare say the advice is good, and I shall bear it in mind. What would you think of a woman like Mary Monson for a wife?" Dunscombe turned a vacant look at his nephew, as if his thoughts were far away, and his chin dropped on his bosom. This abstraction lasted but a minute, however, when the young man got his answer. "Mary Monson is a wife, and I fear a bad one," returned the counsellor. "If she be the woman I suppose her to be, her history, brief as it is a very lamentable one. John, you are my sister's son and my heir. You are nearer to me than any other human being, in one sense, though I certainly love Sarah quite as well as I do you, if not a little better. These ties of feeling are strange links in our nature. At one time I loved your mother with a tenderness such as a father might feel for a child. In short, with a brother's love. A brother's love for a young and pretty and good girl, and I thought I could never love another as I loved Elizabeth. She returned my affection, and there was a period of many years when it was supposed that we were to pass down the vale of life in company, as brother and sister, old bachelor and old maid. Your father deranged all this, and at 34 my sister left me. It was like pulling my heartstrings out of me, and so much the worse, boy, because they were already sore. John started. His uncle spoke hoarsely, and a shudder that was so violent as to be perceptible to his companion passed through his frame. The cheeks of the counselor were usually colorless. Now they appeared absolutely pallid. This, then, thought John Wilmeter, is the insensible old bachelor who was thought to live altogether for himself. How little does the world really know of what is passing within it? Well, may it be said, here is a skeleton in every house. Dunscombe soon recovered his self-command. Reaching forth an arm, he took his nephew's hand and said affectionately, I am not often thus, Jack, as you must know. A vivid recollection of the days that have long been past came freshly over me, and I believe I have been a little unmanned. To you, my early history is a blank, but a very few words will serve to tell you all you need ever know. I was about your time of life, Jack, when I loved, courted, and became engaged to Mary Millington, Michael's great-aunt. Is that new to you? Not entirely, sir. Sarah has told me something of the same sort. You know the girls get hold of family anecdotes sooner than we men. She then probably told you that I was cruelly, heartlessly jilted for a richer man. Mary married and left one daughter, who also married early her own cousin, Frank Millington, the cousin of Michael's father. You may now see why I have ever felt so much interest in your future brother-in-law. He is a good fellow and quite free from all jilting blood, I'll answer for it. But what has become of Mrs. Frank Millington? I remember no such person. Like her mother, she died young, leaving an only daughter to inherit her name and very ample fortune. The reason you never knew Mr. Frank Millington is probably because he went to Paris early, where he educated his daughter in a great degree, there and in England, and when he died, Mildred Millington, the heiress of both parents, is said to have had quite 20,000 a year. Certain officious friends made a match for her, I have heard, with a Frenchman of some family but small means, and the recent revolution has driven them to this country, where, as I have been told, she took the reins of domestic government into her own hands until some sort of a separation has been the consequence. Why, this account is surprisingly like the report we have had concerning Mary Monson this morning, cried Jack, springing to his feet with excitement. I believe her to be the same person. Many things unite to create this opinion. In the first place, there is certainly a marked family resemblance to her grandmother and mother. Then the education, manners, languages, money, Marie Moulin, and the initials of the assumed name, each and all have their solution in this belief. The mademoiselle and the madame of the Swiss maid are explained. In short, if we can believe this Mary Monson to be Madame de la Rochefort, we can find an explanation of everything that is puzzling in her antecedents. But why should a woman of 20,000 a year be living in the cottage of Peter Goodwin? Because she is a woman of 20,000 a year, Monsieur de la Rochefort found her money was altogether at her own command by this new law, and, naturally enough, he desired to play something more than a puppet's part in his own abode and family. The lady clings to her dollars, which she loves more than her husband. A quarrel ensues, and she chooses to retire from his protection and conceal herself, for a time, under Peter Goodwin's roof, to evade pursuit. Capricious and wrong-headed women do 1,000 strange things, and thoughtless gabblers often sustain them in what they do. This is rendering the marriage tie very slight. It is treating it with contempt, setting at naught the laws of God and man, one's duties and the highest obligations of woman. Still, many of the sex fancy if they abstain from one great and distinct offense, the whole catalogue of the remaining misdeeds is at their mercy. Not to the extent of murder and arson, surely. Why should such a woman commit these crimes? One never knows. We are fearfully constituted, John, morally and physically. The fairest form often conceals the blackest heart, and vice versa. But I am now satisfied that there is a vein of insanity in this branch of the Millingtons, and it is possible Madame de la Rochefort is to be pitied more than to be censured. You surely do not think her guilty, Uncle Tom? The counselor looked intently at his nephew, shaded his brow a moment, gazed upward, and answered, I do. There is such a chain of proof against her as will scarce admit of explanation. I am afraid, Jack. I am afraid that she has done these deeds, terrible as they are. Such has been my opinion now for some time, though my mind has vacillated, and I make no doubt will prove to be the case with those of most of the jurors. It is a sad alternative, but I see no safety for her except in the plea of insanity. I am in hopes that something may be made out in that respect. We are quite without witnesses to that point, are we not, sir? Certainly, but Michael Millington has gone to town to send by telegraph for the nearest connections of Madame de la Rochefort, who are in the neighborhood of Philadelphia. The husband himself is somewhere on the Hudson. He must be hunted up too. Michael will see to all of this. I shall get the judge to adjourn early this evening, and we must spin out the trial for the next day or two in order to collect our forces. The judge is young and indulgent. He has certain ridiculous notions about saving the time of the public, but does not feel secure enough in his seat to be very positive. At this instant, Timms burst into the room in a high state of excitement, exclaiming, the moment he was sure that his words would not reach any hostile ears, Our case is desperate. All the Burtons are coming out dead against us, and neither the New Philanthropy, nor Friends, nor Anti-Gallows can save us. I never knew excitement get up so fast. It's the infernal aristocracy that kills us. Williams makes great use of it, and our people will not stand aristocracy. See what a magnanimous report to that legislator the learned Attorney General has just made on the subject of aristocracy. How admirably he touches up the kings and countesses. Pshaw! Exclaimed Dunscombe, with a contemptuous curl of the lip. Not 1 in 1,000 knows the meaning of the word, and he among the rest. The report you mention is that of a refined gentleman, to be sure, and is addressed to his equals. What exclusive political privilege does Mary Monson possess? Or what does the patroon, unless it be the privilege of having more stolen from it, by political frauds, than any other man in the state? This cant about social aristocracy, even in a state of society in which the servant deserts his master with impunity, in the midst of a dinner, is very miserable stuff. Aristocracy, forsooth. If there be aristocracy in America, the blackguard is the aristocrat. Anyway, then, with all this trash, and speak common sense in the future. You amaze me, sir. Why, I regard you as sort of an aristocrat, Mr. Dunscombe. Me? And what do you see aristocratic about me, pray? Why, sir, you don't look like the rest of us. Your very walk is different. Your language, manners, dress, habits, and opinions all differ from those of the Duke's county bar. Now, to my notion, that is being exclusive and peculiar, and whatever is peculiar is aristocratic, is it not? Here Dunscombe and his nephew burst out in a laugh, and, for a few minutes, Mary Monson was forgotten. Timms was quite in earnest, for he had fallen into the everyday notions in this respect, and it was not easy to get him out of them. Perhaps the Duke's county bar contains the aristocrats, and I am the serf, said the counselor. That cannot be. You must be the aristocrat, if any there be among us. I don't know why it is so, but so it is. Yes, you are the aristocrat, if there be one at our bar. Jack smiled and looked funny, but he had the discretion to hold his tongue. He had heard that a Duke of Norfolk, the top of the English aristocracy, was so remarkable for his personal habits as actually to be offensive. A man who, according to Tim's notions, would have been a long way down the social ladder, but who, nevertheless, was a top peer, if not a top sawyer. It was easy to see that Timms confounded a gentleman with an aristocrat, a confusion in ideas that is very common, and which is far from being unnatural when it is remembered how few formally acquired any of the graces of deportment who had not previously attained positive, exclusive political rights. As for the Attorney General and his report, Jack had sufficient sagacity to see it was a document that said one thing and meant another, professing deference for a people that it did not stop to compliment with the possession of either common honesty or good manners. I hope my aristocracy is not likely to affect the interests of my client. No, there is little danger of that. It is the democracy of the Burtons which will do that. I learn from Johnson that they are coming out stronger and stronger, and I feel certain Williams is sure of their testimony. By the way, sir, I had a hint from him, as we left the courthouse, that the $5,000 might yet take him from the field. This Mr. Williams, as well as yourself, Timms, must be more cautious, or the law will yet assert its power. It is very much humbled, I am aware, under the majesty of the people and a feeble administration of its authority, but its arm is long, and its grip potent, when it chooses to exert its force. Take my advice and have no more to do with such arrangements. The dinner bell put an end to the discussion. Timms vanished like a ghost, but Dunscombe, whose habits were gentlemanlike, and who knew that Mrs. Horton had assigned a particular seat to him, moved more deliberately, following his nephew about the time Timms was half through the meal. An American tavern diner, during the sitting of the circuit, is every way worthy of a minute and graphic description, but our limits will hardly admit of our assuming the task. If misery makes a man acquainted with strange bedfellows, so does the law. Judges, advocates, witnesses, sheriffs, clerks, constables, and not unfrequently the accused, dine in common with railroad speed. The rattling of knives, forks, and spoons, the clatter of plates, the rushing of waiters, landlord, landlady, chambermaids, ostler, and barkeeper included, produce a confusion that would do honor to the most profound republican simplicity. Everything approaches a state of nature but the edibles, and they are invariably overdone. On an evil day, some Yankee invented an article termed a cooking stove, and since its appearance, everything like good cookery has vanished from the common American table. There is plenty spoiled, abundance abused. Of made dishes, with the exception of 2 or 3 of very simple characters, there never were any, and these have been burned to cinders by the baking process of the cook stoves. It matters little, however, to the convives of a circuit court dinner what the dishes are called, or of what they are composed. Haste forbids taste, and it actually occurred that day, as it occurs almost invariably on such occasions, that a very clever county practitioner was asked the material of the dish he had been eating, and he could not tell it. Talk of the mysteries of French cookery! The cook stove produces more mystery than all the art of all the culinary artists of Paris, and this, too, on a principle that tallies admirably with that of the purest republican simplicity, since it causes all things to taste alike. To a dinner of this stamp, Dunscombe now sat down, just 10 minutes after the first clatter of a plate was heard, and just as the only remove was seen, in the form of slices of pie, pudding, and cake. With his habits, railroad speed or lightning line eating could find no favor, and he and Jack got their dinner as best they might amid the confusion and remnants of the close of such a repast. 9/10 of those who had so lately been at work as trenchermen were now picking their teeth, smoking cigars, or preparing fresh quids for the afternoon. A few clients were already holding their lawyers by the button, and here and there one of the latter led the way to his room to settle some slander cause in which the plaintiff had got frightened. It is a bad sign when eating is carried on without conversation. To converse, however, at such a table is morally, if not physically, impossible. Morally, because each man's mind is so intent on getting as much as he wants, that it is almost impossible to bring his thoughts to bear on any other subject. Physically, on account of the clatter, a movement in which an eclipse of a plate by the body of a waiter is no unusual thing, and universal activity of the teeth. Conversation under such circumstances would be truly a sort of ventriloquism, the portion of the human frame included in the term being all in all just at that moment. Notwithstanding these embarrassments and the unpleasant accompaniments, Dunscombe and his nephew got their dinners and were about to quit the table as MacBrien entered. The doctor would not expose his bride to the confusion of the common table, where there was so much that is revolting to all trained in the usages of good company, singularly blended with a decency of deportment and a consideration for the rights of each that served to form bright spots in American character. But he had obtained a more private room for the females of his party. "We should do pretty well," observed MacBrien, in explaining his accommodations, "were it not for a troublesome neighbor in the adjoining room, who is either insane or intoxicated. Mrs. Horton has put us in your wing, and I should think you must occasionally hear from him too. The man is constantly drunk, they tell me, and it is a little troublesome at times. On the whole, however, he does not annoy me much. I shall take the liberty of dining with you tomorrow, Ned. This eating against time does not agree with my constitution." "Tomorrow? I was thinking that my examination would be ended this afternoon, and that we might return to town in the morning. You will remember I have patients to attend to." "You will have more reason for patience. If you get through in a week, you will be lucky." "It is a curious case. I find all the local faculty ready to swear through thick and thin against her. My own opinion is fixed. But what is the opinion of one man against those of several in the same profession?" "We will put that question to Mrs. Horton, who is coming to ask how we have dined." "Thank ye, my good Mrs. Horton. We have done remarkably well, considering all the circumstances." The landlady was pleased and smirked and expressed her gratification. The sous-entendu of Dunscombe was lost upon her, and human vanity is very apt to accept the flattering and to overlook the disagreeable. She was pleased that the great York lawyer was satisfied. Mrs. Horton was an American landlady in the strictest sense of the word. This implies many features distinct from her European counterpart, some of which tell greatly in her favor, and others not so much so. Decency of exterior and a feminine deportment are so characteristic of the sex in this country that they need scarcely be adverted to. There were no sly jokes, no double entendres with Mrs. Horton, who maintained too grave a countenance to admit of such liberties. Then she was entirely free from the little expedients of a desire to gain that are naturally enough adopted in older communities, where the pressure of numbers drives the poor to their wits' end in order to live. American abundance had generated American liberality in Mrs. Horton, and if one of her guests asked for bread, she would give him the loaf. She was, moreover, what the country round termed accommodating, meaning that she was obliging and good-natured. Her faults were a fierce love of gossip, concealed under a veil of great indifference and modesty, a prying curiosity, and a determination to know everything, touching everybody, whoever came under her roof. This last propensity had got her into difficulties, several injurious reports having been traced to her tongue, which was indebted to her imagination for fully 1/2 of what she had circulated. It is scarcely necessary to add that, among the right set, Mrs. Horton was a great talker. As Dunscombe was a favorite, he was not likely to escape on the present occasion, the room being clear of all guests but those of his own party. "I am glad to get a little quiet talk with you, Squire Dunscombe," the landlady commenced, "for a body can depend on what is heard from such authority. Do they mean to hang Mary Monson?" "It is rather premature to ask that question, Mrs. Horton. The jury is impaneled, and there we stand at present." "Is it a good jury? Some of our Duke's county juries are none too good, they tell me. The whole institution is a miserable contrivance for the administration of justice. Could a higher class of citizens compose the juries, the system might still do with a few improvements." "Why not elect them?" demanded the landlady, who was ex officio a politician, much as women are usually politicians in this country. In other words, she felt her opinions without knowing their reasons. God forbid, my good Mrs. Horton. We have elective judges. That will do for the present. Too much of a good thing is as injurious as the positively bad. I prefer the present mode of drawing lots. Have you got a Quaker in the box? If you have, you are safe enough. I doubt if the district attorney would suffer that, although he appears to be kind and considerate. The man who goes into that box must be prepared to hang if necessary. For my part, I wish all hanging was done away with. I can see no good that hanging can do a man. You mistake the object, my dear Mrs. Horton, though your argument is quite as good as many that are openly advanced on the same side of the question. Just hear me, squire, rejoined the woman, for she loved dearly to get into a discussion on any question that she was accustomed to hear debated among her guests. The country hangs a body to reform a body, and what good can that do when a body is dead? Very ingeniously put, returned the counsellor, politely offering his box to the landlady, who took a few grains, and then deliberately helping himself to a pinch of snuff. Quite as ingeniously as much of the argument that appears in public. The objection lies to the premises, and not to the deduction, which is absolutely logical and just. A hanged body is certainly an unreformed body, and, as you say, it is quite useless to hang in order to reform. There, exclaimed the woman in triumph. I told Squire Timms that a gentleman who knows as much as you do must be on our side. Depend on one thing, Lawyer Dunscombe, and you too, gentlemen, depend on it, that Mary Monson will never be hanged. This was said with a meaning so peculiar that it struck Dunscombe, who watched the woman's earnest countenance while she was speaking with undeviated interest and intensity. It is my duty and my wish, Mrs. Horton, to believe as much, and to make others believe it also if I can, he answered, now anxious to prolong a discourse that a moment before he had found tiresome. You can if you will only try. I believe in dreams, and I dreamt a week ago that Mary Monson would be acquitted. It would be again all our notions to hang such a nice lady. Our tastes might take offence at it, and taste is of some influence, yet I am bound to agree with you. But you do agree with me in the uselessness of hanging when the object is to reform? Unfortunately for the force of that argument, my dear landlady, society does not punish for the purposes of reformation. That is a very common blunder of superficial philanthropists. Not for the purposes of reformation, squire. You astonish me. Why, for what else should it punish? For its own protection, to prevent others from committing murder. Have you no other reason than your dream, my good Mrs. Horton, for thinking Mary Monson will be acquitted? The woman put on a knowing look, and nodded her head significantly. At the same time, she glanced towards the counselor's companions, as much as to say that their presence prevented her being more explicit. Ned, do me the favor to go to your wife, and tell her I shall stop in and say a kind word as I pass the door. And Jack, go and bid Sarah be in Mrs. McBrien's parlor, ready to give me my morning's kiss. The doctor and John complied, leaving Dunscombe alone with the woman. May I repeat the question, my good landlady? Why do you think Mary Monson is to be acquitted? Asked Dunscombe, in one of his softest tones. Mrs. Horton mused, seemed anxious to speak, but struggling with some power that withheld her. One of her hands was in a pocket where the jingling of keys and pence made its presence known. Drawing forth this hand mechanically, Dunscombe saw that it contained several eagles. The woman cast her eye on the gold, returned it hastily to her pocket, rubbed her forehead, and seemed wary, prudent landlady once more. I hope you like your room, squire, she cried, in a thoroughly in-keeping spirit. It's the very best in this house, though I'm obliged to tell Mrs. McBrien the same story as to her apartment. But you have the best. You have a troublesome neighbor between you, I'm afraid, but he'll not be there many days, and I do all I can to keep him quiet. Is that man crazy? Asked the counselor, rising, perceiving that he had no more to expect from the woman just then, or is he only drunk? I hear him groan, and then I hear him swear. though I cannot understand what he says. He's sent here by his friends, and your wing is the only place we have to keep him in. When a body is well paid, squire, I suppose you know that the fee must not be forgotten? Now innkeepers have fees, as well as you gentlemen of the bar. How wonderfully Timms is getting along, Mr. Dunscombe. I believe his practice increases, and they tell me he stands next to Mr. Williams and Dukes. He does indeed, and a bright particular star, as the poet says, has he got to be. If he be a star, answered the counsellor, curling his lip, it must be a very particular one indeed. I am sorry to leave you, Mrs. Horton, but the intermission is nearly up. Dunscombe gave a little friendly nod, which the landlady returned. The former went his way with singular coolness of manner, when it is remembered that on him rested the responsibility of defending a fellow creature from the gallows. What rendered his deliberation more remarkable was the fact that he had no faith in the virtue of Mrs. Horton's dream. End of chapter 21. Section 22 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lindsay Frone. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Section 22. Wilt thou behold me sinking in my woes? And wilt thou not reach out a friendly arm, to raise one from amidst the plunge of sorrow? Addison. Call the names of the jurors, Mr. Clerk, said the judge. Mr. Sheriff, I do not see the prisoner in her place. This produced a stir. The jurors were called and answered to their names, and shortly after, Mary Monson appeared. The last was accompanied by the ladies, who might now be said to belong to her party, though no one but herself and Marie Moulin came within the bar. There was profound stillness in the hall, for it was felt that now the issue of life or death was actually approaching. Mary Monson gazed, not with disquietude but interest, at the 12 men who were to decide on her innocence or guilt, men of habits and opinions so different from her own, men so obnoxious to prejudices against those whom the accidents of life had made objects of envy or hatred, men too much occupied with the cares of existence to penetrate the arcana of thought, and who consequently held their opinions at the mercy of others, men unskilled because without practice in the very solemn and important office now imposed on them by law, men who might indeed be trusted so long as they would defer to the court and reason, but who were terrible and dangerous when they listened, as it is too apt to be the case, to the suggestions of their own impulses, ignorance, and prejudice. Yet these men were Mary Monson's peers in the eyes of the law, would have been viewed and accepted in a case involving the feelings and practices of social castes, about which they knew absolutely nothing, or, what is worse than nothing, a very little through the medium of misrepresentation and mistaken conclusions. It is the fashion to extol the institution of the jury. Our own experience, by no means trifling, as foreman, as suitor, and as a disinterested spectator, does not lead us to coincide in this opinion. A narrative of the corrupt, misguided, partial, prejudiced, or ignorant conduct that we have ourselves witnessed in these bodies would make a legend of its own. The power that most misleads such men is one unseen by themselves half the time, and is consequently so much more the dangerous. The feelings of neighborhood, political hostility, or party animosities are among the commonest evils that justice has to encounter when brought in contact with tribunals thus composed. Then come the feelings engendered by social castes, an inexhaustible source of evil passions. Mary Monson had been told of the risks she ran from that source, though she had also been told, and with great truth, that so much of the Spirit of God still remains in the hearts and minds of men, as to render a majority of those who were to be the arbiters of her fate conscientious, and careful in a capital case. Perhaps, as a rule, the singularity of his situation with a man who finds himself, for the first time, sitting as a juror in a trial for a human life, is one of the most available correctives of his native tendencies to do evil. "Mr. District Attorney, are you ready to proceed?" inquired the judge. This functionary rose, bowed to the court and jury, and commenced his opening. His manner was unpretending, natural, and solemn. Although high talent and original thought are very rare in this country, as they are everywhere else, there is a vast fund of intellect of a secondary order, ever at the command of the public. The District Attorney of Dukes was a living witness of this truth. He saw all within his reach clearly, and, possessing great experience, he did his duty on this occasion in a very credible manner. No attempt was made to awaken prejudice of any sort against the accused. She was presented by the grand inquest, and it was his and their painful duty, including his honor on the bench, to investigate this matter and make a solemn decision on their oaths. Mary Monson was entitled to a fair hearing, to all the advantages that the lenity of the criminal law of a very humane state of society could afford, and, for God's sake, let her be acquitted should the state fail to establish her guilt. Mr. District Attorney then proceeded to give a narrative of the events as he supposed them to have occurred. He spoke of the Goodwins as poor but honest people, a sort of illustration that is in much favor, and deservedly so when true. "It seems, gentlemen," the district attorney continued, "that the wife had a propensity or a fancy to collect gold pieces, no doubt as a store against the wants of age. This money was kept in a stocking, according to the practice of country ladies, and was often exhibited to the neighbors. We may have occasion, gentlemen, to show you that some 15 or 20 persons, at different times, have seen and handled this gold. You need not be told what natural curiosity is, but must all know how closely persons little accustomed to see money of this sort would be apt to examine the more rare pieces in particular. There happened to be several of these pieces among the gold of Mrs. Goodwin, and one of them was an Italian or a Dutch coin of the value of $4, which commonly goes by the name of the king whose likeness is on the piece. This Dutch or Italian coin, no matter which, or William, was seen and handled and examined by several persons, as we shall show you. Now, gentlemen, the stocking that contained the gold coins was kept in a bureau, which bureau was saved from the fire, with all its contents, but the stocking and the gold were missing. These facts will be shown to you by proof that puts them beyond a peradventure. We shall next show to you, gentlemen, that on a public examination of the prisoner at the bar, the contents of her purse were laid open, and the Dutch or Italian coin I have mentioned was found, along with more than $100 of other pieces, which being an American coin, cannot so readily be identified. The prosecution relies in a great degree on the proof that will be offered in connection with this piece of money to establish the guilt of the prisoner. We are aware that, when this piece of money was found on her person, she affirmed it was hers, that she had been possessed of 2 such pieces, and that the one seen in Mrs. Goodwin's stocking had been a present from herself to that unfortunate woman. Gentlemen, if persons accused of crimes could vindicate themselves by their own naked statements, there would be very few convictions. Reason tells us that proof must be met by proof. Assertions will not be received, as against the accused, nor will they be taken in her favor. Your own good sense will tell you, gentlemen, that if it be shown that Dorothy Goodwin possessed this particular piece of gold, valued it highly, and was in the practice of hoarding all the gold she could lay her hands on lawfully, that the said Dorothy Goodwin's residence was burned, she herself murdered by a savage and cruel blow or blows on the occiput or head, that Mary Monson, the prisoner at the bar, knew of the existence of this little stock of gold coins, had seen it, handled it, and doubtless coveted it, residing in the same house, with easy access to the bedside of the unhappy couple, with easy access to the bureau, to the keys which opened that bureau, for its drawers were found locked, just as Mrs. Goodwin was in the habit of leaving them. But, gentlemen, If all this be shown to you, and we then trace the aforesaid piece or coin to the pocket of Mary Monson, we make out a prima facie case of guilt, as I conceive, a case that will throw on her the onus of showing that she came in possession of the said piece of coin lawfully, and by no improper means. Failing of this, your duty will be plain. It is incumbent on the prosecution to make out its case, either by direct proof, on the oaths of credible witnesses, or by such circumstances as shall leave no doubt in your minds of the guilt of the accused. It is also incumbent that we show that the crimes of which the prisoner is accused have been committed and committed by her. Gentlemen, we shall offer you this proof. We shall show you that the skeletons of which I have spoken, and which lie under that pall, sad remains of a most ruthless scene, are beyond all question the skeletons of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin. This will be shown to you by proof, though all who knew the parties can almost see the likeness in these sad relics of mortality. Peter Goodwin, as will be shown to you, was a very short but sturdy man, while Dorothy, his wife, was a woman of large size. The skeletons meet this description exactly. They were found on the charred wood of the bedstead the unhappy couple habitually used, and on the spot where they had passed so many previous nights in security and peace. Everything goes to corroborate the identity of the persons whose remains have been found, and I regret it should be my duty to add that everything goes to fasten the guilt of these murders on the prisoner at the bar. Gentlemen, although we rely mainly on the possession of the Dutch or Italian coin, no matter which, to establish the case for the state, we shall offer you a great deal of sustaining and secondary proof. In the first place, the fact that a female, young, handsome, well, nay, expensively educated, coming from nobody knows whence, to go nobody knows whither, should suddenly appear in a place as retired as the house of Peter Goodwin, why, no one can say, are in themselves very suspicious. Gentlemen, all is not gold that glitters. Many a man and many a woman in places large as New York are not what they seem to be. They dress and laugh and sing and appear to be among the gayest of the gay when they do not know where to lay their heads at night. Large towns are moral blotches, they say, on the face of the community, and they conceal many things that will not bear the light. From one of these large towns it is to be presumed from her dress, manners, education, amusements, and all belonging to her, came Mary Monson, to ask an asylum in the dwelling of the Goodwins. Gentlemen, why did she come? Had she heard of the hoard of Mrs. Goodwin? And did she crave the possession of the gold? These questions it will be your duty to answer in your verdict. Should the reply be in the affirmative, you obtain at once a direct clue to the motives for the murder. Among the collateral proof that will be offered are the following circumstances, to which I now ask your particular attention, in order that you may give to the testimony its proper value. It will be shown that Mary Monson had a large sum in gold in her possession, after the arson and murders, and consequently after the robbery, but no one knew of her having any before. It will be shown that she has money in abundance, scattering it right and left, as we suppose to procure her acquittal, that this money we believe she took from the bureau of Mrs. Goodwin. How much is not known. It is thought that the sum was very large. The gold alone amounted to near $1,000, and 2 witnesses will testify to a still larger amount in banknotes. The Goodwins talked of purchasing a farm valued at $5,000, and as they were known never to run in debt, the fair inference is that they must have had at least that sum by them. A legacy was left Dorothy Goodwin within the last 6 months, which we hear was very considerable, and we hope to be able to put a witness on the stand who will tell you all about it. But, gentlemen, a circumstance worthy of all attention in an investigation like this is connected with an answer to this question. Who is Mary Monson? What are her parentage, birthplace, occupation, and place of residence? Why did she come to Bibury at all? In a word, what is her past history? Let this be satisfactorily explained, and a great step is taken toward her vindication from these most grave charges. Shall we have witness to character? No one will be happier to listen to them than myself. My duty is far from pleasant. I sincerely hope the prisoner will find lawful means to convince you of her innocence. There is not one within the walls of this building who will hear such a verdict, if sustained by law and evidence, with greater pleasure than it will be heard by me." After pursuing this vein some time longer, the worthy functionary of the state showed a little of that cloven foot which seems to grow on all, even to the cleanest heels, who look the popular voice for preferment. No matter who the man is, rich or poor, young or old, foolish or wise, he bows down before the idol of numbers, and there worships. Votes being the one thing wanted, must be bought by sacrifices on the altar of conscience. Now it is by wild, and half the time impracticable schemes of philanthropy, that while they seem to work good to the majority, are quite likely to disregard the rights of the minority. Now they are flourishes against Negro slavery, or a revolution in favor of the oppressed inhabitants of Crim Tartary, of the real estate of which country we are all as ignorant as its inhabitants are ignorant of us. Now it's an exemption law, to enable a man to escape from the payment of his just debts, directly in the teeth of the sound policy, not to say morality, that if a man owe, he should be made to pay as long as he has anything to do with it. Now it is a hymn in praise of a liberty that the poet neither comprehends nor cares to look into farther than may suit his own selfish patriotism. And now it is some other of the thousand modes adopted by the designing to delude the masses and advance themselves. On this occasion the district attorney was very cautious, but he showed the cloven foot. He paid a passing tribute to the god of numbers, worshipped before the hierarchy of votes. "Gentlemen," he continued, "like myself, you are plain, unpretending citizens. Neither you nor your wives and daughters speak in foreign tongues, or play on foreign instruments of music. We have been brought up in republican simplicity, God bless it, say we, could we ever meet with it, and lay no claims to superiority of any sort. Our place is in the body of the nation, and there we are content to remain. We shall pay no respect to dress, accomplishments, foreign languages, or foreign music, but the evidence sustaining us will show the world that the law frowns as well on its great as on the little, on the pretending as well as on the unpretending." As these grandiose sentiments were uttered, several of the jurors half rose from their seats in the eagerness to hear, and looks of approbation passed from eye to eye. This was accepted as good Republican doctrine, no one there seeing or feeling, as taste and truth would have shown, that the real pretension was on the side of an exaggerated self-esteem, that prompted to resistance ere resistance was necessary. Under the influence of, perhaps, the lowest passion of human nature, we allude to envy. With a little more in the same vein, the district attorney concluded his opening. The great coolness, not to say indifference, with which Mary Monson listened to this speech, was the subject of general comment among the members of the bar. At times she had been attentive, occasionally betraying surprise. Then indignation would just gleam in her remarkable eye, but on the whole an uncommon calmness reigned in her demeanor. She had prepared tablets for notes, and twice she wrote in them as the district attorney proceeded. This was when he adverted to her past life, and when he commenced on the Dutch coin. While he was speaking of castes, flattering one set under the veil of pretending humility, and undermining their opposites, a look of quiet contempt was apparent in every feature of her expressive face. "If it please the court," said Dunscombe, rising in his deliberate way, "before the prosecution proceeds with its witnesses, I could wish to appeal to the courtesy of the gentlemen on the other side for a list of their names." "I believe we are not bound to furnish any such list," answered Williams quickly. "Perhaps not bound exactly in law, but, it strikes me, bound in justice. This is a trial for a life. The proceedings are instituted by the state. The object is justice, not vengeance. the protection of society through the agency of an impartial though stern justice. The state cannot wish to effect anything by surprise. We are accused of murder and arson, with no other notice of what is to be shown or how anything is to be shown than what is contained in the bill or complaint. Anyone can see how important it may be to us to be apprised of the names of the witnesses a little in advance, that we may inquire into character and note probabilities. I do not insist on any right, but I ask a favor that humanity sanctions. If it please the court, said Williams, we have an important trust. I will here say that I impute nothing improper to either of the prisoner's counsel, but it is my duty to suggest the necessity of our being cautious. A great deal of money has been expended already in this case, and there is always danger of witnesses being bought off. On behalf of my client, I protest against the demands being complied with. The court has no objection to the course asked by the prisoner's counsel, observed the judge, but cannot direct it. The state can never wish its officers to be harsh or exacting, but it is their duty to be prudent. Mr. District Attorney, are you ready with your evidence? Time is precious, sir. The testimony for the prosecution was now offered. We shall merely advert to most of it, reserving our details for those witnesses on whom the cause might be said to turn. Two very decent-looking and well-behaved men, farmers who resided in the vicinity of Bibury, were put on the stand to establish the leading heads of the case. They had known Peter and Dorothy Goodwin, had often stopped at the house, and were familiarly acquainted with the old couple as neighbors. Remembered the fire, was present at it towards its close, saw the prisoner there, saw her descend by a ladder, and assisted in saving her effects. Several trunks, carpet bags, bandboxes, writing desks, musical instruments, etc., etc. All were saved. It seemed to them that they had been placed near the windows in a way to be handy. After the fire, had never seen or heard anything of the old man and his wife, unless two skeletons that had been found were their skeletons. Suppose them to be the skeletons of Peter Goodwin and his wife. Here the remains were for the first time on that trial exposed to view. Those are the same skeletons, should say, had no doubt of it. They are about the size of the old couple. The husband was short, the wife tall. Little or no difference in their height. Had never seen the stocking or the gold, but had heard a good deal of talk of them, having lived near neighbors to the Goodwins 25 years. Dunscombe conducted the cross-examination. He was close, discriminating, and judicious. Separating the hearsay and gossip from the facts known, he at once threw the former to the winds as matter not to be received by the jury. We shall give a few of his questions and their answers that have a bearing on the more material points of the trial. I understand you to say, witness, that you knew both Peter Goodwin and his wife? I did. I knew them well. Saw them almost every day of my life. For how long a time? This many a day, for 25 years, or a little more. Will you say that you have been in the habit of seeing Peter Goodwin and his wife daily or almost daily for 25 years? If not right down daily, quite often as once or twice a week, certainly. Is this material, Mr. Dunscombe? Inquired the judge. The time of the court is very precious. It is material, Your Honor, as showing the looseness with which witnesses testify, and as serving to caution the jury how they receive their evidence. The opening of the prosecution shows us that if the charge is to be made out at all against the prisoner, it is to be made out on purely circumstantial evidence. It is not pretended that anyone saw Mary Monson kill the Goodwins, but the crime is to be inferred from a series of collateral facts that will be laid before the court and jury. I think Your Honor will see how important it is, under the circumstances, to analyze the testimony even on points that may not seem to bear directly on the imputed crimes. If a witness testify loosely, the jury ought to be made to see that. I have a life to defend, Your Honor will remember. Proceed, sir. The court will grant you the widest latitude. You now say as often as once or twice a week, witness. On reflection, will you swear to even that? Well, if not twice, I am sure I can say once. Dunscombe was satisfied with this answer, which went to show that the witness could reply a little at random, and was not always certain of the facts when pressed. Are you certain that Dorothy Goodwin is dead? I suppose I am as certain as any of the neighbors. That is not an answer to my question. Will you, and do you swear on your oath that Peter Goodwin, the person named in the indictment, is actually dead? I'll swear that I think so. That is not what I want. You see those skeletons. Will you say, on your oath, that you know them to be the skeletons of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin? I'll swear that I believe it. That does not meet the question. Do you know it? How can I know it? I'm not a doctor or a surgeon. No, I do not absolutely know it. Still, I believe that one is the skeleton of Peter Goodwin and the other the skeleton of his wife. Which do you suppose to be the skeleton of Peter Goodwin? This question puzzled the witness not a little. To the ordinary eye, there was scarcely any difference in the appearance of these sad remains, though one skeleton had been ascertained by actual measurement to be about 1.5 inches longer than the other. This fact was known to all in Byberry, but it was not easy to say which was which, at a glance. The witness took the safe course, therefore, of putting his opinion altogether on a different ground. I do not pretend to tell one from the other, was the answer. What I know of my own knowledge is this, and this only. I knew Peter and Dorothy Goodwin, knew the house they lived in, know that the house has been burnt down, and that the old folks are not about their old hadn'ts. The skeletons I never saw until they were moved from the place where they tell me they were found, for I was busy helping to get the articles saved under cover. Then you do not pretend to know which skeleton is that of a man or which that of a woman. This question was ingeniously put, and had the effect to make all the succeeding witnesses shy on this point, for it created a belief that there was a difference that might be recognized by those who are skilled in such matters. The witness assented to the view of Dunscombe, and having been so far sifted as to show he knew no more than all the rest of the neighbors, he was suffered to quit the stand. The result was that very little was actually established by means of this testimony. It was evident that the jury was now on the alert, and not disposed to receive all that was said as gospel. The next point was to make out all the known facts of the fire, and of the finding of the skeletons. The two witnesses just examined had seen the clothes of the fire, had heard of the skeletons, but had said very little more to the purpose. Dunscombe thought it might be well to throw in a hint to this effect, in the present state of the case, as he now did by remarking, I trust that the district attorney will see precisely where he stands. All that has yet been shown by legal proof are the facts that there were such persons as Peter and Dorothy Goodwin. Facts we are not at all disposed to deny. And that they have not appeared in the flesh since the night of the fire, put in Williams. Not to the witnesses, but to how many others does not appear. Does the learned counsel mean to set up the defense that the Goodwin and his wife are not dead? It is for the prosecution to show the contrary affirmatively. If it be so, it is fair to presume they can do it. All I now contend for is the fact that we have no proof as yet that either is dead. We have proof that the house was burnt, but we are now traversing an indictment for murder, and not that for arson. As yet, it strikes me, therefore, nothing material has been shown. It is certainly material, Mr. Dunscombe, that there should have been such persons as the Goodwins, and that they have disappeared since the night of the fire, and this much is proved unless you impeach the witnesses, observed the judge. Well, sir, that much we are not disposed to deny. There were such persons as the Goodwins, and they have disappeared from the neighborhood. We believe that much ourselves. Crier, call Peter Bacon. Bacon came forward, dressed in an entire new suit of clothes, and appearing much more respectable than was his wont. This man's testimony was almost word for word, as it has already been given in the coroner's inquest. He established the facts of the fire, about which there could be no prudent contention indeed, and of the finding of the skeletons, for he had been one of those who aided in first searching the ruins for the remains. This man told his story in an extremely vulgar dialect, as we have had already occasion to show, but in a very clear, distinct manner. He meant to tell the truth, and succeeded reasonably well, for it does not occur to all who have the same upright intentions to effect their purposes as well as he did himself. Dunscombe's cross-examination was very brief, for he perceived it was useless to attempt to deny what had been thus proved. "Jane Pope," called out the district attorney. "Is Mrs. Jane Pope in court?" The widow Pope was on the spot, and ready and willing to answer. She removed her bonnet, took the oath, and was shown to the seat with which it is usual to accommodate persons of her sex. "Your name?" said Dunscombe, holding his pen over the paper. "Pope, Jane Pope since my marriage, but Jane Anderson from my parents." Dunscombe listened politely, but recorded no more than the appellation of the widow. Mrs. Pope now proceeded to tell her story, which she did reasonably well, though not without a good deal of unnecessary amplitude and some slight contradictions. It was her intention also to tell nothing but the truth, but persons whose tongues move as nimbly as that of this woman's do not always know exactly what they do say. Dunscombe detected the contradictions, but he had the tact to see their cause, saw that they were not material, and wisely abstained from confounding whatever of justice there was in the defense with points that the jury had probably sufficient sagacity to see were of no great moment. He made no note, therefore, of these little oversights, and allowed the woman to tell her whole story uninterrupted. When it came to his turn to cross-examine, however, the duty of doing so was not neglected. "You say, Mrs. Pope, that you had often seen the stocking in which Mrs. Goodwin kept her gold. Of what material was that stocking?" "Wool. Yes, of blue woolen yarn. A stocking knit by hand and very darny." "Should you know the stocking, Mrs. Pope, were you to see it again?" "I think I might. Dolly Goodwin and I looked over the gold together more than once, and the stocking got to be a sort of acquaintance." "Was this it?" continued Dunscombe, taking a stocking of the sort described from Timms, who sat ready to produce the article at the proper moment. "If it please the court," cried Williams, rising in haste, and preparing eagerly to interrupt the examination. "Your pardon, sir," put in Dunscombe, with great self-command, but very firmly. "Words must not be put into the witness's mouth, nor ideas into her head. She has sworn, may it please your honour, to a certain stocking, which stocking she described in her examination in chief, and we now ask her if this is that stocking. All this is regular, I believe, and I trust we are not to be interrupted." "Go on, sir," said the judge. "The prosecution will not interrupt the defence, but time is very precious." "Is this the stocking?" repeated Dunscombe. The woman examined the stocking, looking inside and out, turning it over and over, and casting many a curious glance at the places that had been mended. "It's dreadfully darny, isn't it?" she said, looking inquiringly at the counselor. "It is as you see, ma'am. I have made no alteration in it." "I declare I believe this is the very stocking." "At the proper time, your honour, we shall show that this is not the stocking, if indeed there ever was such a stocking at all," said Timms, rolling up the article in question and handing it to the clerk to keep. "You saw a certain piece of gold, you say," resumed Dunscombe, "which piece of gold I understand you to say was afterwards found in the pocket of Mary Monson. Will you have the goodness to say whether the piece of gold which you saw in Mrs. Goodwin's possession is among these?" showing a dozen coins, or whether one resembling it is here?" The woman was greatly puzzled. She meant to be honest, had told no more than was true, with the exception of the little embellishments that her propensity to imagine and talk rendered almost unavoidable. But, for the life of her, she could not distinguish the piece of money or its counterpart. After examining the coins for several minutes, she frankly admitted her ignorance. "It is scarcely necessary to continue this cross-examination," said Dunscombe, looking at his watch. "I shall ask the court to adjourn, and to adjourn over until morning. We have reached the hour for lighting candles, but we have agents out in quest of most important witnesses, and we ask the loss of this evening as a favor. It can make no great difference as to the length of the trial, and the jurors will be all the fresher for a good night's rest." The court acquiesced and allowed of the adjournment, giving the jury the usual charge about conversing or making up their opinions until they had heard the whole testimony, a charge that both Williams and Timms took very good care to render of no use in several instances, or as regarded particular individuals. A decided impression was made in favor of the prisoner by Mrs. Pope's failure to distinguish the piece of money. In her examination in chief, she saw no difficulty in recognizing the single piece then shown to her, and which was the Dutch coin actually found in Mary Monson's purse. But when it was put among a dozen others resembling it, more or less, she lost all confidence in herself, and, to a certain point, completely broke down as a witness. But Dunscombe saw that the battle had not in truth begun. What had passed was merely the skirmishing of light troops, feeling the way for the advance of the heavy columns and the artillery that were to decide the fortunes of the day. End of section 22.
Chapter 23 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 23. 'Tis the wisest way, upon all tender topics, to be silent, for he who takes upon himself to defend a lady's reputation only publishes her favours to the world. Cumberland. The wing of Horton's Inn that contained the room of Dunscombe was of considerable extent, having quite a dozen rooms in it, though mostly of the diminutive size of an American tavern bedroom. The best apartment in it, one with 2 windows, and of some dimensions, was that appropriated to the counsellor. The doctor and his party had a parlour, with 2 bedrooms, while between these and the room occupied by Dunscombe was that of the troublesome guest, the individual who was said to be insane. Most of the remainder of the wing, which was much the most quiet and retired portion of the house, was used for a better class of bedrooms. There were 2 rooms, however, that the providence of Horton and his wife had set apart for a very different purpose. These were small parlours in which the initiated smoked, drank, and played. Nothing sooner indicates the school in which a man has been educated than his modes of seeking amusement. One who has been accustomed to see innocent relaxation innocently indulged from childhood up is rarely tempted to abuse those habits which have never been associated in his mind with notions of guilt, and which in themselves necessarily imply no moral delinquency. Among the liberal, cards, dancing, music, all games of skill and chance that can interest the cultivated, and drinking in moderation and of suitable liquors, convey no ideas of wrong-doing. As they have been accustomed to them from early life, and have seen them practised with decorum and a due regard to the habits of refined society, there is no reason for concealment or consciousness. On the other hand, an exaggerated morality, which has the temerity to enlarge the circle of sin beyond the bounds for which it can find any other warranty than its own metaphysical inferences, is very apt to create a factious conscience that almost invariably takes refuge in that vilest of all delinquency, direct hypocrisy. This, we take it, is the reason that the reaction of ultra-godliness so generally leaves its subjects in the mire and sloughs of deception and degradation. The very same acts assume different characters in the hands of these two classes of persons, and that which is perfectly innocent with the first, affording a pleasant and, in that respect, a useful relaxation, becomes low, vicious, and dangerous with the other, because tainted with the corrupting and most dangerous practices of deception. The private wing of Horton's Inn, to which there has been allusion, furnished an example in point of what we mean, within 2 hours of the adjournment of the court. In the parlour of Mrs. McBrain, late Dunscombe widow's Updike, as he used to call her, a little table was set in the middle of the room, at which Dunscombe himself, the doctor, his new wife, and Sarah were seated at a game of whist. The door was not locked. No countenance manifested either a secret consciousness of wrong or an overweening desire to transfer another's money to its owner's pocket, although a sober sadness might be said to reign in the party, the consequence of the interest all took in the progress of the trial. Within 20 feet of the spot just mentioned, and in the two little parlours already named, was a very different set collected. It consisted of the rowdies of the bar, perhaps 2/3 of the reporters in attendance on Mary Monson's trial, several suitors, 4 or 5 country doctors who had been summoned as witnesses, and such other equivocal gentry as might aspire to belong to a set as polished and exclusive as that we are describing. We will first give a moment's attention to the party around the whist table, in the parlour first described. I do not think the prosecution has made out as well to-day, all things considered, as it was generally supposed it would, observed McBrain. There is the ace of trumps, Miss Sarah, and if you can follow it with the king, we shall get the odd trick. I do not think I shall follow it with anything, answered Sarah, throwing down her cards. It really seems heartless to be playing whist with a fellow creature of our acquaintance on trial for her life. I have not half liked the game, said the quiet Mrs. McBrain, but Mr. Dunscombe seemed so much bent on the rubber, I scarcely knew how to refuse him. Why, true enough, Tom, put in the doctor, this is all your doings, and if there be anything wrong about it, you will have to bear the blame. Play anything but a trump, Miss Sarah, and we get the game. You are quite right, Ned, throwing down the pack. The prosecution has not done as well as I feared they might. That Mrs. Pope was a witness I dreaded, but her testimony amounts to very little in itself, and what she has said has been pretty well shaken by her ignorance of the coin. I really begin to hope the unfortunate lady may be innocent, said the doctor. Innocent? Exclaimed Sarah. Surely, Uncle Ned, you can never have doubted it. McBrain and Dunscombe exchanged significant glances, and the last was about to answer, when, raising his eyes, he saw a strange form glide stealthily into the room, and place itself in a dark corner. It was a short, sturdy figure of a man, with all those signs of squalid misery in his countenance and dress that usually denote mental imbecility. He seemed anxious to conceal himself, and did succeed in getting more than half of his person beneath a shawl of Sarah's, ere he was seen by any of the party but the counsellor. It at once occurred to the latter that this was the being who had more than once disturbed him by his noise, and who Mrs. Horton had pretty plainly intimated was out of his mind, though she had maintained a singularly discreet silence for her touching his history and future prospects. She believed he had been brought to court by his friends to get some order or judgment. Maybe his visit had something to do with the new code, about which Squire Dunscombe said so many hard things. A little scream from Sarah soon apprised all the room of the presence of this disgusting-looking object. She snatched away her shawl, leaving the idiot, or madman, or whatever he might be, fully exposed to view, and retreated herself behind her uncle's chair. "I fancy you have mistaken your room, my friend," said Dunscombe mildly. "This, as you see, is engaged by a card party. I take it you do not play." A look of cunning left very little doubt of the nature of the malady with which this unfortunate being was afflicted. He made a clutch at the cards, laughed, then drew back and began to mutter. "She won't let me play," mumbled the idiot. "She never would." "Whom do you mean by she?" asked Dunscombe. "Is it anyone in this house? Mrs. Horton, for instance?" Another cunning look, with a shake of the head, for an answer in the negative. "Be you Squire Dunscombe, the great York lawyer?" asked the stranger, with interest. "Dunscombe is certainly my name, though I have not the pleasure of knowing yours." "I haven't got any name. They may ask me from morning to night, but I won't tell. She won't let me." "By she, you again mean Mrs. Horton, I suppose?" "No, I don't. Mrs. Horton's a good woman. She gives me victuals and drink." "Tell us whom you do mean, then." "Won't you tell?" "Not unless it be improper to keep the secret. Who is this she?" "Why, she? Aye, but who?" "Mary Monson. If you're a great lawyer from York, and they say you be, you must know all about Mary Monson." "This is very extraordinary," said Dunscombe, regarding his companion in surprise. "I do know something about Mary Monson, but not all about her. Can you tell me anything?" Here the stranger advanced a little from his corner, listened as if fearful of being surprised, then laid a finger on his lip and made the familiar sound for hush. "Don't let her hear you. If you do, you may be sorry for it. She's a witch." "Poor fellow! She seems in truth to have bewitched you, as I dare say she may have done many another man." "That she has. I wish you'd tell me what I want to know, if you really be the great lawyer from York." "Put your questions, my friend. I'll endeavour to answer them." "Who set fire to the house? Can you tell me that?" "That's a secret yet to be discovered. Do you happen to know anything about it?" "Do I? I think I do. Ask Mary Monson. She can tell you." All this was so strange that the whole party now gazed at each other in mute astonishment, Macbrayne bending his looks more intently on the stranger, in order to ascertain the true nature of the mental malady with which he was obviously afflicted. In some respects the disease wore the appearance of idiocy. Then again there were gleams of the countenance that savoured of absolute madness. "You are of opinion, then, that Mary Monson knows who set fire to the house?" "Sartin she does." "I know too, but I won't tell. They might want to hang me, as well as Mary Monson, if I told. I know too much to do anything so foolish. Mary has said they would hang me if I tell. I don't want to be hanged a bit." A shudder from Sarah betrayed the effect of these words on the listeners, and Mrs. Macbrayne actually rose with the intention of sending for her daughter, who was then in the gaol, consoling the much injured prisoner, as Anna Updike firmly believed her to be, by her gentle but firm friendship. A word from the doctor, however, induced her to resume her seat, and to await the result with a greater degree of patience. "Mary Monson would seem to be a very prudent counsellor," rejoined Dunscombe. "Yes, but she isn't the great counsellor from York. You be that gentleman, they tell me." "May I ask who told you anything about me?" "Nancy Horton, and so did Mary Monson. Nancy said if I made so much noise I should disturb the great counsellor from York, and he might get me hanged for it. I was only singing hymns, and they say it is good for folks in trouble to sing hymns. If you be the great counsellor from York, I wish you would tell me one thing. Who got the gold that was in the stocking?" "Do you happen to know anything of that stocking or of the gold?" "Do I?" looking first over one shoulder, then over the other, but hesitating to proceed. "Will they hang me if I tell?" "I should think not, though I can only give you an opinion. Do not answer unless it be agreeable to you." "I want to tell all, but I'm afeard. I don't want to be hanged." "Well then, speak out boldly, and I will promise that you shall not be hanged. Who got the gold that was in the stocking?" "Mary Monson. That's the way she has got so much money." "I cannot consent to leave Anna another instant in such company," exclaimed the anxious mother. "Go, Macbrayne, and bring her hither at once." "You are a little premature," coolly remarked Dunscombe. This is but a person of weak mind, and too much importance should not be attached to his words. Let us hear what further he may have to say." It was too late. The footstep of Mrs. Horton was heard in the passage, and the extraordinary being vanished as suddenly and as stealthily as he had entered. "What can be made of this?" McBrayne demanded, when a moment had been taken to reflect. "Nothing, Ned. I care not if Williams knew it all. The testimony of such a man cannot be listened to for an instant. It is wrong in us to give it a second thought, though I perceive that you do. Half the mischief in the world is caused by misconceptions arising from a very numerous family of causes, one of which is a disposition to fancy a great deal from a little. Do you pronounce the man an idiot, or is he a madman?" "He does not strike me as absolutely either. There is something peculiar in his case, and I shall ask permission to look into it. I suppose we are done with the cards. Shall I go for Anna?" The anxious mother gave a ready assent, and McBrayne went one way while Dunscombe retired to his own room, not without stopping before his neighbour's door, whom he heard muttering and menacing within. All this time the two little parlours mentioned were receiving their company. The law is doubtless a very elevated profession, when its practice is on a scale commensurate with its true objects. It becomes a very different pursuit, however, when its higher walks are abandoned, to choose a path amid the thickets and quagmires. Perhaps no human pursuit causes a wider range of character among its votaries than the practice of this profession. In the first place, the difference, in an intellectual point of view, between a man who sees only precedents and the man who sees the principles on which they are founded is as marked as the difference between black and white. To this great distinction in mind is to be added another that opens a still wider chasm, the results of practice, which depends on morals. While one set of lawyers turn to the higher objects of their calling, declining fees in cases of obviously questionable right, and struggle to maintain their honesty in direct collision with the world and its temptations, another, and much the largest, falls readily into the practices of their craft. The word seems admirably suited to the subject, and live on encumbered and endangered not only by their own natural vices, but greatly damaged by those that in a manner they adopt, as it might be, ex officio. This latter course is, unfortunately, that taken by a vast number of the members of the bar all over the world, rendering them loose in their social morality, ready to lend themselves and their talents to the highest bidder, and causing them to be at first indifferent, and in the end blind, to the great features of right and wrong. These are the moralists who advance the doctrine that the advocate has a right to act as his client would act, while the class first named allow that the advocate has a right to do what his client has a right to do, and no more. Perhaps there was not a single member of the profession present that night in the two little parlours of Mrs. Horton who recognised the latter of these rules, or who did not, at need, practise on the former. It has been already said that these were the rowdies of the Duke's County Bar. They chewed, smoked, drank, and played, each and all coarsely. To things that were innocent in themselves they gave the aspect of guilt by their own manners. The doors were kept locked, even amid their coarsest jokes, their ribaldry, their oaths that were often revolting and painfully frequent. There was an uneasy watchfulness, as if they feared detection. There was nothing frank and manly in the deportment of these men. Chicanery, management, double-dealing, mixed up with the outbreakings of a coarse standard of manners, were visible in all they said or did, except perhaps at those moments when hypocrisy was paying its homage to virtue. This hypocrisy, however, had little, or at most a very indirect connection with anything religious. The offensive offshoots of the exaggerations that were so abounding among us half a century since are giving place to hypocrisy of another school. The homage that was then paid to principles, however erroneous and forbidding, is now paid to the ballot boxes. There was scarcely an individual around those card tables at which the play was so obviously for the stakes as to render the whole scene revolting, who could not have shrunk from having his amusements known? It would seem as if conscience consulted taste. Everything was coarse and offensive. The attitudes, oaths, conversations, liquors, and even the manner of drinking them. Apart from the dialogue, little was absolutely done that might not have been made to lose most of its repulsiveness by adopting a higher school of manners. But of this these scions of noble stock knew no more than they did of the parent stem. It is scarcely necessary to say that both Williams and Timms were of this party. The relaxation was, in fact, in conformity with their tastes and practices, and each of these excrescences of a rich and beneficent soil counted on the meetings in Mrs. Horton's private rooms, as the more refined seeks pleasure in the exercise of their tastes and habits. "I say, Timms," bawled out an attorney of the name of Crooks, "you played a trump, sir. All right, go ahead. First rate, good play. That, ours dead. I say, Timms, you're going to save Mary Monson's neck. When I came here I thought she was a case, but the prosecution is making out miserably." "What do you say to that, Williams?" put in Crook's partner, who was smoking, playing, and drinking with occasional asides of swearing, all, as might be, at the same time. "I trump that, sir, by your leave. What do you say to that, Williams?" "I say that this is not the court, and trying such a cause once ought to satisfy a reasonable man." "He's afraid of showing his hand, which I am not," put in another, exposing his cards as he spoke. "Williams always has some spare trumps, however, to get him out of all his difficulties." "Yes, Williams has a spare trump, and there it is, giving me the trick," answered the saucy lawyer, as coolly as if he had been engaged in an inferior slander suit. "I shall be at Tim's pretty much by the same process tomorrow." "Then you will do more than you have done today, Master Williams. This Mrs. Jane Pope may be a trump, but she is not the ace. I never knew a witness break down more completely." "We'll find the means to set her up again. I think that knave is yours, Green. Yes, I now see my game, which is to take it with the Queen. Very much, Timms, as we shall beat you tomorrow. I keep my trump card always for the last play, you know." "Come, come, Williams," put in the oldest member of the bar, a man whose passions were cooled by time, and who had more gravity than most of his companions. Come, Williams, this is a trial for a life, and joking is a little out of place. I believe there is no juror present, Mr. Marvyn, which is all the reserve the law exacts." "Although the law may tolerate this levity, feeling will not. The prisoner is a fine young woman, and for my part, though I wish to say nothing that may influence anyone's opinion, I have heard nothing yet to justify an indictment, much less a conviction." Williams laid down his cards, rose, stretched his arms, gaped, and taking Timms by the arms, he led the latter from the room. Not content with this, the wary limb of the law continued to move forward until he and his companion were in the open air. "It is always better to talk secrets outside than inside of a house," observed Williams, as soon as they were at a safe distance from the inn-door. "It is not too late yet, Timms. You must see how weak we are, and how bunglingly the district attorney has led off. Half those jurors will sleep tonight with the feeling that Mary Monson has been hardly dealt by." "They may do the same tomorrow night, and every night in the month," answered Timms. "Not unless the arrangement is made. We have testimony enough to hang the governor." "Show us your list of witnesses, then, that we may judge of this for ourselves." "That will never do. They might be bought off for half the money that it is necessary to take out of the field. $5,000 can be no great matter for such a woman and her friends." "Whom do you suppose to be her friends, Williams? If you know them, you are better informed than her own counsel." "Yes, and a pretty point that will make when pressed against you. No, Timms, your client has been ill-advised, or she is unaccountably obstinate. She has friends, although you may not know who they are, and friends who can, and who would very promptly help her, if she would consent to ask their assistance. Indeed, I suspect she has cash enough on hand to buy us off. $5,000 is a large sum, Williams, and is not often to be found in Bibury jail. But if Mary Monson has these friends, name them, that we may apply for their assistance. Harkee, Timms, you are not a man so ignorant of what is going on in the world as to require to be told the letters of the alphabet. You know that there are extensive associations of rogues in this young country, as well as in most that are older. What has that to do with Mary Monson and our case? Everything. This Mary Monson has been sent here to get at the gold of the poor old dolt, who has not been able to conceal her treasure after it was hoarded. She made a sub-treasury of her stocking and exhibited the coin, like any other sub-treasurer. Many persons like to look at it, just to feast their eyes. More to finger it, and you are of the number, Williams. I admit it. The weakness is general in the profession, I believe. But this is idle talk, and we are losing very precious time. Will you or will you not apply again to your client for the money? Answer me candidly, a question or two, and I will do as you desire. You know, Williams, that we are old friends and never had any serious difficulty since we have been called to the bar. Oh, assuredly, answered Williams, with an ironical smile, that it might have been fortunate for the negotiation the obscurity concealed from his companion. Excellent friends from the beginning, Timms, and likely to continue so, I trust, to the last. Men who know each other as well as you and I ought to be on the best of terms. For my part, I never harboured a wrangle at the bar in my mind 5 minutes after I left the court. Now, for your question. You surely do not set down Mary Monson as the stool-pigeon of a set of Yorkshire thieves? Who or what else can she be, Mr. Timms? Better educated and belonging to an upper's hen in villainy, but of a company of rogues. Now, these knaves stand by each other much more faithfully than the body of the citizens stand by the law, and the 5,000 will be forthcoming for the asking. Are you serious in wishing me to believe you think my client guilty? Here Williams made no bones of laughing outright. It is true that he suppressed the noise immediately, lest it should attract attention, but laugh he did, and with right good will. Come, Timms, you have asked your question, and I leave you to answer it yourself. One thing I will say, however, in the way of admonition, which is this: we shall make out such a case against her tomorrow as would hang a governor, as I have already told you. I believe you've done your worst already. Why not let me know the names of your witnesses? You know the reason. We wish the whole sum ourselves, and have no fancy to its being scattered all over dukes. I give you my honour, Timms, and you know what that is. I give you my honour that we hold this testimony in reserve. In which case the district attorney will bring the witnesses on the stand, and we shall gain nothing after all by your withdrawal. The district attorney has left the case very much to me. I have prepared his brief, and have taken care to keep to myself enough to turn the scales. If I quit, Mary Monson will be acquitted. If I stay, she will be hanged. A pardon for her will be out of the question. She is too high among the upper 10 to expect that. Besides, she is not an anti-renter. I wonder the thieves do not combine as well as other folks do, and control votes. They do. These anti-renters belong to the gangs, and have already got their representatives in high places. They are land pirates, while your client goes for the old stockings. The difference in principle is by no means important, as any clear-headed man may see. It is getting late, Timms. I cannot believe that Mary Monson is the sort of person you take her for. Williams, I've always looked upon you, and treated you, as a friend. You may remember how I stood by you in the Middlebury case. Certainly, you did your duty by me in that matter, and I have not forgot it. The cause alluded to was an action for a breach of promise, which at one time threatened all of Williams's future usefulness, as it is termed, but which was put to sleep in the end by means of Timms's dexterity in managing the outdoor points of a difficult case. Well then, be my friend in this matter. I will be honest with you, and acknowledge that, as regards my client, I have had, that is, provided she is acquitted, and her character comes out fair, that I have had, and still have, for that matter, what are called ulterior views. I understand you, Timms, and have suspected as much these 10 days. A great deal depends on what you consider a fair character. Taking a best view of her situation, Mary Monson will have been tried for murder and arson. Not if acquitted of the first. I have the district attorney's promise to consent a nolle prosequi on the last indictment if we traverse the first successfully. In which case Mary Monson will have been tried for murder only, returned Williams, smiling. Do you really think, Timms, that your heart is soft enough to receive and retain an impression as deep as that made by the seal of the court? If I thought as you do that my client is or has been connected with thieves and burglars and counterfeiters, I would not think of her for a moment as a wife. But there is a vast difference between a person overtaken by sudden temptation and one who sins on calculation and by regular habit. Now, in my own case, I sometimes act wrong. Yes, I admit as much as that. It is quite unnecessary, said Williams dryly. It is not according to Christian doctrine to visit old offences on a sinner's head when repentance has washed away the crime. Which means, Timms, that you will marry Mary Monson, although she may be guilty, provided always that 2 very important contingencies are favourably disposed of. What contingencies do you allude to, Williams? I know of none. One is, provided she will have you. The other is, provided she is not hanged. As to the first, I have no great apprehension. Women that have been once before a court on a trial for a capital offence are not very particular. On my side it will be easy enough to persuade the public that, as counsel in a most interesting case, I became intimately acquainted with her virtues, touched by her misfortunes, captivated by her beauty and accomplishments, and finally overcome by her charms. I don't think, Williams, that such an explanation would fail of its effects before a caucus even. Men are always favourably disposed to those they think worse off than they are themselves. A good deal of capital is made on that principle. I do not know that it would. Nowadays the elections generally turn more on public principles than on private conduct. The Americans are a most forgiving people, unless you tell them the truth. That they will not pardon. Nor any other nation, I fancy. Human nature revolts at it. But that, snapping his fingers, for your elections. It is the caucuses that I lay myself out to meet. Give me the nomination, and I am as certain of my seat as, in the old countries, a firstborn is to his father's throne. It is pretty safe as a rule, I allow, but nominations sometimes fail. Not when regular and made on proper principles. A nomination is almost as good as popularity. Often better, for men are just asses enough to work in the collar of party, even when overloaded. But all this time the night is wearing away. If I go into court in the morning, it will be too late. This thing must be settled at once, and that in a very explicit manner. I wish I knew what you have picked up concerning Mary Monson's early life, said Timms, like a man struggling with doubt. You have heard the rumour as well as myself. Some say she is a wife already, while others think her a rich widow. My opinion, you know, I believe her to be the stool-pigeon of a York gang, and no better than she should be. This was plain language to be addressed to a lover, and Williams meant it to be so. He had that sort of regard for Timms which proceeds from a community in practices, and was disposed to regret that a man with whom he had been so long connected, either as an associate or an antagonist, should marry a woman of the pursuits that he firmly believed marked the career of Mary Monson. The gentlemen of the bar are no more to be judged by appearances than the rest of mankind. They will wrangle and seem to be at swords' points with each other at one moment, when the next may find them pulling together in harmony in the next case on the calendar. It was under this sort of feeling that Williams had a species of friendship for his companion. "I will try, Williams," said the last, turning towards the gaol. "Yes, I will make one more trial." "Do, my good fellow. And, Timms, remember one thing. You can never marry a woman who has been hanged." End of chapter 23.
Section 24 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 24. The time is precious, I'll about it straight. Earl of Essex. The jail presented a very different scene. A solemn stillness reigned in its gallery, and even good Mrs. Gott had become weary with the excitement of the day, and had retired to rest. A single lamp was burning in the cell, and dark forms were dimly visible in the passage, without the direct influence of its rays. Two were seated, while a third paced the stone but carpeted pavement, with a slow and quiet step. The first were the shadowy forms of Anna Updike and Marie Moulin; the last, that of Mary Monson. For half an hour the prisoner had been on her knees, praying for strength to endure a burden that surpassed her expectations; and, as is usual with those who look above for aid, more especially women, she was reaping the benefit of her petition. Not a syllable had she uttered, however, since quitting the cell. Her voice, soft, melodious, and ladylike, was now heard for the first time. "My situation is most extraordinary, Anna," she said. "It proves almost too much for my strength. This has been a terrible day, calm as I may have appeared, and I fear that the morrow will be still harder to be borne. There is an expression about the eyes of that man Williams that both alarms and disgusts me. I am to expect in him a most fiery foe. Why then do you not escape from scenes for which you are so unsuited, and leave this saucy Williams to himself and his schemes of plunder?" "That would not do. Several sufficient reasons exist for remaining. Were I to avail myself of the use of the keys I possess, and quit the jail not to return, good Mrs. Gott and her husband would probably both be ruined. Although they are ignorant of what money and ingenuity have done for me, it would be difficult to induce the world to believe them innocent. But a still higher reason for remaining is the vindication of my own character. No one will think of confounding you with Mary Monson, and by going abroad, as you say it is your intention to do, you would effectually escape from even suspicion. You little know the world, my dear. I see that all the useful lessons I gave you, as your school mamma, are already forgotten. The 6 years between us in age have given me an experience that tells me to do nothing of the sort. Nothing is so certain to follow us as a bad name, though the good one is easily enough forgotten. As Mary Monson, I am indicted for these grievous crimes. As Mary Monson will I be acquitted of them. I feel an affection for the character, and shall not degrade it by any act as base as that of flight. Why not then resort to the other means you possess, and gain a speedy triumph in open court?" As Anna put this question, Mary Monson came beneath the light and stopped. Her handsome face was in full view, and her friend saw an expression on it that gave her pain. It lasted only a moment, but that moment was long enough to induce Anna to wish she had not seen it. On several previous occasions this same expression had rendered her uneasy, but the evil look was soon forgotten in the quiet elegance of manners that borrowed charms from a countenance usually as soft as the evening sky in September. Ere she resumed her walk, Mary Monson shook her head in dissent from the proposition of her friend, and passed on, a shadowy but graceful form, as she went down the gallery. It would be premature, she said, and I should fail of my object. I will not rob that excellent Mr. Dunscombe of his honest triumph. How calm and gentlemanlike he was to-day, yet how firm and prompt when it became necessary to show these qualities. Uncle Tom is all that is good, and we love him as we would love a parent. A pause succeeded, during which Mary Monson walked along the gallery once, in profound thought. Yours promises to be a happy future, my dear, she said. Of suitable ages, tempers, stations, country, yes, country, for an American woman should never marry a foreigner. Anna Updike did not reply, and a silence succeeded that was interrupted by the rattling of a key in the outer door. "It is your new father, Anna, come to see you home. Thank you, kind-hearted and most generous-minded girl. I feel the sacrifices that you and your friend are making in my behalf, and shall carry the recollection of them to the grave. On her I had no claims at all, and on you but those that are very slight. You have been to me indeed most excellent friends, and a great support when both were most needed. Of my own sex, and of the same social level, I do not now see how I should have got on without you. Mrs. Gott is kindness and good nature themselves, but she is so different from us in 1,000 things that I have often been pained by it. In our intercourse with you, how different! Knowing so much, you pry into nothing. Not a question, not a look to embarrass me, and with a perfect and saint-like reliance on my innocence, were I a sister, your support could not be more warm-hearted or firm." After a short pause, in which this singular young woman smiled, and appeared to be talking to herself, she continued, after kissing her companion most affectionately for good night, and walking with her as far as the door of the gallery, where it had been announced that the doctor was waiting for his stepdaughter. "I wish I knew whether the same faith goes through the connection, Mr. John Wilmeder?" "Oh, he is persuaded of your entire innocence. It was he who excited so much interest in me on your behalf, before I had the least idea of our having ever met before. He is a noble-hearted young man, and has many excellent qualities. A little romantic, but none the worse for that, my dear, as you will find in the end. Alas, alas! Those marriages that are made over a rent roll or an inventory need a great deal of something very different from what they possess to render them happy. Mr. Wilmeder has told me that no evidence could make him believe in my guilt. There is a confidence that might touch a woman's heart, Anna, did circumstances admit of such a thing. I like that Michael Millington, too. The name is dear to me, as is the race of which he comes. No matter. The world va son train. Let us regret and repine as we may. And Uncle Tom, Anna, what do you think of his real opinion? Is it in my favor or not?" Anna Updike had detected in Dunscombe a disposition to doubt, and was naturally averse to communicating a fact so unpleasant to her friend. Kissing the latter affectionately, she hurried away to meet McBrain, already waiting for her without. In quitting the dwelling of the building annexed to the jail, the doctor and Anna met Timms, hurrying forward to seek an interview with his client before she retired to rest. An application at once obtained permission for the limb of the law to enter. "I have come, Miss Mary," as Timms now called his client, "on what I fear will prove a useless errand, but which I have thought it my duty to see performed, as your best friend and one of your legal advisers. You have already heard what I had to say on the subject of a certain proposal of the next of kin to withdraw from the prosecution, which will carry with him this Williams. with whom I should think you would, by this time, be heartily disgusted. I come now to say that this offer is repeated with a good deal of emphasis, and that you have still an opportunity of lessening the force that is pressing on your interests by at least one half. Williams may well count for more than half of the vigor and shrewdness of what is doing for the state in your case. The proposal must be more distinctly made, and you must let me have a clear view of what is expected from me, Mr. Timms, before I can give any reply, said Mary Monson. But you may wish to be alone with me before you are more explicit. I will order my woman to go into the cell. It might be more prudent were we to go into the cell ourselves, and leave your domestic outside. These galleries carry sounds like ear trumpets, and we never know who may be our next neighbor in a jail. Mary Monson quietly assented to the proposal, calling to her woman in French to remain outside in the dark, while she profited by the light of the lamp in the cell. Timms followed and closed the door. In size, form, and materials, the cell of Mary Monson was necessarily like that of every other inmate of the jail. Its sides, top and bottom, were of massive stones, the two last being flags of great dimensions. But taste and money had converted even this place into an apartment that was comfortable in all respects but that of size. Two cells opening on the section of gallery that the consideration of Mrs. Gott had caused to be screened off, and appropriated to the exclusive use of the fair prisoner, one had been furnished as a sleeping apartment, while that in which Timms was now received had more the air of a sort of boudoir. It was well carpeted, like all the rest of what might be termed the suite, and had a variety of those little elegances that women of cultivated tastes and ample means are almost certain to gather about them. The harp, which had occasioned so much scandal, as well as a guitar, stood near by, and chairs of different forms and various degrees of comfort crowded the room, perhaps to superfluity. As this was the first time Timms had been admitted to the cell, he was all eyes, gazing about him at the numerous signs of wealth it contained with inward satisfaction. It was a minute after he was desired to be seated before he could comply, so lively was the curiosity to be appeased. It was during this minute that Marie Moulin lighted 4 candles, that were already arranged in bronzed candlesticks, making a blaze of light for that small room. These candles were of spermaceti, the ordinary American substitute for wax. Nothing that he then saw, or had ever seen in his intercourse with his client, so profoundly impressed Timms as this luxury of light. Accustomed himself to read and write by a couple of small inferior articles in tallow, when he did not use a lamp, there seemed to be something regal to his unsophisticated imagination in this display of brilliancy. Whether Mary Monson had a purpose to answer in giving Timms so unusual a reception, we shall leave the reader to discover by means of his own sagacity. But circumstances might well lead one to the conclusion that she had. There was a satisfied look as she glanced around the cell and surveyed its arrangements, that possibly led fairly enough to such an inference. Nevertheless, her demeanor was perfectly quiet, betraying none of the fidgeting uneasiness of an underbred person, lest all might not be right. Every arrangement was left to the servant, and when Marie Moulin finally quitted the cell and closed the door behind her, every thought of the apartment and what it contained seemed to vanish from the mind of her extraordinary mistress. "Before you proceed to communicate the purpose of your visit, Mr. Timms," Mary Monson said, "I shall ask permission to put a few questions of my own touching the state of our cause, have we gained or lost by this day's proceedings? Most clearly gained, as every man at the bar will confirm by his opinion. That has been my own way of thinking, and I am glad to hear it corroborated by such competent judges. I confess the prosecution does not seem to me to show the strength it really possesses. This Jane Pope made a miserable blunder about the piece of coin. She has done the other side no great good, certainly. How stands the jury, Mr. Timms? Although this question was put so directly, Timms heard it with uneasiness. Nor did he like the expression of Mary Monson's eyes, which seemed to regard him with a keenness that might possibly imply distrust. But it was necessary to answer, though he did so with caution, and with a due regard to his own safety. "It is pretty well," he said, "though not quite as much opposed to capital punishment as I had hoped for. We challenged off one of the sharpest chaps in the county, and have got in his place a man who is pretty much under my thumb." "And the stories, the reports, have they been well circulated?" "A little too well, I'm afraid. That concerning your having married a Frenchman, and having run away from him, has gone through all the lower towns of dukes like wildfire. It has even reached the ears of Squire Dunscombe, and will be in the York papers to-morrow." A little start betrayed the surprise of the prisoner, and a look accompanied it, which would seem to denote dissatisfaction that a tale put in circulation by herself, as it would now appear, had gone quite so far. "Mr. Dunscombe," she repeated musingly, "Anna Updike's Uncle Tom, and one whom such a story may very well set thinking. I wish it had not reached him of all men, Mr. Timms." "If I may judge of his opinions by some little acts and expressions that have escaped him, I am inclined to think he believes the story to be, in the main, true." Mary Monson smiled, and, as was much her wont when thinking intensely, her lips moved. Even a low muttering became audible to a person as near as her companion then was. "It is now time, Mr. Timms, to set the other story in motion," she said quickly. "Let one account follow the other. That will distract people's belief. We must be active in this matter. There is less necessity for our moving in the affair, as Williams has got a clue to it, by some means or other, and his men will spread it far and near, long before the cause goes to the jury." "That is fortunate!" exclaimed the prisoner, actually clapping her pretty gloved hands together in delight. "A story as terrible as that must react powerfully when its falsehood comes to be shown. I regard that tale as the cleverest of all our schemes, Mr. Timms." "Why, yes, that is, I think, Miss Mary, it may be set down as the boldest." "And this saucy Williams, as you call him, has got hold of it already, and believes it true." "It is not surprising. There are so many small and probable facts accompanying it." "I suppose you know what Shakespeare calls such an invention, Mr. Timms?" said Mary Monson, smiling. "I am not particularly acquainted with that author, ma'am. I know there was such a writer, and that he was thought a good deal of in his day, but I can't say I have ever read him." The beautiful prisoner turned her large, expressive blue eyes on her companion with a gaze of wonder, but her breeding prevented her from uttering what she certainly thought and felt. "Shakespeare is a writer very generally esteemed," she answered, after one moment of muttering, and one moment to control herself. "I believe he is commonly placed at the head of our English literature, if not at the head of that of all times and nations, Homer perhaps excepted." "What, higher, do you think, Miss Mary, than Blackstone and Kent?" "Those are authors of whom I know nothing, Mr. Timms. But now, sir, I will listen to your errand here to-night." "It is the old matter. Williams has been talking to me again, touching the $5,000. Mr. Williams has my answer. If 5,000 cents would buy him off, he should not receive them from me. This was said with a frown, and then it was that the observer had an opportunity of tracing in a face, otherwise so lovely, the lines that indicate self-will, and a spirit not easily controlled. Alas, that women should ever so mistake their natural means to influence and guide, as to have recourse to the exercise of agents that they rarely wield with effect, and ever with a sacrifice of womanly character and womanly grace. The person who would draw the sex from the quiet scenes that they so much embellish, to mingle in the strifes of the world, who would place them in stations that nature has obviously intended men should occupy, is not their real friend, any more than the weak adviser who resorts to reputed specifics when the knife alone can effect a cure. The Creator intended woman for a help-meet, and not for the head of the family circle. And most fatally ill-judging are the laws that would fain disturb the order of a domestic government, which is directly derived from divine wisdom, as from divine benevolence. "I told him as much, Miss Mary," answered Timms, "but he does not seem disposed to take no for an answer. Williams has the true scent for $1. I am quite certain of an acquittal, Mr. Timms, and having endured so much, and hazarded so much, I do not like to throw away the triumph of my approaching victory. There is a powerful excitement in my situation, and I like excitement to weakness, perhaps. No, no, my success must not be tarnished by any such covert bargain. I will not listen to the proposal for an instant." "I understand that the raising of the sum required would form no particular obstacle to the arrangement?" asked Timms, in a careless sort of way that was intended to conceal the real interest he took in the reply. "None at all. The money might be in his hands before the court sits in the morning, but it never shall be as coming from me. Let Mr. Williams know this definitively, and tell him to do his worst." Timms was a little surprised, and a good deal uneasy at this manifestation of a spirit of defiance, which could produce no good, and which might be productive of evil; while he was delighted to hear, for the 4th or 5th time, how easy it would be for his fair client to command a sum as large as that demanded. He secretly determined not to let the man who had sent him on his present errand know the temper in which it had been received. Williams was sufficiently dangerous as it was, and he saw all the hazard of giving him fresh incentives to increase his exertions. "And now, as this matter is finally disposed of, Mr. Timms, for I desire that it may not be again mentioned to me," resumed the accused, "let us say a word more on the subject of our new report. Your agent has set on foot a story that I belong to a gang of wretches who are combined to prey on society, and that in this character I came into Dukes to carry out one of its nefarious schemes. That is the substance of the rumor we have started at your own desire, though I could wish it were not quite so strong, and that there were more time for the reaction. The strength of the rumor is its great merit, and as for time, we have abundance for our purposes. Reaction is the great power of popularity, as I have heard again and again. It is always the most effective, too, at the turn of the tide. Let the public once get possessed with the notion that a rumor so injurious has been in circulation at the expense of one in my cruel condition, and the current of feeling will set the other way in a torrent that nothing can arrest. I take the idea, Miss Mary, which is well enough for certain cases, but a little too hazardous for this. Suppose it should be ascertained that this report came from us. It never can be, if the caution I directed was observed. You have not neglected my advice, Mr. Timms?" The attorney had not, and great had been his surprise at the ingenuity and finesse manifested by this singular woman in setting afloat a report that would certainly act to her injury, unless arrested and disproved at a moment most critical in her future fate. Nevertheless, in obedience to Mary Monson's positive commands, this very bold measure had been undertaken, and Timms was waiting with impatience for the information by means of which he was to counteract these self-inflicted injuries, and make them the instruments of good on the reaction. If that portion of society which takes delight in gossip could be made to understand the real characters of those to whom they commit the control of their opinions, not to say principles, there would be far more of reserve and self-respect observed in the submission to this social evil than there is at present. Malice, the inward impulses of the propagators of a lie, and cupidity are at the bottom of half the tales that reach our ears, and in those cases in which the world in its ignorance fancies it has some authority for what it says, it as often happens that some hidden motive is at the bottom of the exhibition as the one which seems so apparent. There are a set of vulgar vices that may be termed the stereotyped. They lie so near the surface of human infirmities. They who are most subject to their influence always drag these vices first into the arena of talk, and fully one half of that of this nature which we hear has its origin as much in the reflective nature of the gossip's own character as in any facts truly connected with the acts of the subjects of his or her stories. But Mary Monson was taking a far higher flight than the circulation of an injurious rumor. She believed herself to be putting on foot a master stroke of policy. In her intercourse with Timms, so much was said of the power of opinion that she had passed hours, nay, days, in the study of the means to control and counteract it. Whence she obtained her notion of the virtue of reaction, it might not be easy to say, but her theory was not without its truth, and it is certain that her means of producing it were of remarkable simplicity and ingenuity. Having settled the two preliminaries of the rumor and of William's proposition, Timms thought the moment favorable to making a demonstration in his own affairs. Love he did not yet dare to propose openly, though he had now been for some time making covert demonstrations towards the tender passion. In addition to the motive of cupidity, one of great influence with such a man, Tim's heart, such as it was, had really yielded to the influence of a beauty, manners, accomplishments, and information, all of a class so much higher than he had been accustomed to meet with, as to be subjects of wonder with him, not to say of adoration. This man had his affections as well as another, and while John Wilmeder had submitted to a merely passing inclination, as much produced by the interest he took in an unknown female situation as by any other cause, poor Timms had been hourly falling more and more in love. It is a tribute to nature that this passion can be and is felt by all. Although a purifying sentiment, the corrupt and impure can feel its power, and in a greater or less degree submit to its influence, though their homage may be tainted by the grosser elements that are so largely mixed up with the compound of their characters. We may have occasion to show hereafter how far the uncouth attorney of Mary Monson succeeded in his suit with his fair client. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 25. I challenge envy, malice, and all the practices of hell, to censure all the actions of my past unhappy life, and taint me if they can. The Orphan. It is to be presumed that Timms found the means to communicate to Williams the rejection of the latter's offer before the court met next morning. It is certain that the counsel associated with the Attorney General manifested unusual zeal in the performance of duties that most men would have found unpleasant, if not painful, and that he was captious, short, and ill-natured. Just as Mary Monson came within the bar, a letter was put into the hands of Dunscombe, who quietly broke the seal and read it twice, as the observant Timms fancied, then put it in his pocket, with a mien so undisturbed that no mere looker-on would have suspected its importance. The letter was from Millington, and it announced a general want of success in his mission. The whereabouts of Monsieur de la Rochefort could not be ascertained, and those who knew anything about his movements were of opinion that he was traveling in the West, accompanied by his fair, accomplished, and affluent young consort. None of those who would naturally have heard of such an event, had it occurred, could say there had ever been a separation between the French husband and the American wife. Millington himself had never seen his kinswoman, there being a coolness of long standing between the two branches of the family, and could give little or no information on the subject. In a word, he could discover nothing to enable him to carry out the clue obtained in the rumor, while, on the other hand, he found a certain set, who occupied themselves a good deal with intelligence of that sort, were greatly disposed to believe the report, set on foot by herself, that Mary Monson was a stool-pigeon of a gang of marauders, and doubtless guilty of everything of which she had been accused. Millington could remain in town, however, another day, and endeavor to push his inquiries to some useful result. Cool, clear-headed, and totally without romance, Dunscombe knew that a better agent than his young friend could not be employed, and was fain to wait patiently for the discoveries he might eventually succeed in making. In the meantime, the trial proceeded. "Mr. Clerk," said His Honor, "let the jury be called." This was done, and Mary Monson's lips moved, while a lurking smile lighted her countenance, as her eyes met the sympathy that was expressed in the countenances of several of the grave men who had been drawn as arbiters, in her case, between life and death. To her it was apparent that her sex, her youth, perhaps her air and beauty, stood her friends, and that she might largely count on the compassion of that small but important body of men. One of her calculations had succeeded to the letter. The tale of her being a stool-pigeon had been very actively circulated, with certain additions and embellishments that it was very easy to disprove. And another set of agents had been hard at work, all the morning, in brushing away such of the collateral circumstances as had, at first, been produced to confirm the main story, and which, in now being pulled to pieces as of no account, did not fail to cast a shade of the darkest doubt over the whole rumor. All this Mary Monson probably understood, and understanding, enjoyed a vein of wild willfulness, certainly running through her character, leading in more directions than one. "I hope there will be no delay on account of witnesses," observed the judge. "Time is very precious." "We are armed at all points, Your Honor, and intend to bring the matter to an early conclusion," answered Williams, casting one of those glances at the prisoner which had obtained for him the merited sobriquet of Saucy. "Crier, call Samuel Burton." Timms fairly started. This was breaking ground in a new spot, and was producing testimony from a source that he much dreaded. The Burtons had been the nearest neighbors of the Goodwins, and were so nearly on a social level with them as to live in close and constant communication. These Burtons consisted of the man, his wife, and 3 maiden sisters. At one time, the last had conversed much on the subject of the murders, but, to Tim's great discontent, they had been quite dumb of late. This had prevented his putting in practice a method of anticipating testimony that is much in vogue, and which he had deliberately attempted with these sometimes voluble females. As the reader may not be fully initiated in the mysteries of that sacred and all-important master of the social relations, the law, we shall set forth the manner in which justice is often bolstered when its interests are cared for by practitioners of the Thames and Williams school. No sooner is it ascertained that a particular individual has a knowledge of an awkward fact than these worthies of the bar set to work to extract the dangerous information from him. This is commonly attempted, and often effected, by inducing the witness to relate what he knows, and by leading him on to make statements that, on being sworn to in court, will either altogether invalidate his testimony, or throw so much doubt on it as to leave it of very little value. As the agents employed to attain this end are not very scrupulous, there is great danger that their imaginations may supply the defects in the statements, and substitute words and thoughts that the party never uttered. It is so easy to mistake another's meaning, with even the best intentions, that we are not to be surprised if this should seriously happen when the disposition is to mislead. With the parties to suits, this artifice is often quite successful, admissions being obtained, or supposed to be obtained, that they never, for an instant, intended to make. In the states where speculation has cornered men and left them loaded with debt, these devices of the eavesdroppers and suckers are so common as to render their testimony no immaterial feature in nearly every cause of magnitude that is tried. In such a state of society it is, indeed, unsafe for a suitor to open his lips on his affairs, lest someone near him be employed to catch up his words and carry them into court with shades of meaning gathered from his own imagination. At first, Timms was under the impression that the Burtons were going to sustain the defense, and he was placing himself on the most amiable footing with the females, 3 of whom might very reasonably be placed within the category of matrimony with this rising lawyer. But it was not long ere he ascertained that Williams was getting to be intimate, and had proved to be a successful rival. Davis, the nephew and heir of the Goodwins, was a single man too, and it is probable that his frequent visits to the dwelling of the Burtons had a beneficial influence on his own interests. Let the cause be what it might, the effect was clearly to seal the lips of the whole family, not a member of which could be induced, by any art practiced by the agents of Timms, to utter a syllable on a subject that now really seemed to be forbidden. When, therefore, Burton appeared on the stand and was sworn, the 2 counsel for the defense waited for him to open his lips, with a profound and common interest. Burton knew the deceased, had lived all his life near them, was at home the night of the fire, went to assist the old people, saw the 2 skeletons, had no doubt they were the remains of Peter Goodwin and his wife, observed the effects of a heavy blow across the foreheads of each, the same that was still to be seen, inferred that this blow had destroyed them, or so far stunned them as to leave them incapable of escaping from the fire. This witness was then questioned on the subject of the stocking, and Mrs. Goodwin's hoard of money. He had seen the stocking but once, had often heard it mentioned by his sisters, did not think his wife had ever alluded to it, did not know the amount of the gold, but supposed it might be very considerable, saw the bureau examined, and knew that the stocking could not be found. In a word, his testimony in chief went generally to sustain the impression that prevailed relative to the murders, though it is unnecessary to repeat it in this form, as the cross-examination will better explain his statements and opinions. "Mr. Burton," said Dunscombe, "you knew the Goodwins well?" "Very well, sir, as well as near neighbors generally know each other." "Can you swear that those are the skeletons of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin?" "I can swear that I believe them to be such. Have no doubt of the fact." "Point out that which you suppose to be the skeleton of Peter Goodwin." This request embarrassed the witness. In common with all around him, he had no other clue to his facts than the circumstances under which these vestiges of mortality had been found, and he did not know what ought to be his reply. I suppose the shortest of the skeletons to be Peter Goodwin's, and the longest that of his wife, he at length answered. Peter was not as tall as Dorothy. Which is the shortest of these remains? That I could not say without measuring. I know that Goodwin was not as tall as his wife by 1/2 an inch, for I have seen them measure. Then you would say that, in your opinion, the longest of these two skeletons is that of Dorothy Goodwin, and the shortest that of her husband? Yes, sir, that is my opinion, formed to the best of my knowledge. I have seen them measure. Was this measurement accurate? Very much so. They used to dispute about their height, and they measured several times when I was by, generally in their stocking feet and once barefoot. The difference being 1/2 an inch in favor of the wife? Yes, sir, as near as could be, for I was umpire more than once. Did Peter Goodwin and his wife live happily together? Tolerable, much as other married folks get along. Explain what you mean by that. Why, there's ups and downs, I suppose, in all families. Dorothy was high-tempered, and Peter was sometimes cross-grained. Do you mean that they quarreled? They got riled with each other now and then. Was Peter Goodwin a sober man? The witness now appeared to be bothered. He looked around him, and meeting everywhere with countenances which evidently reflected yes. He had not the moral courage to run counter to public opinion and say no. It is amazing what a tyrant this concentration of minds gets to be over those who are not very clear-headed themselves, and who are not constituted, morally, to resist its influence. It almost possesses a power to persuade these persons not to put faith in their own senses, and disposes them to believe what they hear, rather than what they have seen. Indeed, one effect is to cause them to see with the eyes of others. As the neighbors, those inquisitors who know so much of persons of their association and intimacy, and so little of all others, very generally fancied Peter a sober man. Burton scarce knew what to answer. Circumstances had made him acquainted with the delinquency of the old man, but his allegations would not be sustained were he to speak the whole truth, since Peter had succeeded in keeping his infirmity from being generally known. To a man like the witness, it was easier to sacrifice the truth than to face a neighborhood. I suppose he was much as others, answered Burton, after a delay that caused some surprise. He was human and had a human nature. Independence Days and other rejoicings. I've known him give in more than the temperance people think is quite right, but I shouldn't say he was downright intemperate. He drank to excess, then, on occasions? Peter had a very weak head, which was his greatest difficulty. Did you ever count the money in Mrs. Goodwin's stocking? I never did. There was gold and paper, but how much I do not know. Did you see any strangers in or about the house of the Goodwins the morning of the fire? Yes, 2 strange men were there, and were active in helping the prisoner out of the window, and afterwards in getting out the furniture. They were very particular in saving Mary Monson's property. Were those strangers near the bureau? Not that I know. I helped carry the bureau out myself, and I was present afterwards in court when it was examined for the money. We found none. What became of those strangers? I cannot tell you. They were lost to me in the confusion. Had you ever seen them before? Never. Nor since. No, sir. Will you have the goodness to take that rod and tell me what is the difference in length between the 2 skeletons? I trust, Your Honor, that this is testimony which will not be received, put in Williams. The fact is before the jury, and they can take cognizance of it for themselves. Dunscombe smiled as he answered. The zeal of the learned gentleman runs ahead of his knowledge of the rules of evidence. Does he expect the jury to measure the remains, or are we to show the fact by means of witnesses? This is a cross-examination, and the question is one in chief. The witness belongs to the defense, if the question is to be put at all. I think not, Your Honor. The witness has testified in chief that he believes these remains to be those of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin. He has further said, on his cross-examination, that Dorothy was 1/2 an inch taller than Peter. We now wish to put to the test the accuracy of the first opinion by comparing the two facts, his knowledge of the difference by the former measurement as compared with the present. It has been said that these two skeletons are very nearly of a length. We wish the truth to be seen. The witness will answer the question, said the judge. I doubt the power of the court to compel a witness to obtain facts in this irregular mode, observed the pertinacious Williams. You can note your exceptions, Brother Williams, returned the judge, smiling, although it is not easy to see with what useful consequences. If the prisoner be acquitted, you can hardly expect to try her again, and, if convicted, the prosecution will scarcely wish to press any objection. Williams, who was as much influenced by a bulldog tenacity as by any other motive, now submitted, and Burton took the rod and measured the skeletons, an office he might have declined, most probably, had he seen fit. The spectators observed surprise in his countenance, and he was seen to repeat the measurement, seemingly with more care. "Well, sir, what is the difference in the length of those skeletons?" inquired Dunscombe. "I make it about 1.5 inches, if these marks are to be relied on," was the slow, cautious, well-considered reply. "Do you now say that you believe these skeletons to be the remains of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin?" "Who else could they be? They were found on the spot where the old couple used to sleep." "I ask you to answer my question. I am not here to answer yours. Do you still say that you believe these to be the skeletons of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin? I am a good deal nonplussed by this measurement, though the flesh and skin and muscles may have made a considerable difference in life." "Certainly," said Williams, with one of his withering sneers that had carried many a cause purely by their impudence and sarcasm. "Everyone knows how much more muscle a man has than a woman. It causes the great difference in their strength. A bunch of muscles, more or less in the heel, would explain all this, and a great deal more." "How many persons dwelt in the house of Goodwin at the time of the fire?" demanded Dunscombe. "They tell me Mary Monson was there, and I saw her there during the fire, but I never saw her there before. Do you know of any other inmate besides the old couple and the prisoner?" "I did see a strange woman about the house for a week or two before the fire, but I never spoke to her. They tell me she was High Dutch." "Never mind what they tell you, Mr. Burton," observed the judge. "Testify only to what you know." "Did you see this strange woman at the fire or after the fire?" continued Dunscombe. "I can't say that I did. I remember to have looked round for her, too, but I did not find her." "Was her absence spoken of in the crowd at the time?" "Something was said about it, but we were too much taken up with the old couple to think a great deal of this stranger." This is an outline of Burton's testimony, though the cross-examination was continued for more than an hour, and Williams had him again examined in chief. That intrepid practitioner contended that the defense had made Burton its own witness in all that related to the measurement of the skeletons, and that he had a right to a cross-examination. After all this contest, the only fact of any moment elicited from the witness related to the difference in stature between Goodwin and his wife, as has been stated already. In the meantime, Timms ascertained that the last report set on foot by his own agents, at the suggestion of Mary Monson herself, was circulating freely, and, though it was directly opposed to the preceding rumor, which had found great favor with the gossips, this extravagant tale was most greedily swallowed. We conceive that those persons who are so constituted, morally, as to find pleasure in listening to the idle rumors that float about society, are objects of pity, their morbid desire to talk of the affairs of others being a disease that presses them down beneath the level they might otherwise occupy. With such persons, the probabilities go for nothing, and they are more inclined to give credit to a report that excites their interest, by running counter to all the known laws of human actions, than to give faith to its contradiction, when sustained by every reason that experience sustains. Thus was it on the present occasion. There was something so audacious in the rumor that Mary Monson belonged to a gang of rogues in town, and had been sent especially to rob the good ones, that vulgar curiosity found great delight in it, the individual who heard the report usually sending it on with additions of his own, that had their authority purely in the workings of a dull imagination. It is in that way that this great faculty of the mind is made to perform a double duty, which in the one case is as pure and ennobling, as in the other it is debasing and ignoble. The man of a rich imagination, he who is capable of throwing the charms of poetical feeling around the world in which we dwell, is commonly a man of truth. The high faculty which he possesses seems, in such cases, to be employed in ferreting out facts which, on proper occasions, he produces distinctly, manfully, and logically. On the other hand, there is a species of subordinate imagination that is utterly incapable of embellishing life with charms of any sort, and which delights in the false. This last is the imagination of the gossip. It obtains some modicum of fact, mixes it with large quantities of stupid fiction, delights in the idol it has thus fashioned out of its own head, and sends it abroad to find worshippers as dull, as vulgar-minded, and as uncharitable as itself. Timms grew frightened at the success of his client's scheme, and felt the necessity of commencing the reaction at once, if the last were to have time in which to produce its effect. He had been warmly opposed to the project in the commencement, and had strenuously resisted its adoption, but Mary Monson would not listen to his objections. She even threatened to employ another, should he fail her. The conceit seemed to have taken a strong hold on her fancy, and all the wilfulness of her character had come in aid of this strange scheme. The thing was done, and now it remained to prevent its effecting the mischief it was so well adapted to produce. All this time, the fair prisoner sat in perfectly composed silence, listening attentively to everything that was said and occasionally taking a note. Timms ventured to suggest that it might be better were she to abstain from doing the last, as it gave her the air of knowing too much, and helped to deprive her of the interesting character of an unprotected female. But she turned a perfectly deaf ear to his admonitions, hints, and counsel. He was a safe adviser, nevertheless, in matters of this sort, but Mary Monson was not accustomed so much to follow the leadings of others as to submit to her own impulses. The sisters of Burton were next examined. They proved all the admitted facts, testified as to the stocking and its contents, and two of them recognized the piece of gold which was said to have been found in Mary Monson's purse as that which had once been the property of Dorothy Goodwin. On this head, the testimony of each was full, direct, and explicit. Each had often seen the piece of gold, and they had noted a very small notch or scratch near the edge, which notch or scratch was visible on the piece now presented in court. The cross-examination failed to shake this testimony, and well it might, for every word these young women stated was strictly true. The experiment of placing the piece of coin among other similar coin failed with them. They easily recognized the true piece by the notch. Timms was confounded. Dunscombe looked very grave. Williams raised his nose higher than ever, and Mary Monson was perfectly surprised. When the notch was first mentioned, she arose, advanced far enough to examine the coin, and laid her hand on her forehead, as if she pondered painfully on the circumstance. The testimony that this was the identical piece found in her purse was very ample, the coin having been sealed up and kept by the coroner, who had brought it into court, while it must now be admitted that a very strong case was made out to show that this foreign coin had once been among the hoards of Dorothy Goodwin. A very deep impression was made by this testimony on all who heard it, including the court, the bar, the jury, and the audience. Every person present, but those who were in the immediate confidence of the accused, was firmly convinced of Mary Monson's guilt. Perhaps the only other exceptions to this mode of thinking were a few experienced practitioners, who, from long habit, knew the vast importance of hearing both sides, before they made up their minds in a matter of so much moment. We shall not follow Dunscombe through his long and arduous cross-examination of the sisters of Burton, but confine ourselves to a few of the more pertinent of the interrogatories that he put to the eldest, and which were duly repeated when the other two were placed on the stand. "Will you name the persons dwelling in the house of the Goodwins at the time of the fire?" asked Dunscombe. "There were the two old folks, this Mary Monson, and a German woman named Jetta, that Aunt Dorothy took in to wait on her boarders." "Was Mrs. Goodwin your aunt, then?" "No, we wasn't related nohow, but, being such near neighbors, and she so old, we just called her aunt by way of a compliment." "I understand that," said Dunscombe, arching his brows. "I am called uncle, and by very charming young persons on the same principle. Did you know much of this German?" "I saw her almost every day for the time she was there, and talked with her as well as I could, but she spoke very little English. Mary Monson was the only person who could talk with her freely. She spoke her language." "Had you much acquaintance with the prisoner at the bar?" "I was some acquainted, as a body always is, when they live such near neighbors." "Were your conversations with the prisoner frequent, or at all confidential?" "To own the truth, I never spoke to her in my life. Mary Monson was much too grand for me." Dunscombe smiled. He understood how common it was for persons in this country to say they are well acquainted with this or that individual, when their whole knowledge is derived from the common tongue. An infinity of mischief is done by this practice, but the ordinary American who will admit that he lives near anyone, without having an acquaintance with him, if acquaintance is supposed to confer credit, is an extraordinary exception to a very general rule. The idea of being too grand was of a nature to injure the prisoner and to impair her rights, and Dunscombe deemed it best to push the witness a little on this point. "Why did you think Mary Monson was too grand for you?" he demanded. "Because she looked so." "How did she look? In what way does or did her looks indicate that she was, or thought herself, too grand for your association?" "Is this necessary, Mr. Dunscombe?" demanded the judge. "I beg your honor will suffer the gentleman to proceed," put in Williams, cocking his nose higher than ever, and looking round the courtroom with an air of intelligence that the great York counsellor did not like. "It is an interesting subject, and we poor, ignorant Duke's County folks may get useful ideas to teach us how to look too grand." Dunscombe felt that he had made a false step, and he had the self-command to stop. "Had you any conversation with the German woman?" he continued, bowing slightly to the judge to denote submission to his pleasure. "She couldn't talk English. Mary Monson talked with her. I didn't, to any account." "Were you at the fire?" "I was." "Did you see anything of this German during the fire or afterwards?" "I didn't. She disappeared. Unaccountable." "Did you visit the Goodwins as often after Mary Monson came to live with them, as you had done previously?" "I didn't. Grand looks and grand language isn't agreeable to me." "Did Mary Monson ever speak to you?" "I think, Your Honor," objected Williams, who did not like the question, "that this is traveling out of the record." "Let the gentleman proceed. Time is precious, and a discussion would lose us more of it than to let him proceed. Go on, Mr. Dunscombe." "Did Mary Monson ever speak to you?" "She never did, to my knowledge." "What, then, do you mean by grand language?" "Why, when she spoke to Aunt Dorothy, she didn't speak as I was used to hear folks speak." "In what respect was the difference?" "She was grander in her speech, and more pretending-like." "Do you mean louder?" "No. Perhaps she wasn't as loud as common, but 'twas more like a book, and uncommon." Dunscombe understood all this perfectly, as well as the feeling which lay at its bottom, but he saw that the jury did not, and he was forced to abandon the inquiry, as often happens on such occasions, on account of the ignorance of those to whom the testimony was addressed. He soon after abandoned the cross-examination of the sister of Burton, when his wife was brought upon the stand by the prosecution. This woman, coming from a different stock, had none of the family characteristics of the sisters. as they were garrulous, forward, and willing enough to testify, she was silent, reserved in manner, thoughtful, and seemingly so diffident that she trembled all over as she laid her hand on the sacred volume. Mrs. Burton passed for a very good woman among all who dwelt in or near Bibury, and there was much more confidence felt in her revelations than in those of her sisters-in-law. Great modesty, not to say timidity of manner, an air of singular candor, a low, gentle voice, and an anxious expression of countenance, as if she weighed the import of every syllable she uttered, soon won for this witness the sympathy of all present, as well as perfect credence. Every word she uttered had a direct influence on the case, and this so much the more since she testified reluctantly, and would gladly have been permitted to say nothing. The account given by Mrs. Burton, in her examination in chief, did not materially differ from that previously stated by her sisters-in-law. She knew more, in some respects, than those who had preceded her, while in others she knew less. She had been more in the confidence of Dorothy Goodwin than any other member of her family, had seen her oftener, and knew more of her private affairs. With the stocking and its contents, she admitted that she was familiarly acquainted. The gold exceeded $1,200 in amount. She had counted it, in her own hands. There was paper, also, but she did not know how much, exactly, as Dorothy kept that very much to herself. She knew, however, that her neighbors talked of purchasing a farm, the price of which was quite $5,000, a sum that Dorothy often talked of paying down. She thought the deceased must have had money to that amount, in some form or other. On the subject of the piece of gold found in Mary Monson's purse, Mrs. Burton gave her testimony with the most amiable discretion. Everyone compared the reserve and reluctance of her manner most favorably with the pert readiness of Mrs. Pope and the sisters. This witness appeared to appreciate the effect of all she said, and uttered the facts she knew with a gentleness of manner that gave great weight to her testimony. Dunscombe soon saw that this was the witness the defense had most reason to dread, and he used the greatest care in having every word she said written out with precision. Mrs. Burton swore point-blank to the piece of notched gold, although she fairly trembled as she gave her testimony. She knew it was the very piece that she had often seen in Dorothy Goodwin's possession. She had examined it at least a dozen times, and could have selected it among 1,000 similar coins, by means of its private marks. Besides the notch, there was a slight defect in the impression of the date. This had been pointed out to her by Dorothy Goodwin herself, who had said it was a good mark by which to know the piece, should it be stolen. On this head, the witness's testimony was firm, clear, and full. As it was corroborated by so much other evidence, the result was a deep and very general impression of the prisoner's guilt. It was late when the examination in chief of Mrs. Burton terminated. She stated that she was much fatigued and was suffering under a severe headache, and Williams asked, in her behalf, that the court would adjourn over until the next day, ere the cross-examination was gone into. This suited Dunscombe's views altogether, for he knew he might lose an essential advantage by allowing the witness a night to arrange her thoughts, pending so searching a process. There being no resistance on the part of the prisoner to the request of the prosecution, the judge so far waived his regard for the precious time of the court, as to consent to adjourn at 8 o'clock in the evening, instead of pushing the case to 10 or 11. As a consequence, the jurors took their rest in bed, instead of sleeping in the jury box. Dunscombe left the courthouse that night dejected, and with no great expectation of the acquittal of his client. Timms had a better feeling, and thought nothing had yet appeared that might not be successfully resisted. End of Chapter 25. Read by Nick Autorina. Woodstock, Georgia, June 12, 2026.